In 2016, scientists on Earth detected a fast radio burst from a distant region of space with no observable stars. This signal contained a constant series of data packets and a decryption key. Once it was decrypted, the data contained a number of transmissions from two planets in a binary system. Included in the data was a translation matrix that researchers used to translate the entries as best as possible into English. The following transmissions were declassified by the scientific community and given to us to present. Log entry, Vela 1, Vela Rotat 2566, Cycle 5 of the third annual.
Hello, neighbor. My name is Gisto. I'm 13 rotats old, and for my 4th day, my father has brought home a new signal system for me to play with. He says it's one of the more powerful systems straight from La'ar. That's where he works. La'ar is the biggest city and has lots of stuff. Father says that with this signal system, I can reach all the way to the other planets. Father is very smart and works with a lot of signal systems every day. He wants me to work with sciences as well. I think that's why he bought this for me. So who are you? What is life like on another planet? I like my planet very much. We have lots of lakes and oceans to swim in, and I like to play with my friends. Do you swim on your planet? I have seen pictures of your planet through Father's telescope. He set it up so that we could see your world. It's hard to tell that it's even a planet. It just looks like a small dot in the sky. I don't know if anyone will hear this, and I know it will be a long time before you may respond, but I thought I would say hello and see who is out there. Father tells me that it may take a very long while before anyone may hear this, but I hope you do hear it. May the waves guide you. Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 1, 2246, 46th year in the Age of Ascendance. Ira Spark, 2nd year student, Exoplanet Peer Program, Planetary and Environmental Science Academy. Hey Gisto! My name is Ira Spark, and it's very nice to meet you. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a 2nd year student at the Planetary and Environmental Science Academy. I'm very excited to be part of this peer program. Most of my classmates think it's pretty silly because you only get messages every couple years. But I thought it'd be great to speak to someone from another world. One of my favorite subjects at the Academy is learning about history, and I couldn't sign up fast enough when the program was announced in my radio astronomy class. Gisto, I have to confess, I don't have a lot of friends. I mean, I have friends, but not many close friends. You see, my grandmother is Frida Newspark. She's pretty well known here. She was the team lead for the discovery of hydroelectric power. My instructors expect a lot from me, probably because they think my grandmother's pretty awesome. Well, she is pretty awesome. She's so smart, really funny, and she's a great role model. But, well, it's really hard to live up to her reputation. What's even harder is that my mother is really proud of me of getting into the academy, because she didn't go here. She went to a different school for agriculture. She and my father run a greenhouse. When I was a kid, I would get to name a new species of vegetable hybrids. Okay, they weren't official, but I got to decorate the tags. Sorry, I go off on tangents sometimes. Well, life on Haimavina is pretty cool, but it's not like I have anywhere else to compare it to. According to the history books, before the Siddhas Anda, Haimavina was called Haimavala Prime. Apparently, people were flying to other moons and mining comets. We don't do that. My grandmother says it's only a matter of time. My dad is less certain, but he spends his time playing in the dirt. That's what my grandmother says. We do have a lot of water on Haimavina, but it's much too cold to swim for fun. However, we have lots of thermal pools around where I live, and they're very popular meeting places, especially when the winds come off the glaciers. Well, I guess I should say I live at the academy now, but during my class breaks, I get to go home and see my Farhum Luna. She's so fluffy. Oh wait, I guess you wouldn't know what fluffy means. She has a lot of hair. My mom is always complaining about that, but my dad says you should never be alone outdoors. Anyway, it was great to meet you. I do hope you write back. Iria.
Log entry, Vela 2, Vela Rotat 2568, cycle 23 of the third annual.
It worked! I am without breath and excited that my signal has reached you. To think that I'm speaking with someone on a different planet than my own. Father told me that it would be a long while before I would hear a response, and that it may never even come. But you did respond. The waves have truly been kind. Father explained that there may even be a delay with the translation that they do at the facilities in La'ar. He said that your people speak a different language and that your words may sound strange to us. But I don't think you sound strange at all. I spoke with many of my classmates about this program. They are all jealous because it was my father that proposed the program, so I got to be the first among them to participate. Many of them also want to send signals and talk to people on your planet. But the council says that we are only starting with a single student for now, but that more students may be allowed to send messages later. That means that you and I are now a part of history. We study lots of things in my classes, but history is not one of my strongest subjects. I like the sciences. I hope to work with the signals like my father when I get older. Science is one of the main reasons that my father and I moved to Sinoth and its capital, La'ar. I do not know what a grandmother is, but your Frida sounds like a smart person. I have not heard of her. Father tells me that your hydroelectricity is like the water sparks that we use to power our cities. We have had power for such a long time now that it's just something that is. I don't know who invented it here, but like I said, history is not one of my strong subjects. I am sure that your Frida would be very proud of you knowing so much about her work. You mentioned your mother. Do you know her? I only know of my mother. She is back on Sonoth with the rest of my school. Father said it wasn't good for us to stay there. Sonoth is far away, and the only time I have ever traveled. But I don't remember it because I was very small when it happened. You say that it's too cold to swim? I don't think it would ever be too cold to swim here. We swim all the time. I go swimming with many of my classmates and have even met Isnid there. She is new to the classes and likes to talk a lot. She seems very interested in me and the signals that we are sending and receiving. I think that means that she likes science almost as much as I do. I met Isnid when I transferred to the new classes. You see, it's been 2 whole rotats here since I sent the last signal. Our new classes are more specialized in what we want to do as we get older, so meeting someone like Isnid in my new class is very exciting. She's very pretty. She said she would like to come by and see the transmitter and learn about how the signals are sent. She will be so excited to see that we have actually received a reply. So what is the rest of life like on your planet? How do you travel? Do you get to travel much? We have large skiffs that take us over the water much faster than we can swim, and for long distances we have air skiffs. We haven't flown in an air skiff since leaving Sonoth, but Father says that we might soon if we decide to visit Sonoth again. I wonder if Isnid would like to fly. Isnid is coming by soon, so I should send this. Father says that because of where Vina is in the sky rotations, in relation to your home star, that it may take longer for you to see this, but I hope that you do reply soon. May the waves guide you. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 2, 2248, 48th year in the Age of Ascendance. Ira Nufspark, 4th year student, Exoplanet Junior Peer Program, Planetary and Environmental Science Academy. Hey Gisto! Because you responded, you are now probably the most popular kid at the Academy, or the world really. My radio astronomy instructor was so excited that this correspondence was successful that he ended up posting your message in class. That, of course, got picked up by the broadsheets and the evening reports. So much for our private messages. Say hey to my classmates, they're going to be reading this. A lot of them have questions about your world. For example, what do you look like? What do you guys eat? And Aaron wants to know if you guys played Futbolta. Anyway, sounds like your classes are very similar to mine. I chose exploration as my specialization because I want to work for the Exploratory Corps. I feel that some of the best information and history can be collected from field research. My mother and father are not too thrilled because fieldwork is dangerous, but I want to explore a different path than my family. It's hard to be in the shadow of famous people. Well, I guess I'm famous now too, thanks to you. Sounds like your father is very much like my grandmother. Oh, my grandmother is my mother's mother. Does that make sense? I'm sorry to hear that you don't know your mother very well. Mine's pretty okay, as far as moms go. Say hey to my mom. She read the last entry. Next year, I'll try to qualify as an intern on the EC research expedition based at the Twin Sisters base camp. Recently, the exploration team discovered something beneath the glacier, and some of the scientists believe it may be from before the Sidas Anda. It would be a great achievement to make the team. It's super competitive, and almost all of my classmates will apply for it. In order for me to become an intern, I have to pass equipment exams, survival training, which is a lot of high-altitude climbing, and a personal defense course. I have to put 5 projectiles into an ice lion target in less than 15 seconds. Let me tell you, Justo, it's really hard. We aren't even allowed to use a hogby. We have to use a bogey. I know, isn't that mental? I'm trying to figure out how I can describe an ice lion so you understand how hard the test is. But I don't know what kind of animals you have on your planet. Well, they're bigger than my farhun, and they have really large teeth and sharp claws. They can rip a mana in half in seconds. A long time ago, the Yothians used to hunt ice lions for ceremonial purposes, but a minor earthquake occurred during their sacrifice, and it freaked the people out, and they abandoned the practice and freed the animal, which was going to attack until a farhun scared it away. I'm not sure what Luna would do, but she's pretty protective. Anyway, these animals are still around, and they're really, really dangerous. There I go again. So you asked what life was like on my planet. Most of our population lives on the coastlines in Yoth. There's some smaller cities on nearby islands, and I live in Hopnia. It's our biggest city. I'm at the academy, so I don't travel much, unless, of course, I get this internship. I grew up not far from here, in a small town called Brecken. It's close to the surrounding mountains. Your skiffs sound very similar to our Segbet, but in town, I usually take a Lest, which runs on hydroelectricity and can carry a lot of people. Plus, it's cheap. My parents only give me a small allowance. What happened with you and Isnid? Did she get to join the program too? Wish me Hepni on my internship. I'm looking forward to hearing about your trip to Sonath. I hope you do get a chance to fly. Your friend, Arya. And everyone from Hi Mavina!
Log entry, Vela 3, Vela Rotat, 2570, Cycle 4 of the 10th Annual.
You showed my reply to everyone? Oh my, I feel like the breath is gone from me and the water's closing in. All of those people saw what I said about Isnid? Oh, what if she finds out? What will she think? Oh no. I suppose there isn't much to be done about it now, but I feel strange. So much has happened in the last 2 rotats. Congratulations on your upcoming internship. I'm sure that you will do well. I know that the time between our speakings is long, but I enjoy hearing from you and learning about your people and your planet. They have even added extra classes for us to start learning about the other planets in our system. Isn't it strange to think that it's our system now? We aren't alone here, even though for so long we thought we were. I remember when I was younger, staring up at the stars, wondering such a thing, and now here I am, talking to someone on a different planet. In our classes about different planets, I did learn about the rotats and annuals of our planets and how Vela, that's what we call our world, moves around Van La, that's what we call our star. How strange that our words are so close. I'm going to ask in our classes why that is. I'm very interested in your languages now, and I'm studying to learn more about them. It almost seems like how you all talk the same, we also talk similar. Maybe your grandmother knows more about that too. Maybe she can help us both learn about our languages. I would very much like to consider you as a friend, assuming you don't go around telling everyone what I say. I have written signals to some of my friends in Sonath, but they have replied less and less as of late. Father says it has to do with some of the disagreements in the Council of Vela. He says that they might not be friends anymore. That makes me very sad. Why can't people who are different still be friends? You and I are very different, and we can still be friends, I hope. Speaking of exploration, guess what I got to do? I recently got to travel to some of the other areas of Senoth. Father has forwarded your message to me while I am traveling. I'm helping with a project in the southern region to install more signal towers. This will allow our people to talk like you and I do, but without as much of a delay since we live closer. It's hard work, but it's important. This will allow my people to communicate better. Everyone of my age in La'ar is asked to volunteer time to help with this project. It's not exploring historical areas, but I feel like it's important for our people to talk and come together. But there are some in Sonoth that don't agree. There's a lot that Sonoth doesn't agree with. Isnid went with me on this journey. We worked together on many of these signal tower installations. She's very smart. Isnid is a female of my people. Is Aaron your mate? In older regions of my planet, females would ask a number of males to participate in mating. This allows for a new school of Velans to be brought forth, usually at about 5 to 6 at a time. When my father mated with my mother, my school was only 4. When my mother released us, I was the only one that bonded with my father. We left for Senoth and La'ar shortly afterwards. When we got here, we learned that many of the males and females here stay together, and they have a single school with a mother and a father. I think I would like to do that much more. I know that it was very hard for my father, and I would have liked to know my mother more. I asked Isnid about this, and she wasn't sure she liked the idea. She said mothers should be free to leave after the school is released. It's all very confusing, but I like Isnid very much. I'm not sure what to do. How are schools made on your planet? You mentioned that your mother and father are still together. I hope it's less confusing for you. In my adventures around the rural regions, we mostly traveled by land skiff and rail skiff. There are a few of us from class, so we got to have some fun in between all of the hard work. I'm not sure what Futbolta is, but it sounds like a game. We played some games like Arsenoth. It's a strategy game where you build armies and try and take over other areas. We have a lot of games here, but Arsenoth is one of my favorites. The animals you have on your planet sound very scary. Except for the Farhund, they sound fun and cute. All of the animals that we have roam around and come and go. I like to go swimming with the Saki. They are fun and fast. I like to try and race them under the waves. My people are very good with swimming. Our ancestors were swimming all the time, so we have more in common with water creatures, I guess. I'm about 5 fallows tall and very thin for my age. My hands and feet are well equipped for swimming too. Well, I have to send this along so that Father can transmit it back to you from home. I just asked Isnid if she wanted to say hi, and she only flared her nose flaps at me. She could be so rude sometimes, and so cute other times. May the waves guide you. Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 3, 2250, 50th year in the Age of Ascendance. Ira Nuvspark, 6-year student, Exoplanet Junior Peer Program, Planetary and Environmental Science Academy. Hey Gisto! I apologize your transmission was broadcast widely on my planet, but you must understand that that decision was beyond my control. As I mentioned, the Exoplanet Junior Peer Program is globally famous, and while I have the freedom to write, I don't necessarily have privacy. As you said, we made history, but on the plus side, you're famous on a planet where nobody knows you, unlike me. And if your transmissions are private, I think you're safe from Isnid being mad at you. How are things going with her? Are you still together? Your family life sounds fascinating. I do feel sympathy for your father missing your mother. My father says he wouldn't know what to do without my mother, usually when he loses his Lika. No, Aaron isn't my mate. He's just another student in my year. He insisted that I ask you about Futbolta. I told him you didn't have that game. Well, in more exciting news, I got the internship. I'm actually writing to you from the Twin Sisters base camp. I wasn't accepted on my first application, but I got accepted this year. I even got to bring Luna, who's sleeping on the couch, where she's not supposed to be. Gisto. It is amazing to see the other side of the Twin Sisters mountain range. The glaciers are so incredibly beautiful, and I'm having trouble describing the feeling looking over the vast open tundra. It's like being on a different world. Okay, that sounds totally ridiculous telling someone who lives on a different world, but everything looks untouched and pristine. I expected the base camp to be filled with tents and fire pits, but it's more like a small town. All the interns are in our own building with our own rooms. There is a bit of controlled chaos with everyone busily working different shifts and deadlines, but to be part of the expedition team is really exciting. I've learned a lot about sonar, balamesca, and well, mostly fetching hot drinks. Unbeknownst to me, being an intern means doing a lot of menial labor. I know this is all part of earning my credits, but when I get done here, if I have to reset another password or fetch a cup of tea for someone else, it'll be too soon. A bunch of us interns have become good friends, bonding over hours of washing dishes and packing expedition packs. I bet Vela's politics are similar to Jaimavina's. Lots of disagreements about how everyone's lives should be run and no one actually listening to anyone. I can honestly say I understand that. Being up here at base camp, we don't get too much current news. I mean, there's news, but everyone here is so focused on their work, and discussions between the expansionists and the environmentalists aren't as prevalent. Anyway, we're preparing for the next trek to North Camp. The signal we detected stopped, but we have triangulated the area using signal towers that sound pretty similar to your project. Isn't that interesting how two different cultures can invent similar ideas? Hopefully my headache goes away before we have to go. That would be the worst. Your friend, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 4. Vela Rotat, 2572. Cycle 1 of the first annual.
Greetings and happy new Rotat era. This is the time when all of my people spend time in the waters and reflect upon the past Rotat and remember where we came from. The last few annuals have been very eventful. I'm especially happy that I did not have to wait the full 2 Rotats to hear from you. It turns out that our planets are in a close rotation right now. Vela is closer to Vina, or as you call it, Jaimavina, than we have been in quite a while. I find it fascinating that the names of our planets are similar in our own languages. I should do some research to see why that is. What do you call my planet? I'm so excited for you to be on your internship. It sounds like you're going to be discovering many great new things. I am still out on my circur, but I should be heading home in the next few annuals. I miss Father a lot, and I can't wait to see what he's working on. When I get back, I will be finishing up my general studies and applying to the local university for advanced studies. That is when we get to focus on the interests that really appeal to us. I feel very silly now that I look back on how upset I got over the transmission to your planet being shown to everyone there. I guess that the last few Rotats on this journey has taught me a lot about opening up to people. Isnit and I are still spending more and more time together, and I did eventually tell her about it. She laughed at it and at me for being upset. So I guess I should say greetings, or as you say, hey, to everyone there. You can let Aaron know that while I still don't know what Futbolta is, some of my friends have speculated that it may be something like Bastriala, which is a sport we sometimes play here. It involves 2 teams in the lake, and points are scored when you use your bast to toss the ala over the boundary line of the other team. So, how is Futbolta played? I understand that feeling of awe you describe on seeing the mountain range. Our journey took us to the southern coast of Senoth and right up to the beaches near the town of Loravar. The view out over the ocean is stunning, especially as Van La is setting. Isnit and I have spent many end of cycles just sitting on the beach and talking. That's not to say that we haven't been busy. You mentioned all of the extra work you've had to do. We have been installing many new signal towers and running insulated lines into the lakes. It's exhausting. The lake work is usually done by our strongest swimmers. I have mostly been testing signal strength and doing most of the work on the lines to ensure the best clarity. We've run into a few delays as there have been quite a few protests in the areas we've been trying to expand on. Many of the older Velans are complaining that they don't want the new towers in the area. They like the older ways of sending messengers. I think that they believe that this new technology will make us weaker and more reliant on machines, and that we would forget our roots and of where we came from. I had tried to explain to them that much of what we are came from early machines and technology, but they just wouldn't listen. You would think that people would like that we are trying to make their life easier here. Father tells me that he's experiencing some of the same difficulties with La'ar's attempts to boost the signal to Chunar. That's the capital city of Sonoth. There are many people there that are like the few demonstrating here in Loravar. Most of the people there are very religious. I think that makes them angry to see how far we've grown in La'ar. You said you detected a signal? Are you tracking something? It's not an ice lion, is it? Please be careful. I would be very upset to learn that you got hurt while out on your adventure. It's okay to take risks and have fun, but don't bring harm to yourself. Maybe you should take Luna with you. If Farhoons are good at scaring away ice lions, she could help you. I do hope your head feels better. I know it's silly to say since it will be a whole rotat before you even see this. I am sending the healing waves to soothe you. May the waves guide you. Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 4, 2251, 51st year in the Age of Ascendance. Ira Nuv Spark, graduate, Exoplanet Junior Peer Program, Planetary and Environmental Science Academy. Hey Gisto! Happy new rotat to you! I'm happy that your transmission came back so quickly. In fact, it was just over a year between messages. Honestly, it couldn't come at a better time. I'm currently in the hospital, and I need to speak with someone other than my family and the nurses. Plus, the daily broadcasts are mostly focused on the upcoming Yothian election. Since we last spoke, a lot has happened. I finished my internship, and I graduated from the academy. My grandmother was the commencement speaker for my graduation class, and she totally embarrassed me. And I just started at Hopnia University, where I'll be working on my advanced studies. That brings me to how I ended up in the hospital. It was week 6 when the team leaders finally decided the interns could join them on our first trek to one of the outlying research camps. On our way there, a storm came in faster than we anticipated. We took cover under an ice shelf, but we weren't the only ones looking for shelter. Yep, an ice lion. A little one, but still dangerous. Luckily, Luna was with us. True to her nature, she fought off the attack and saved us all, but she and I got hurt in the process. Oh, she's fine. She's back at my parents' place. Me, on the other hand, well, once we got to the outpost, I had trouble breathing and was diagnosed with hypoxia. Luna came down from the twins with me, but she's convalescing in front of a fireplace, and I have hypoxia treatments every few months, and physical therapy for my hip and leg. The ice lion clawed my hip, and I walk with a slight limp. My physical therapist is trying to change that, and feels that I will make a full recovery. I want to be positive, but she's scarier than an ice lion. The hardest thing about getting hypoxia is that my hopes of becoming a field scientist are over. I can still become a researcher, but no more exploring above base camp. On the good side, I will be working with the EC Research Expedition on their communication staff here in Hopnia. It's not base camp, but I live in pretty exciting times, and they have given me a lot of work. And guess what? No more fetching tea. I'm disappointed, but sitting in this hospital during treatments, I've had a lot of time to think and come to terms with it. My parents won't say it, but I know they're relieved that I won't have to face an ice lion again. Truth be told, I am too. Enough about my woes. Let me answer some of your questions. Boss Triala sounds just like Futbolta, except we play on frozen water. I'm amazed of how many things we have in common despite our differences. I am also 5 feet tall. I'm actually considered tall for a female mana, which probably explains why the ice lion went after me. I must look like a threat. Anyway, while your ancestors lived in oceans, that's so neat by the way, my ancestors used to live high in the mountains before the Sindas Anda. That's when most of the planet's population died out due to lack of oxygen. It is recorded that my ancestors came down the mountains because the air was too thin. We aren't really sure exactly what happened, and only a small portion of the population survived. The thin air limits our ability to explore, so we only have guesses. I wish we could swim like your people, but our ocean water is too cold. We mostly use our oceans for power and transport, but my friends and I also love to spend time on the beaches. Do you guys build fire pits? We don't have many religious people, though. I guess some people treat the environmentalism as a religion. My father would be a better person to explain it. My grandmother is like your father. She believes in advancing technology and returning to space. Personally, I'm somewhere in the middle. I mean, nature just tried to kill me. We used to call your planet New Vala, but now we just refer to it as Vela because that's what your planet calls it. Thank you for your healing waves. Say hey to Isna for me. Your friend, Arya.
Log entry, Vela 5. Vela Rotat 2574. Cycle 25 of the second annual. Dear friend Ira,
Much apologies for the lateness of this reply. I only recently got my transmitter working again. After I returned home from my secur, Isnid and I began many discussions of the protests and the political situation. Isnid was not happy with the views I was taking involving schools and the roles of mothers and fathers. She thinks this is due to the conversations that our planet is having with yours and the conversations that you and I are having. I tried to explain to her that my views are my own and that I think that we could benefit from having more structure in the lives of our people. She stole and damaged an important part from my transmitter, and I had to wait for a new part to be manufactured. I'm very distraught about this. She's been spending more time at these protests lately, and I just don't know what to do. I have spent the last 2 rotats finishing up my classes and preparing to head off to university. I've decided to study communications and signals analysis like my father did. That program will involve a lot of study and even more travel to inspect some of the lines and towers installed by the student program I was involved in. Maybe having some time apart from Isnid will help both of us. It weighs a lot on my mind, the thought of leaving her here with the protests going on and the state of things in La'ar, but I think focusing on my studies is the best thing right now. I'm very saddened to hear about your accident. I was so worried about you going off to the land of the ice lions. I can understand your mother and father's concern. I'm not sure what hypoxia is, but it sounds like a terrible breathing disorder. Like when we dive too far underwater and can no longer filter the breath from the water around us. I have learned that our ancestors used to be able to stay underwater for a very long time. But since we started living on land, we can't seem to do that much anymore. Maybe it's the same for your people. I am glad that Luna is safe and was able to help you. I knew it was a good idea to bring her along. Please blow bubbles on her belly for me, or whatever the equivalent would be for something that is, how did you put it? Fluffy. The Siki love it when we do that for them. I am sure that your mother and father will take good care of her while you recover. Of course, you'll probably be fully recovered by the time you receive this, and no doubt finding your way to discover the next great thing in your adventures. Did you ever find the thing that you were looking for that was emitting that signal? It sounds like you have finished with your studies and that you have graduated. I can certainly understand that feeling of embarrassment that parents can cause. My father has been boasting about this program ever since we started it, and he loves to tell people about his son who is now famous on another planet. I try and tell people that he has had just as many, if not more, conversations with people on Vina due to his work, but all he wants to talk about is my transmissions. I will be happy when more of the other students get access to the program. Father says that they will be opening up applications to other students soon. He said that because of our status as the first student contacts, that we get to continue talking even after the others start. He is working with the team at the La'ar radio telescope to increase the capabilities of the system. You see, while my transmitter is strong enough to reach you, it doesn't pick up the signals from you. Those still get received at the main telescope, and there are people there that help with all of the translations. You have mentioned the Sidest Anda a few times now, and I'm still confused on what that is. You say something happened to your people a long time ago? Is that why they no longer visit the stars? Maybe they have more information in your history books. I have read about a big change on our planet that happened over 2,000 rotats ago. It's one of the main reasons our people have cities now. The legend tells of a star that came to Vela and landed in La'ar. This star brought new innovations and taught our people a new way of life. I'm not sure I really understand, and it's just a legend that was passed down through many schools and people. It even inspired one of the 2 religious thoughts of my people. Chonar is obsessed with the old legends, and that's what people believe there, that the stars will guide them, and only if they follow the old ways of paying homage to them will we all survive. La'ar believes in studying the stars and learning new things from them, like we are with your planet. Oh, and we do light fire pits, but we don't use them very much as they tend to dry us out. Instead, we entice some of the bioluminescent lake and sea creatures close to the shore with food and bubbles. The result is the whole shoreline lighting up. It's truly amazing to see. I'm so glad that my transmitter is working again and that I was able to send this before leaving for university. I will be taking it with me. My classes in signal analysis should be able to accommodate it, and I'm sure that the other classmates will enjoy working with it and maybe even hearing from you. Your next transmission should come in while I'm there. May the waves guide and protect you, Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 5, 2253, 53rd year in the Age of Ascendance. Ira Nufspark. Communication Department, Federal Historical Research Exploratory Corps. Hey, Gisto. I love that your messages seem to come at times when I need to hear from a friend. It's like the universe knew that I was about to drown my sorrows in Akavit, and then the terminal chimed, and it was a message waiting from you. I practically ran to my desk. This week has been the worst, professionally speaking. An EC expedition team discovered some incredible technological relics from our past while working high on the glacier near the Twin Sisters base camp. As far as we can tell, the discovery was probably linked to the irregular signal that we were chasing when I was up on the glacier for my internship. I've been working on this project for a couple years, so I was very excited when the communications department selected me to announce the discovery to the public. But people always seem to play politics, and the job got reassigned to a more senior spokesperson with broadcast experience. What do they think that you and I have been doing all these years? Broadcasting. It didn't make a difference, though, so here I am on the sidelines of one of the greatest historical discoveries in the past 50 years. I'm frustrated and disappointed, Gisto, and maybe I was too idealistic. Who knows? My father laughed at me when I told him what happened, and he made an old farmer's joke about the weather that I think was supposed to calm me down. I don't know what Thoka has to do with anything, but I love my dad. Hardly anyone is reading these messages anymore, not like they were when we first started. Like on Vela, others have joined the program, and the attention has shifted to new stories, but I can't tell you about what was found because my message will go public before the official announcement of the discovery, so the information remains embargoed. I'll tell you about it next time. I can't believe Isnid broke your transmitter. That seems like an aggressive way to make a point. I think she may need this drink more than me. I'm really sad to hear that she can't see the incredible benefits and advancements our plants are making just by the communication that is sent between our worlds. Even just you and me talking as friends, we're learning about our cultures that would be missed in the general transmissions. I wish I could tell her this. I know you have. Hopefully when you return, she'll be more open and you guys can work this out. Maybe hide your transmitter. I'm kidding. I too feel sad for you. If it doesn't work out, Alta Mare Fisca Sonju, which means there are other fish. Oh, that actually makes more sense for you since you swim so much. So, how are your courses going at university? I finished a year early, which I thought would elevate my position at the EC, but I already told you how that seems to be going. I know things will change with time and experience, but I'm starting to regret how quickly I rushed through everything. I mean, what was the hurry? All that studying, missing out on trips, trying to live up to a reputation that no one set for me except myself. My family is proud of me no matter what I do. Okay, that is clearly the Akavit talking. I'm just feeling sorry for myself. Look at both of us, distraught on two different worlds. I'm fascinated by this legend. A star landed on Vela and brought new discoveries to your people? How amazing. I wonder what it really was. A meteor, perhaps? We now know there's life on other worlds. Do you think it was a spacecraft of some kind? These are probably rhetorical questions, but it does make me wonder. Our legends aren't that interesting. Well, except for the story of a mana who glided down a foss on a board and fell into a river. Sorry. A foss is a point in the river where the water falls down from a vertical point. Anyway, according to the story, he watched his board get caught in the current and realized the water could push things. From there, he developed a watermill to harness the power of falling water. Come to think about it, most of our legends involve someone doing something dangerous or stupid that ends up leading to something good. I'm not sure it turning out well is really the best lesson. Thanks for listening to me this evening. Travel safe on your journeys. Your friend, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 6. Vela Rotat, 2576. Cycle 3 of the 4th Annual.
Dear friend Ira, I am glad to hear that my transmissions have brightened your day. It sounds like you are having rough seas at the moment. I feel the same when I see that a new message has come in from you. It's hard with the difference in time, and I'm tortured over constantly wondering if my messages have made it to you and if you're going to reply. All of that vanishes in the mist as soon as I hear that familiar ping of a message coming in from the La'ar telescope team. It's like waiting at the docks for a skiff to come in, and then suddenly seeing the light in the distance as it arrives. I'm very sorry to hear that you were selected to be the one to present the findings of your team, only to be removed from it. That sounds horrible to do to someone who is as talented as you. If the information is as important as you say, I can see the appeal of having someone more senior present it, but I don't know why they would tell you that it was yours only to pull it away. On the other web, you need to remind yourself that you are an extremely intelligent person who has so many things going for her at this time. It sounds like you have a great job now and will be at the heart of so many discoveries to come. While you may not have gotten this particular assignment, but as you told me, Alta Mary Fiscus and Jew. Our interpretation of that saying is, the next wave will be the one to guide you to greatness. I guess that doesn't work as well if most of your lakes and seas are ice-covered. You will certainly get one of the next assignments, and I bet it will be even bigger and better than this one. I'm sure that your father means well when he's trying to cheer you up with his advice. My father tries to give me advice all the time, especially when it comes to Isnid. Sadly, since he did not spend as much time with my mother, his advice is, well, not very good. He once told me that to get on her good side, I should buy Isnid a Serpa. I mean, it's hot enough in La'ar. What would she need a Serpa for? Not to mention, no one even wears those anymore. I wouldn't even know where to get one. I'm sure he means well, just as I'm sure that your father means well. Please let him know that I hope his Thoka is well. I'm not sure what a Thoka is, but it sounds important to him. On the subject of Isnid, I was very surprised recently. During one of the university breaks, she did the most amazing thing. She traveled all the way to Trenoir, where my university campus is, for a visit and planned out a whole sightseeing trip for the whole time she was there. We had the most romantic dinners and trips to the local museums, and spent many evenings out on the beaches. Trenoir is very well known here as one of the pilgrimage points between La'ar and the southern coast. It's also the closest point of Senoth to the Iwanar. That's the middle of Vela. She remembered my interests in all of the scientific outposts and even got us visitor passes to the Trenoir Planetarium. They have a whole presentation about Haimavina, and you and I even get a mention. I think she did this because she felt bad for damaging my transmitter. She even said to pass on an apology to you for delaying the transmission. So I won't have to hide the transmitter from her. Not that I think I could. It's so big that it fills a whole closet in my radio signal class. We have created a whole class project around upgrading it with newer parts. I mean, it's over 10 rotats old at this point. There are newer ones available that fit on a counter now. I had to hook mine up to the dish at the university, while the new ones have dishes that could be mounted to the side of a building. Our technology is moving so fast, and a lot of it is thanks to the work that both of our planets are doing together. Speaking of my classes, I am so swamped. I feel like when I'm not studying signal patterns and analysis, I'm observing planetary rotations and orbits to calculate the best angles for observing them. There are so many calculations that it makes my mind swim. Normally, I like swimming. I know it will be helpful if I can get a job in La'ar, but there's just so much to learn. I feel like I should find a way to go back in time and warn that 13-rotat-old Gisto, who just got his transmitter, that he should start studying then and not worry so much about females and what other people think. In that respect, I envy you for being done with your classes already. I certainly wish I were done now. My brain feels so full. Now that you've finished, you can finally start to live your life the way that you want it. That has to be a great comfort. It sounds like you have your own place, and you can live by your own rules. I can't wait for that cycle. I also can't wait to have the time to enjoy my own glass of Sidrus. I would love an ice-cold glass right now, but I need to stay focused, and I'm sure you know, Once you have one, you have another, and then the whole evening becomes a blur and you're wearing a botsie on your head and wondering how you got so far from the shore. Soon I will be done with my studies and be able to go home to Father. I've already planned to get my own place near him so that we can work together, but I'm ready to be out on my own. I miss him a lot, but I will be happy to have my own space. I have about one more rotat here, and then I will graduate. I will warn my father to try not to embarrass me at graduation. On the plus side, I should be home by the time I hear from you again. Oh, and you don't have to worry about these transmissions being public here. All of the transmissions come through the La'ar radio telescope and get translated there by a special team. But those are the only Velans who see them. After that, they get sent to my private terminal. When I was younger, they sent them to my father to give to me, but since I have moved to Tre Noir, I have my own terminal that's private, and the messages get sent there. Because you asked about the legend of the star falling at La'ar, I decided to look into it a little more and learn some fascinating information. It seems that the star that fell was indeed a device of unknown origin. It was described as a box with wheels and arms, and for a while it even moved around on its own. Ancient Velan theorists started to worship it as a sign from the heavens. Eventually it stopped moving and they began to investigate it and find out why it wouldn't move anymore. After that, the information starts to become strange. I guess it disappeared for a while and no one is sure what happened. Well, I'm off to study more and dream of the cycles that the waves will take me home. I hope the notification of this transmission brings you great joy and lifts your spirits as much as it has done for me. May the waves guide and protect you. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 6, 2255, 55th year in the Age of Ascendance. Irya Nuvspark, Communications Department, Federal Historical Research Expeditionary Corps. Hey Gisto. I'm writing to you from my new portable terminal, which allows me to write to you from the rooftop terrace of my residential building. I just moved here. I think you would love it up here. We have what we call a living rooftop. There are a lot of plants and ground cover and a lovely water feature, and we have a view of the sea that reminds me of the description of your homeworld. Right now, I can see your planet as Aluda sets. That's our star. I wave to you when I'm up here. I even got my neighbors to wave too. We gather up here at the end of every week to talk about work and politics, and I always end up answering questions about you and Isnit. You have a bit of a following. We actually toast our Akavi to you and recite, "The next wave will be the one to guide you to greatness." I love that saying, by the way. I've written it out and tacked it onto my terminal. It has been a bit of an inspiration to me. Tonight is the first night of the Mira Light Celebration, and we're having quite a party up here on the rooftop. Everyone says hey to you. The celebration is named for a young mana named Mira, who brought fire down from the mountains to light our pyres, which then painted the sky with colors at night. On the first night, Yothians light floating lanterns and launch them into the sky. It seems a little silly now because we know that color streaks in the night sky are created by solar winds interacting with the atmosphere, but the lanterns are still really pretty to see. So I live on a flat with a great view of the festivities, and I wish there was a way I could send you pictures. I also wish you and Isna were here. I think you guys would both love my friends and my neighbors. They already think of you as family, or as school, as you say. I'm so happy to hear that Isna came to see you. What a great surprise. I love that she really thought about what you would like. I think that's really special. It also sounds like you guys had a great time. Well, tell her I accept her apology too. I can't stay mad at somebody who makes you this happy. Last time, I wasn't able to tell you about the big discovery the ECT made up on the glacier. Well, we found an ancient installation that was receiving a signal from Bradith, which is one of the moons that orbits Hymavina. The signal was a recorded message from a dormant space station saying that a transport shuttle from Mira just landed, and a Ransaka was outbound. Even though Bradith does have a very thin atmosphere, we really don't know what is up there, and we're talking about a 2,000-year-old structure. Anyway, while the message doesn't really give us much in the way of scientific data, we are now able to tell the difference between the current radio transmissions and past signals. Also, because the signal was verbal, many linguists have made huge strides in their knowledge about ancient texts and pronunciation. I know some of the translators who work on our messages, and they are giddy about this discovery. We're still trying to decipher what a Saga is, but we think it might be another transport craft. Wouldn't it be funny if it was something else? Our systems engineers are trying to reverse engineer the signal to see if they can get more data from Braddock, but we'll see. I'll let you know. Well, work has gotten better since we last spoke. I'm officially one of the spokespeople for EC Public Affairs, which means that I answer questions from the press, and I finally get to announce discoveries. I really enjoy this job. It almost comes as second nature to me. I guess fetching tea for a season did make a difference. Huh. Well, it's probably from all those interviews I gave as a young Mana about our messages. Seriously, your words about the next wave had really helped me. I don't dwell on my childhood dream to be an explorer, although I do miss the chaos at base camp, but I think this is where I'm supposed to be. You asked, and unfortunately, our transmissions are still public. They're not as widespread, but they remain popular in certain circles. I should probably explain to you the process of how my messages are sent to you. Once I've completed a message, it is sent to the Yothian Exoplanetary Communications Group, who sends it out to you. When you reply, they do the translations, but I usually get a raw message before the official translation, because I've been studying your language in my free time a little bit, and I have a rudimentary understanding. For example, I received this message several days before the official translation was completed. It's only a few days, but it does make your messages feel more private. The translation team is great, and they love getting your messages. They often tell me it's more fun to translate your messages than the official ones. In your last transmission, you mentioned the star, which I thought sounded like a lander or a spacecraft of some kind. Well, I think we're both right. It obviously came from another planet, and we know there's tons of planets in our system. It would be oddly coincidental if it was from Hymavala Prime. Although we were spacefaring around that time, but your planet is really far away, and I don't think we were able to travel beyond our star system back then. I'll do some research, Gisto. I think this could be kind of important. Anyway, take care of yourself and Isnid. Your friend, Irya.
Log entry, Vela 7, Vela Rotat 2578, Cycle 1 of the 3rd Annual. Dearest friend Irya, the team at the radio telescope held on to your message for a few cycles because they wanted to send it to me on this date. You see, this cycle marks my 26th Rotat 4th day. It was only a few cycles after this one that 13 Rotats ago, I sent the first signal to you. Since then, I have grown, traveled, been involved in so many experiences and learned so much about you and Hymavina, all while learning about my own world as I relate all of this back to you. It's truly hard to imagine that all of this happened here in only 13 short Rotats. Our conversation is now as old as I was when we first started. You and I have helped each other through hard times and celebrated our good times. Let's talk more about celebrating than hard times. I have graduated from university. I finished my studies, and while I did not do a stellar performance on my final tests, get it? Stellar? Okay, bad joke. I was able to graduate in the top 10% of the class. The last few annuals were the worst, and I could barely even sleep because I was studying so much. The night before my big test, I actually passed out on my desk and woke up late for class. I panicked and left my books in the dorm. I took the fastest transit stream to the class and was still wearing my sleep clothes when I arrived. The testing had started, but the instructor allowed me to begin. It was like something out of a nightmare, but it was really happening. Still, even after all that, I passed the tests, and the graduation ceremony was small but pleasant. Father made it in to attend, but thankfully he did not have to speak. He's not the best at public speaking, and I think he really would be horrible at your job. After it was all over,
We packed up my dorm and I stayed with Father for about 2 annuals before finding a small place of my own. It's nothing glamorous, but it's mine. I'm on the 8th floor of one of the residential buildings set aside for the employees of the Radio Telescope Laboratories. Yes, you are now communicating with a radio signal technician, junior grade. This is why the team at the telescope wanted to hold on to the message until now. I am friends with them since they work just down the hall. A few of them even live in my building. It's very close to the Central Lake District, and it's a little noisy outside. I have a small window that faces the northern shoreline, and I can see Aluda and Haimavina through a small telescope I have set up on the balcony. Well, it's not really a balcony. It's kind of a ledge, with a small railing around it. And I have to climb out of a window to go out there. But it offers a great view of the sky and lets me wave back at you. I would love to visit your planet. Not many cycles go by that I don't dream of the time when my people take to the stars and can visit other planets in our system. Can you imagine if we could meet halfway and see each other in person? I know we are a long way off, and that it may not even happen in our lifetimes, but I can still dream about being up there and seeing my world from space. Please tell your neighbors that I would be happy to be considered part of their extended school. I no longer talk to any of my school back in Sonoff. I try not to dwell on it much. Oh, and Isnit and I are still seeing each other, as much as we can, with work and travel. She got an assignment as the liaison between the Trainoar launch facility and the radio labs. Mostly it's just messenger work for data and materials that can't be transmitted securely. It's not much, but it pays well, and she stays with me when she's in town. I mentioned the launch facility because we have big news on Vela. We are preparing for our first official satellite launch. Yeah, the first Velan-made object to be launched into space. We are so excited about it. Father has been working with the launch facilities, and they have done a few test launches of the rocket system. The team at the lab is all afloat about it, and we have been working round the clock to prepare. It's still probably about a rotate out from launch, but there are so many calculations to be done and problems to be worked through. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a delay. I have been helping with the systems that will be talking to the satellite, so I guess that means that you and I both work in communications now. The news about your signal source is amazing. So your planet actually has a spacecraft in orbit around it? And on top of all of that, it's over 2,000 rotats old? I can't even fathom the thought of that. 2,000 rotats ago, our people were still swimming around and ranting about a star falling from the sky and believing it was some sort of heavenly god. And your people were potentially living in space. This only makes me more and more curious about your Sedas Anda. I hope you're able to learn more about what happened with your space station. I know it's probably going to be a while before you uncover the secrets it holds, and if your government is anything like the council here, even longer before that information is released. But it's still fascinating. As much as I really want to look into the legends of my people and that star that fell, I have been far too busy preparing for this upcoming launch. It seems that just when I finally get a break from all of the studying and work of university, I'm pulled back under into more work with this new job. May the waves guide and protect you. Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 7, 2257, 57th year in the Age of Ascendance. Irya Nufspark, Communications Department, Federal Historical Research Expeditionary Corps. Hey, Gisto. Congratulations on your graduation and new position. I bet by the time you receive this message, you will be leading your radio technician team. I know it feels like the depths are crushing the breath from you, but you are part of something bigger now. You are a member of the first team to start your planet's space program. Space! You sent a blind message to another planet, and now look at you, working on the program that will bring all of us together. Generations from now, Velans and Mana may meet, and people will know you. They will know that you made all of that possible. It's pretty incredible, Gisto. This is monumental, and you should feel proud of yourself. Well, we have our own bit of news here on Haimavina. Our EC scientists and engineers have been busy researching the signal I told you about last time. They've determined that the signal we discovered definitely originates from our moon Braddock. EC surveyed the moon's surface for 6 months with telescopes and finally located the facility. The newscasts are calling it Braddock Station, and people have gone absolutely wild for the coverage of the discovery. The base is surprisingly large and appears to be some sort of port. Broadsheet and news coverage have been non-stop about the amazing ancient Mana base, and nobody seems to be paying much attention to that last bit. Perhaps even more amazingly, though, is that the ancient installation we found up on the glacier that was receiving the signal, EC Systems and network engineers have built a small outpost at the site, and people have been working there almost non-stop since the initial discovery. As far as we can tell, the facility is an antenna that is linked to some sort of global information network. The antenna itself would be an amazing discovery, but that's almost lost in the noise as people have begun to understand how vast the network is. Very little information has been made public, and I'm treading a fine line here, but I can tell you that the antenna that we found would have been considered almost meaningless to the ancient Mana who built the network. It encompasses dozens, even hundreds of similar antennae around the world. And even more mind-boggling is that the antennae are linked to even more hubs and facilities much larger than the little outpost we found. EC is building a map, but I haven't seen it. I've heard rumors that it circles the globe like a fishing net. Of course, with this major discovery, our recent elections have brought the Expansionist Party back to power, and they now have the majority in the Samcoma. Several prominent politicians have argued that the ancient Mana are speaking to us through the ages and are calling us to the future. They see this discovery of ancient technology as the true dawn of the Age of Ascendance, not the technology we've already found or created that brought us to where we are now. They have already voted on policy to give more funds to EC, and there are rumblings of the start of our space program, especially to land and explore what is on Braddock. I know some of them are jealous of your space program's progress. Not surprisingly, the bloc of environmentalist parties in the Samcoma have been yelling about the dangers of technology and the unknown risks we're supposedly taking. A central belief among Mana who support the environmentalist movement is that Haimavina herself created the Siddhas Anda to punish the ancient Mana for nearly ruining the planet. They argue that we grew too big, too fast, and polluted the environment until the world was almost inhabitable. They also believe in a living planet that could punish the Mana again if we begin to tip the balance away from nature. Protests have become a regular event in Hopnina, and even the people who are environmentalists are beginning to get tired of the situation. The expansionists haven't helped things either, running ads and giving speeches that paint the environmentalists as backwards children. Writing to you about this helps me pretend that I'm far away from all this nonsense, but it also gives me a balanced perspective. Obviously, I want EC to grow, and the explorer in me is dying to see Braddock Station, but I don't want us to harm the planet. Braddock isn't going to give us the evening sea wind and the smell of our forests at dawn. I grew up with my hands in the earth, watching seeds grow to become gardens. I'm not superstitious enough to think that the planet will punish us, but I am practical enough to know that we only have one homeworld, and we need to take care of it. In more fun news, Luna had babies, 3 of them in fact, and they are so adorable. I still can't believe Luna was ever a small ball of white fur like them. I almost forgot how sharp their claws are at that age. My mom says I owe her a new sofa. Once the babies are old enough, Luna's going to come back here and live with me, and my parents claim they're going to give the little ones away to the neighbors. My father has grown quite fond of the little male. He already named him Gunner, and he follows my father everywhere. It's pretty cute. Well, my friend, don't work too hard. Actually, no, work harder, so we can meet. Take care of you and Isnid, your friend, Irya.
Log entry, Vela 8, Vela Rotat 2580, Cycle 5 of the 5th Annual. My dear friend Irya, this is one of the saddest annuals in Velan history. 3 cycles ago, we gathered at the radio lab to watch the launch of our first satellite into Velan orbit. It was to be a monumental time for all of my planet. Just as the launch was about to happen and the pad was cleared, Father, Isnid, and I all sat watching the large vid screen in the lab and an explosion that destroyed the entire platform, and with it, the dreams
of all of us. We are still trying to come to grips with what happened. The Council is launching an investigation into the explosion, but most of us are still stunned. Everything checked out fine with no issues. I was working with the team that set up all of the communications arrays to talk with both the launch pad and the satellite on board. Iria, I flooded over this. I'm so thankful that Isnit and Father were with me. So much work went into this launch, and to see it all go up in flames. It was all I had worked towards for the last 3 rotats. Isnit held me close and consoled me, but Father was just speechless. I'm not even sure what to say or do at this point. It was truly devastating. I'm sure that we will be working for the next few annuals to go over all of the data. I have volunteered to help with the investigation that will be taking place, but it will take so much time. We still need to get to the pad in Trena R, which is burning even as we speak. I have worked out time with the lead of my team here to devote all of my efforts to uncovering what happened. Your news about your findings on Hymavina give me hope that our people may work through this. If your ancestors could create something so amazing as a base on Bradith, then maybe my people can recover from this horrible tragedy. I'm excited for you, well, as excited as I can get given what's going on here. I was intrigued that you said that it was not just a base, but a port. Could this be where the ship that you talked about before had landed? Did your people travel to and from Bradith? Also, your antenna system sounds like some of the towers we were installing. Our signals team has been working to configure them to provide positional data by triangulating the source and location of each tower. By using this, if you were in range of a tower, you would know precisely where you were on Vela at any given time. Maybe this is what your ancestors used those antennae for. Ours is very rudimentary right now, and not very accurate. There was talk of using the satellite to boost that signal, and if we were able to launch more, we could increase the accuracy of it. I hope we can see the cycle once we are through this. Well, there is no need to be jealous of our program now. This is a major setback for many of us. Maybe through the shared data that our planets are exchanging, we can help each other to get back on track. To be honest, most of us here are jealous of many of your findings. To think that your ancestors have actually been to space and were able to travel to Bradith and back again, it's something to be really proud of. I do believe that one day our people will make it to the stars and see what else is out among them. This event has only caused more tension in the Council. The La'arva sect say that this was our obsession with this new technology that brought upon this event, and that if we had only listened to them, that the area around Trena R would not be on fire right now. I do not know if anyone was hurt by this, but the damage to the area is extensive and has the potential to spread. They claim that those in La'ar of the Tumasur sect are to blame because of our blindness to the old ways. I just don't understand. If this launch would have gone the way it was supposed to, we would know and learn so much more about Vela. I wish that the La'ar Messur sect had a larger voice in the Council. Their beliefs align much more with my own. I love my planet and I don't wish to corrupt it, but I also wish to learn as much as I can about it and feel that the technology that we are researching is the best way to do it. I'm very happy for Luna and her school. We don't tend to keep animals around, instead we let them roam free, but I feel that from what I know of Luna, I would want to have a Farhund of my own. Do you think we could find a way to send one? I'm kidding, of course. Given what happened, I don't think I would want to attempt to send anything living out into space just yet. But I would love to give it bubbles and let it protect me in the way that Luna has protected you. Isnit has been there for me through all of this and has hardly left my side. She knows what this meant for me and how hard the next few cycles will be. I'm sorry that this message has not been as uplifting as the previous ones. I do hope all the best with your research. May the waves guide us all. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 8, 2259, 59th year in the Age of Ascendance. Irya Newspark, Communications Department, Federal Historical Research Expeditionary Corps. Hey, Gisto. I am devastated to hear about the destruction of the launch platform. I can't even imagine what you felt when that happened. How horrific. I hope nobody was killed or injured in the blast or the fires that followed. I am truly at a loss for words. My grandmother would tell you to learn from this and don't give up, but I know that this is much more personal for you and your father, especially your father. Your message was the first transmission we received about the platform. It arrived before the rest of the official messages. The EC has made significant changes to our security measures because of what happened on your platform. Many, including myself, think what happened on your planet may have been deliberate because of how much preparation your team went through prior to this historical endeavor. The one thing you should know about Mana, we are inherently a suspicious race. When something out of the ordinary happens, we immediately assume the worst because, well, the Siddhasanda happened. We still don't know what that was, so naturally, our paranoia tendencies take over. Many Mana and the EC are feeling this loss as well, and we are grieving with you. The VLAN space program gave a lot of people here motivation and hope for contact. As tragic as your loss has been, it might have ended up saving many lives here on my world. Changes to the security procedures and the fuel handling protocols could prevent this from happening here in Haimavina. Witnessing such an event can shatter morale and weaken everyone's spirit. I know it's been a few rotats, but how are you holding up, my friend? Please, please don't give up. I still believe that what you're doing is historical and worthwhile. It's also dangerous, so please take care of yourself as you work on the investigation. I'm happy to hear that Isn't was there and was able to comfort you and your father. Please embrace her for me. I know she must be feeling the effects as well. Please know that every Mana is thinking of you, Isn't, and your father. We are here for anything we can do. Your friend, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 9, Vela Rotat 2582, Cycle 2 of the 8th Annual. Dear friend Iria, the first Rotat after my last transmission was spent going over everything we could get our hands on to investigate the incident at the Tre Noir launch facility. It was an enormous undertaking and consumed every bit of my time here. The team at the radio lab allowed me to take the time to look into this, but eventually had to fill my position there. They promised that when it was done, I would be able to return, but it ended up being in a different role. As the tides would have it, this new role is closer to my father's work and his lab. I'm actually working at analyzing the signals that come in from Haimavina and working with the security team here on Vela to lock down some potential vulnerabilities in our system. It was discovered that a bomb was placed in one of the fuel dispensing towers at the launch pad. This was tied to a radio receiver so that no one would need to be on site to detonate it. It wasn't until all of the fires were finally out that we were able to recover this information, and that took 3 annuals to happen. Thankfully, no one was killed in the fires or the explosion, but many lost their homes as the area around the facility was evacuated. Some minor injuries were reported, and the fire response team suffered greatly from desiccation. Many were so dried out that they have had to take time off for extensive submersion therapy just to recover. Everything available was thoroughly examined, and there was much speculation on what caused the explosion. No drop was left unfiltered. We examined the new surveillance systems at both the launch facility and here in L'Ar. This new system is not the most accurate, but it still provided some much-needed views into what happened. All incoming and outgoing signals were poured over. Even the signals coming in from Haimavina were called into question. You see, the signal that I replied to, your signal, came in very close to the time of the explosion. I didn't read it until 3 cycles afterwards because the team there was holding on to it for suspicious activity. The Council even began to question all of the communications coming from and to your planet, and they were all checked over to ensure that nothing there could have triggered this detonation. Don't worry, they were all deemed safe and we were cleared to continue, but they did discover a signal that came from L'Ar, sent to Tre Noir. That was the cause. The security protocols you spoke about being implemented on Haimavina have actually been a great help on Vela.
Working closely with the team there, we have begun to analyze and implement many of those procedures here. So you are correct in that this tragedy could end up saving lives in the future. I just wish that it hadn't come at such a cost to the dreams and livelihood of my people. It's good that something like this has brought our people and yours closer together in solidarity, but I fear that it may have caused a greater divide among Velans. This came to a tipping point midway through the investigation. The La'ar Va sect had officially claimed responsibility for the destruction of the launch facility. They had planned this for a number of rotats and had infiltrated many of the departments that work in and around Trena-R. We are still not sure at the extent of their infiltration. I guess that your people's suspicions were well-founded and have raised the awareness of many Velans on the potential for threats here. I had thought that this sort of animosity among our people was long gone. I know that the protests were bad among our people, but I thought that the need for violent actions was long past. We have lived in relative peace for the last 1,000 rotats. There were always disagreements, but I never thought it would have to come to something like this. Due to this increased suspicion, we have begun to implement extensive background checks on many of the workers in both the launch facilities and here in La'ar. Thankfully, since mine and Father's lives have been so public for the last few rotats, we passed the checks with no issues. I know I speak for many Velans when I say that all of the comforting words your planet has sent has helped us heal from these horrible events, the destruction of the facility, and the aftermath of the investigation. Your words are a healing salve on our wounds. When your last message came in, it brought back all the memories of the event, but in a good way. I felt as if you were standing with me as it happened, and I felt your hand on my shoulder to give me comfort. That feeling was much needed, now more than ever. Towards the end of the investigation, the surveillance footage from La'ar was finally cleaned up and analyzed enough to find the true cause of the detonation. You see, the footage from the radio labs were some of the last to be examined, since most of the efforts were focused on the launch facility. Sadly, it was discovered that someone in the radio lab was able to send a detonation signal to the facility. That person was Isnid. Apparently during the events here, I didn't even notice that she had slipped away from the vid screen and was able to trigger a transmitter from one of the side offices. It was a timed delay device, and she was back by my side by the time it was triggered. We can only assume that she was waiting to be sure that the launch was underway. It makes my scales crawl to think of how she held me afterwards. When discovered, she claimed to be part of the La'ar Va sect and began working with them only 5 rotats previously. They had recruited her due to her work with the launch facility. She had since been arrested and was sentenced to execution. I could not bring myself to attend, so Father went instead. She was taken by skiff to the Northern Ocean and weighted down and dropped to the depths to be with our ancestors. Velans can stay underwater for about 1/4 tide before needing air. They stayed there for 4 to ensure that she had perished. I'm glad that I did not attend, but the events have weighed on me heavily. For the last rotat, I have barely been able to work or even sleep. I am often woken to nightmares of being unable to breathe as the waters close in around me. It's as if I am down there with her and we are both fighting for breath. My work here is just a distraction from my feelings, and I feel like I'm just going from cycle to cycle. I hardly speak to many of the team from the lab anymore, and I just come home and stare at the stars. This has torn me asunder, and I just don't know what to do anymore. May the waves guide me home. Gisto.
Log entry. Hymavina 9, 2261, 61st year in the Age of Ascendance. Iria Newspark, Communications Department, Federal Historical Research Expeditionary Corps. Gisto. I have no idea what to say in the wake of this terrible tragedy. If there was a way I could take your pain away, I would. I am so sorry for your loss. I know you cared for her deeply, and there was no way for me to even comprehend what you were feeling. No matter what, I am with you, even if I can't be there. EC has allowed me to write this transmission because of our close relationship and the kinship many here at EC feel for you and your father. We are shocked at the news and we are worried about you. It is not an exaggeration when I say that people think of you as family, and I've received an outpouring of support for you. My inbox is jammed with hundreds of messages from friends and colleagues who have asked me to send you and your father well wishes, healing waves, and love. Gisto, what I'm about to say is the hardest thing I've ever done. Please understand that nobody, not me or anyone else in EC, blames you for what happened. Please remember that. Here's the official statement from EC.
We here on Heimavina are all greatly saddened by the news that this tragedy was caused by someone we all felt we knew. However, we are horrified at the punishment the Council decided to give out. Yothians do not condone capital punishment under any circumstance, no matter the crime. We are disturbed that the Council would put someone to death so violently for a crime that did not kill any Velan. Many parties in the Samkoma have argued that we cannot judge the ways or practices of another culture, especially one that is actually alien to us. However, a number of politicians and prominent cultural leaders have equated the punishment to torture and have called into question our relationship with the Council and Vila. Their argument is that structures can be rebuilt and data can be recollected. The Council should have known that Heimavina and EC would have helped with any technology we had to restart your program. The Council's decision has become the center of a firestorm between expansionists and environmentalists, with each side claiming this confirms their core position. The entire world has an opinion, and while EC is highly valued in our society, there are serious discussions about whether we should continue communication at all.
Gisto, I will do what I can to convince my superiors not to cut off ties, but even EC must sometimes bend to the will of society. I don't blame you or your father, and I never will. I don't hold every Velan accountable for this horrific act, but I am a loyal EC officer. I am devastated that this will be the last official message from Heimavina until all parties here can agree on a way forward. Remember that small dot in the sky. Your friend always, Irya.
The following is a selection of personal logs that took place between Heimavina Transmission 9 and Heimavina Transmission 10. Many of the logs were corrupted and unable to be recovered. As far as we know, these transmissions never made it off of Vela. Our team has deciphered what we could and translated them for this release. Gisto's Journey. Cycle 1.
Dear Father, I'm sorry to have to leave you with the tensions the way they are right now, but as you know, I just don't feel comfortable here anymore. I have decided to book passage on a skiff headed for CNR. Being at the lab reminds me too much of the work that I have done there for both the satellite program and the time that I spent with her. I hope you will understand. I will write to you often and let you know that I am okay, but for now, I need this for myself. Your son, Gisto.
Cycle 28.
Dear friend Irya, I probably won't be sending this to you at all, but I needed a way to keep my thoughts from swimming away, and talking to you always seemed to help me focus. I have decided to leave La'ar. The pain of being there was too great for far too many reasons. I am sure you know what I mean by this. I have decided to travel via skiff to Sonoth and the city of CNR. It's where I was brought forth. They are a growing city there, and the ruling sect of the area is the La'ar Masur sect. The time it will take to complete this journey will allow me to take a look at my life and my decisions. I wish that we could still talk. I would love to hear a story about Futbolta or Luna right now. The skiff that I have booked passage on is a seaweed trawler, And thankfully, it wasn't terribly expensive, as long as I'm willing to chip in. I have done various jobs from fixing radio equipment to bringing in the latest batch of seaweed. The work is hard, but it keeps my mind off other things. I hope that while I'm traveling, the council can work through their differences, and that we may be able to talk again, but at this point, I'm just not sure. Your friend, Gisto. Cycle 62. Dear Father, do you remember how I always used to dream of traveling by any means? I humbly retract that statement. After the first annual, I have discovered that I really don't like being on a skiff above water. With the constant movement of the waves and the rocking and the... Well, that's the second time I have been sick today. Aside from this, the voyage is going well. I miss you a lot and hope that we should make landfall soon. Please tell my friends at the radio labs that I send them my best. Your son, Gisto. Cycle 74. Dear friend Irya, I sometimes ask myself why I continue to write these, knowing that they may never be seen by anyone. Then I realize that I'm mostly writing them to myself, and I have only myself to argue with. I have landed on the coast of Sonoth. I never thought I would be back here. Of course, I don't remember anything of my time here before, so I guess it's a new visit for me, right? The voyage across the sea was eventful. Between doing odd jobs around the skiff and spending time with some of the other passengers, and losing most of what I ate along the way, I would still consider the time well spent. I even got to learn how to cook a decent seaweed souffle. I will be sure to send the recipe when I get the chance. I am sure you can find some sort of substitute on Hymavina if you don't have seaweed. Sadly, the journey is not quite over yet. The next leg is to take a land skiff to Folinar, where I may have to find work for a bit to get enough money to take a rail skiff to Cianar. From there, I will see if I can get work at the Cianar radio telescope. It's not as big and fancy as the La'ar one, but it works, and I know that they need help with it. I hope you got the messages I've been sending. I need you to know that I'm okay, and that I'm on my way home. My access has been very limited since I have been at sea, and there are only a few towers here and there in Sonoth, but it has been enough to send a small message to be transmitted to you, back to my friends at the lab in La'ar. They weren't able to send a full message, just a few words, but they said that they would help wherever they could. Please tell everyone there that I'm okay, and that I hope to talk again soon. Your friend, Gisto. Cycle 83.
Dear Gisto, I hope the waves are guiding you. Your father wanted to send this, but he's been in meetings for the past few cycles and very distracted. You would be very proud of him. The way he has stood up to the council and fought with them to bring back transmissions from Hymavina has been incredible. He's also kept all of us up to date with your adventures. Did you really sail with the full school of Seki trailing behind you? It sounds amazing. I know that your father wishes you were still here. Most of us at the labs do as well. But your tales give us hope and put our minds at ease. I will pass along your latest well wishes to Dezun, and I am sure he will write back to you soon. Please take care of yourself. Amai.
Cycle 92. Dear Amai, thank you for taking care of Father while I'm away. Knowing you are there to help him has eased my worrying immensely. Signal is weak here, so I can't send much. Please give him my love. Gisto. Cycle 126. Dear Amai, whoever installed these towers in Sonoth needs to have their nose flaps torn off and shoved up their... This word was untranslatable. The clarity is garbage, and the interns in my first Rotat Junior School could do a better job at running the cables. Your last few messages have been a great help in reconfiguring some of the ancient artifacts they call radio towers here. I had almost forgotten about recalibrating the induction lines. It's just been so long since working on anything this old. I really appreciate all the help that you've been able to give. Your friend, Gisto. Cycle 150. Dearest friend Iria, yet another message to the depths. I have arrived in CNR. I guess I had gotten too used to the clean lines and buildings of La'ar. CNR is nice, but it's not as well maintained as La'ar was. I guess I just miss my home and my residential building. I even miss my clunky old transmitter. All I have here is my personal terminal, and I'm able to tap into the towers here to send messages locally. I have applied to the CNR radio lab, and I'm still waiting for a response. In the meantime, I've been trying to make do with odd repair jobs around here. It's enough for me to rent a room just outside of town. There are transit streams to get around, but they aren't the cleanest. Maybe I should apply to help with the cleaning standards committee. I feel like I need to wash each time I get out of one of these streams. I bet I smell as bad as one of your ice lions. Father tells me that he has been making headway with the council, but that it's been getting mired by the arguments between the sects. I'm just so glad to be away from all of the noise there and to focus on the things that actually matter, making life better for Vela and for myself. If I get the chance, I will try to send word that I have arrived here. Please take care of yourself. Gisto. Cycle 180. Dear Amai, hopefully this message finds you well. It should, since I practically had to rework all of the transmission protocols at the CNR lab. You are the first person to hear the boosted signal from here. Hopefully that will bring a smile to your face. Please tell Father that all is well and that I have secured work here and will be sending something to him soon. Have you heard anything from Jaimavina yet? I just know that we will soon. I have faith in the area. Your friend, Gisto.
Log entry, Jaimavina 10, 2263, 63rd year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. I hope you received this message, and I truly hope you're doing okay. I feel awful that when you most needed a friend, I was not there. I hope you can forgive me. I will understand if you can't. I guess we are way past childhood messages shown by my teacher in class. EC basically required me to send that official statement to you in my last transmission. I did not have a choice. However, I did keep my promise, and I tried to convince my superiors to change their stance on communications with Vila. In fact, I made more noise than I should have. No, I wasn't fired. But when another opportunity presented itself, I took it without a second thought. I figured it was my next wave. I now work as a science and technology correspondent with the Yothian Communications Network, or JCN. I still work with EC, but now I report on what they're doing instead of presenting what they want me to say. As far as I can tell, my messages are no longer broadcast publicly. I'm writing to you from a commercial transmitter and terminal that I purchased. I still have to use EC antennas, and I'm sure someone at EC could gain access if they really made an effort, but EC is pretty busy right now, and I doubt that I'm that high of a priority. Even if they do access these transmissions, I don't work for them anymore, and there's very little they can do to stop me. Well, things on Jaimavina have changed a lot in the last few years. Braddock Station and the global network are just the bottom of the valley. Most importantly, I wasn't allowed to tell you how far along EC really is with their space program. Senior officials within EC wanted to surprise Vila, but your launch platform tragedy messed up their plans, and it was decided that bragging in the face of your loss was not the right thing to do. Everyone at the time felt it was frost in your eyes, so EC made the decision to offer whatever assistance they could. I almost said we. Force of habit. Anyway, EC at the time of your tragedy had already successfully launched satellites. EC Aeronautical Labs are currently designing manned spacecraft intended to land on and return from Braddock Station. My sources inside EC tell me there haven't been any successful versions yet, but there have been serious injuries among test pilots. Nothing deliberate as far as I can tell, but mistakes have been made due to the accelerated process. Everything else, they're keeping quiet. EC officers and staff are now subject to intense scrutiny and security checks, and that has limited my knowledge of the advanced projects. However, there are rumblings of a new department within EC that is focused on global defense. I think it's a reaction to the radical sect on Vila that targeted your program, and what we may encounter as we expand into other parts of the system. Honestly, I can't say I really disagree. I guess we were all naive to think that all cultures or their governments out there are benign and peaceful. Our societies, at their core, are very similar. Velans and Mana desire all the same things: success, happiness, family, friendship. I think that's why the Council's response to the attack shook us so strongly, that a society we view as similar to ours would treat one of their own so harshly. Many here fear if the Council would do that to one of their own, what would they do to us? The one bit of good news that's come out of all of this is that the various parties in the Samkoma have not only come to an agreement, but for the first time in Yothian history, they are working together. There are still fringe parties making counterpoints, but it appears they just want to get airtime on JCN so they can score imaginary political points. I don't know if you will ever get this, or if it'll ever reach you, but I wanted to let you know that I'm still out here, and I'm listening. May the waves guide and protect you, Gisto. Iria.
Log entry: Vela 10. Vela Rotat 2585. Cycle 14 of the third annual. Iria, I am adrift at the arrival of your message. I have suffered such a range of emotions that I'm not even sure what to feel anymore. I used to be angry that after all we had been through, that in my deepest quarter-tide of need, you left me. I had just been betrayed by the closest person to me, and it felt like my next closest friend just swam away. Then a voice in my head told me not to give up, to keep pushing through the pain and rise above the water seeking to drag me under, to keep looking at that small dot in the sky. It was your voice. You didn't leave me. I reread the transmission you sent and the official statement over and over. It wasn't you. Those weren't your words. They couldn't be. My friend wouldn't treat me with such disregard. She wouldn't hurt me this way. She couldn't. Isn't was a catalyst, but only to light the fuse on a hurt that was already waiting to happen. The pain caused by her actions was felt across our entire system. Our council is still in shambles. Much of it a reaction to Jaimavina's statement. New debates about whether an alien culture should interfere with ours. Long gone are the days when we could just send friendly messages to and fro. Your Samkoma decided to pass judgment on an event without truly understanding the ramifications of those judgments. The explosion decimated Trainoir. The fires burned for 3 annuals and claimed the homes of thousands of Velans. The economic impact of losing the facility and the homes around it is shallow to the comparison of the environmental impact that explosion caused to the southern coast of Senoth. The city may never be rebuilt. I don't believe that the land there will ever be able to support life again. When I say that Isnid left a scar on Vela, I mean that literally. Do I believe that she should have been put to death for this? Honestly, I don't know. I want to be able to feel again, but right now I can't. Our space program is at a standstill. With so much arguing in the council, I don't think much of anything is getting done. I get reports from Father and his assistant every now and then. It sounds like Father is trying to make headway, but it's very slow sailing. I wish they could all just stop arguing. I'm really proud of you for standing up for yourself against those who would impose their views on you. I hope that your new position with the JCN allows you the freedom to be who you want to be. You and I are not defined by our planets or our people, and our planets and people are not defined by us. I think I had forgotten this after being in the spotlight for so long because of a silly little youth project that grew to mean so much more to me. After a lot of thought, it was time for me to also catch the next wave. I left La'ar. For a while I wasn't sure where I would go. I worked on a skiff for passage. I sailed the ocean. I landed in Sanath and worked odd jobs until I found myself in Cianar. Cianar is the capital of the La Masur sect, and just off the northern coast of Sanath. It's also where I was brought forth, my original home.
I got a position at the radio lab here based on my experience from La'ar. It took a while because they were trying to avoid all the publicity that unfortunately is tied to my name. When they realized that my talents with the equipment could help with the age and state of the radio telescope there, the tide justified the undertow. The radio telescope here is not as strong, or as new, or as good as the one in La'ar, but I'm hopeful that I can help them to update their systems. Forever adrift. Gisto. Log entry, Vela 10, Addendum, Vela Rotat, 2585, Cycle 19 of the third annual. My dear long-lost friend Iria, a few Sidruses later and I feel lost in the sea. I was too harsh. I miss my friends. I miss you. I miss our conversations. I wrote to you on my travels. I probably won't send them because so much has changed. Wow, the Sidrus in CNR is stronger than in La'ar. You know, I'm so foolish. All this time I imagined you here, and I never even asked what you look like. How could I have been so... What is the word? What are words? Whoa. Where are my pants? I think I need to sleep now. May the Sidrus guide you. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 11, 2265, 65th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. I'm so glad to hear from you, and to know that you're doing well. Your first message broke my heart, and I wasn't sure how to respond. And then I got your second message, and I laughed out loud. I think you're allowed as many of those Sidras as you want, my friend. So, you're at home in Sonoth. You did make it back. That's great. How's the radio lab rebuilding going? What do I look like? I guess I never did tell you. Well, we are bipedal like the Vela. Our hands are not webbed, and we have 5 digits. However, 2 of them are opposable. I keep my nails fairly short because I use a keypad for work. Our skin tone is basically the color of snow, though many mana have natural variations in warmer and darker hues. We have hair on our heads that is also generally the color of snow, and some urban Yothians like to dye their hair in various colors depending on what is in fashion. I don't. Personally, I wear my hair in fletta, which are tight, rope-like braids. It's something I've done since working in my parents' greenhouse, because it's easy to pull back and keep out of my face. The stylists at JCN want me to take them out because they view my hair as too traditional for camera, whatever that's supposed to mean. Honestly, removing fletta is a pain, because you basically have to cut off all your hair, which I have no intention of doing, so I told them to go jump in the ocean. One of my fellow correspondents has a series of earrings that go up to the tip of his ears, and they told him to take them out too, because they are also considered too traditional. He had the same response. So, there we are on the nightly news panel with my fletta and his earrings. We're rebels. Well, in other news, the Samcoma have agreed to allow EC to re-establish formal contact with Vela. I know that many have argued for this change, and several of my sources tell me that a number of senior scientists and engineers threatened to quit if contact was not re-established. Most of EC employees are practical, pragmatic people who believe that while we should be careful, we can't wall ourselves off from Vela or the rest of the universe. Also, since you got my message, I can assume that my friends at EC are still looking out for us. However, one can never be too careful. I still have to use EC's antenna array, but I have attached my transmitter code to this data packet. When you respond, key in the code at the beginning of your transmission and it'll automatically message the processing within EC's system that should shunt your message directly to me. A couple of my programmer friends at EC set this up as a backdoor, so we can have some privacy, but if EC turns off their transmitters, I'll be locked out again. Speaking of the Samcoma, Cooperation within the chamber continues, and honestly, Justo, it's a little spooky. As a reporter, right now we're saying a lot of both parties agree as we summarize debates or laws being enacted. A lot is getting done, but I'm not sure it's good in the long term that nobody is challenging some of the policies being discussed. Remember that new Global Defense Department I told you about? Well, EASY is calling it the Planetary Defense Unit, and it's being trained like a small military unit. This is what happens when environmentalists convince expansionists that the best offense is a good defense. I used to think this was a good idea. Now I kind of agree with those who are feeling uneasy about it. We really don't have a tradition of armed groups on High Mavina, at least not that I'm aware of. Anyway, enough about politics. I have a story that I think might lift your spirits. Remember how I told you that Luna was going to come live with me and help Nina? Well, she is here, in front of the fireplace, getting brushed by my boyfriend Christian. Farhoons are friendly animals, but they usually bond with one mana. Apparently, Luna has traded me in for belly rubs and treats. You see, Farhoons are rare, but even more rare in cities, where you find smaller plothoons and gistoons. Luna is a pretty big girl, even for a Farhoon, but she's very adaptable considering her size. When we go for walks, Yothians are usually taken aback because they've never really met a Farhoon in person. On the other hand, kids adore her, and they will run up to her, hug her, and they even try to ride her. She loves it. She lays down, she lets them rub her belly, she gives them wet kisses. There are so many children's stories about Farhoons. I think the little ones just see her and they think of her as something magical. My favorite story is about a group of kids who got lost while exploring the woods. A Farhoon pack found them and huddled with them to keep them warm. The kids shared their food and the pack led them back to town. But when the kids got to town, the Farhoons disappeared. The children left food out for the pack, hoping they would come back, but they never did. Then many years later, on a night of a really bad blizzard, the Farhoon pack pawed at the door of the now-grown Mana home. Recognizing the animals who saved his life as a child, the young Mana let them inside, fed them, and gave them a warm place to sleep. There are many versions of the story, but my favorite part is that nobody can agree if we domesticated the Farhoons or they domesticated us. Regardless, now we can't get them to lead us anywhere, and they take up all the room in our beds. Christian read someplace that Farhoons love fermented shark meat, so we brought some over for her as a treat. Not only does she love it, she sits by the drawer where I store it, hoping that I will give her another piece. She's an addict. What Christian neglected to tell me was how bad the meat smells. And if you think it smells going in, oh, the lights above, does it smell coming out? Luna has gassed us out of my flat on several occasions, and neither of them seem to be the least bit embarrassed about the whole thing. I would love to send you one of her puppies to cheer you up. They are great snugglers, good listeners, and they love to play in the water. Luna usually splashes through every pond, puddle, and fountain she finds. I used to think nothing smelled worse than a wet Farhoon, but now I know better. The only problem is Farhoons eat mostly fish, and she may mistake you for a snack. Maybe I won't send you one. Your friend always, Iria.
Decryption key phase. I believed that this was important to your father. Input. Thoka. Decryption complete. Log entry. Vela 11. Vela Rotat 2587. Cycle 12 of the second annual. My friend Iria, if you were reading this, then the encryption key worked. I have been spending a lot of time working on new encryption protocols at the lab here, and I felt like we should have some more privacy in our messages. Working up these encryption routines has certainly helped my focus and gave me something to keep my mind busy. Not to mention that it will increase the security of all signals going through the Velen network. With all that's going on, I never know who may be watching, so better to float than sink. I'm attaching the encryption information to this message so that you can use it to send your messages. I had to go back into my logs of messages to find the second signal you referred to, and now I'm so embarrassed. I believe that I mentioned that Sidrus can make you do things that you didn't expect. I'm sorry that you had to experience me in that state.
The last few rotats were a bad time for me, and I've done things that I never expected or even thought myself capable of. Some of them worked out well, others, well, I blame the Sidrus for that. Yes, I'm in CNR now. It's very strange being here knowing that this is where I was from, but having no memory of this place. I know that many of my school are from here, and some still live nearby, but even after living here for a while, I still have had no communication with them. I think that my closeness with the incident at La'ar has caused them to keep their distance. The CNR lab is hard work. As I mentioned, it's not as well equipped as La'ar, but the Velans here seem much more genuine, and it feels like the work matters more here. I feel more at home, and I have started to make friends with my coworkers again. It truly was a hard road to travel moving from La'ar. Many of my friends saw the state that I was in and encouraged me to seek help. At first, I didn't want to listen to anyone, and it felt like it was only going to get worse. But seeing their concern, I relented, and I finally sought counseling at one of the clinics. With their help, the support of my friends here, and the thought of letting Father and you down, I'm working to get better. It's time to not be angry or sad anymore. There are bigger things happening in the universe, and my work here is actually helping the people in CNR and all of Vela. Even though I barely remember sending it, I can't believe I never asked you about what you look like. I knew generally from working with Father about your people, so I had an idea, but knowing about you specifically is different. I feel very silly for not asking sooner. We don't have any strange hair colors here on Vela, probably due to the lack of hair, and most of us tend to avoid any sort of piercings due to the drag it creates while swimming. But there are always a few who like to push the limits. I am not one of them. I like to blend in as it makes observing life around me a little easier. I'm glad to hear that your EC has allowed communications to flow again between Jaimavina and Vela. Father and his assistant have been filling me in on the talks in the council. Usually it's his assistant that sends the messages to me, as Father is always busy. I hear from him now and then, and I know he has been worried about me. They said that they are even attempting to start the youth program again. The transmissions for it would be heavily monitored, so it would be much more public here than it was before. This makes my encryption protocols even more important. I'm very happy to hear that you have found someone in your life that makes you and Luna happy. He sounds like a nice mana, and it would appear that he treats both of you very well. Your story about the Farhuns reminds me of an old fable about the Saki here. Many rotats ago, there was a great conflict, and Xeonoth had sent a large fleet of skiffs to Sonoth. Unfortunately, they did not account for the shifting weather patterns in the northern regions of Vela. This proved disastrous for the fleet, and many of the skiffs were destroyed by the rain and, if you can believe it, snow. Well, the wreckage was very close to the northern shore of Sonoth, and the survivors were rumored to say that the only way they made it to shore was because a huge school of Saki were guiding them to the land. Some even said that they rode the Saki. This school went back and forth, shuttling the survivors to the land and helping them to survive. Those that made it settled in the area, and that's how CNR was founded. I knew that the Saki were smart, but I love the fact that they were heroes as well. Since my work here has me busy, I haven't been as attentive to the news that has been going on, but I have heard that things are not going well in La'ar. Word has it that Chonar has actually cut all ties with La'ar over the continued work on the space program. I guess that some smaller satellites with surveillance technology have been launched recently. Nothing fancy, just enough resolution to see the layout of Vela and help with understanding climate and geology. Chonar is concerned about spying and have even gone and implemented sanctions on all of Sonoth. This could be problematic since much of the food and materials comes from Sonoth. The diplomatic teams here in CNR are trying to mediate, but as always, it's slow. There are even rumors of some signal towers around Chonar being shut down. All of our communications from CNR to Chonar are being done by messengers and negotiation teams. I do hope that something can get worked out soon. I fear that prolonged sanctions could cause serious problems for my friends back home. Please give Luna bubbles for me and tell Christian that if he hurts you, I will only think bad thoughts about him until the stars burn out. May the waves guide us, Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 12, 2267, 67th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. Nice work on the encryption. I think it worked. I'm really happy to hear that you sought help when you needed it. I am encouraged to hear that your society is open to support through communication. We also have that here. However, it took many years for that practice to become accepted in society. There are still some who make jokes about it, but I know it's saved many people's lives, sanity, and relationships. I think those people are ignorant Fiska. I just came back from a lovely naming ceremony for a child of my friends John and Ziggy. Naming ceremonies are special events because Mana couples usually only have one child. Once the child is born, it's accustomed to wait a fortnight before giving it a name. It's a silly old tradition that dates back to the terrible times right after the Siddhasanda, when infant death rates were very high. The tradition says that if a baby survives, which they always do thanks to miracles of modern medicine, there's a huge celebration to welcome the new Mana into society. The main event is a touching ceremony where the newly named child, in this case Eon, is presented to their parents to the gathering of family and friends. The names are often chosen to remember family members who have passed away or important events. Another part of the ceremony, again, an old practice linked to superstition, is that no one except the parents are actually allowed to touch the child in order to prevent the spread of disease. Family and friends write well wishes on colorful ribbons and tie them to the child's crib. Usually by the end, the child is completely asleep or crying because they're so tired. Honestly, it's really just an excuse to have a big party. This party was particularly fun because this time of year, Aluda sets very late, and the party went well on into the night. As far as the story with Christian goes, we were only together for about half a year. We parted on good terms, but truth be told, I think he was a fame seeker. He always wanted to go out to fancy openings and restaurants because he wanted to be seen dating someone famous. He seemed to like the idea of dating Iria Newspark more than actually dating me. My grandmother warned me of these types. He wasn't a bad guy, and Luna liked him, and Hoons, in general, are pretty good judges of character. Luna pretends to miss him, but I'm pretty sure she mostly misses the treats he would bring over. I miss other things. Alta Mary Fiska Sonju. Besides, I'm pretty young to be in a serious relationship. Manas generally live for over a century. Longer if I stopped going up to base camp for field segments. So no need to think badly of him. So what's going on between the sex? Is something happening on one of the other continents? And is your father okay? Please send him my greetings. So, tell me about Sennar. What is it like? I imagine that you live in a seaside city with walkways on the beaches. That's weird. I think of your cities much like ours. Isn't that funny? It's hard to picture something alien because we automatically visualize our own understanding. What I feel is normal may be something radically different from you, but it means the same thing. Your friend always, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 12. Vela Rotat 2589, cycle 10 of the 4th annual. Iria, I am glad that the encryption is working well. We have started to use it here in some areas, and it has proven very helpful for keeping things private. These are interesting times we live in now. In the past, we have always been a very open society, and have shared information freely. But now many Velans are much more guarded with the things that they are working on. The counseling has been going very well. It has helped me to see things more clearly and put a lot of what happened into perspective. In the past, we have all been very mindful of our mental health and always willing to help where needed. It was only since this major shift that I and many others have shied away from openness and been more withdrawn with our problems and concerns. My counselor has helped me to see that the events that are happening around me are not necessarily of my causing, and that I need to see the bigger picture. It has also been helpful to work on affecting the things that I can change and worry less about the things that I can't. Your naming ceremony sounds fascinating. I love that you're able to be with the friends you have and have a good time. I think we all need that.
I also love that your families can come together to celebrate such a great event. I hope that one day we can do the same here. I know that the schools in La'ar and even some in CNR are learning to come together, and I think that there are many positive outcomes. Sadly, naming here is much less formal. I think that my father said that I was named for the sound that the breeze and the water makes when crashing against the rocks. When I looked it up, it works out to mean flowing wind, but in the older text, it literally translates to passing wind. Please don't tell anyone that. The fact that you have so many traditions based on the time of the Siddhistanda makes me wonder that if so many people could barely survive, this may be why your people were so hurt over the death of one of ours. If I didn't mention it before, I'm very sorry that you and your people had to experience that. My counselor says that it wasn't my fault, but I still feel partially to blame. Sorry to hear about you and Christian. He did sound nice, and I can't fault Luna for taking a liking to him. If you were to show me the right treats, I would follow you home too. Maybe not fermented shark meat, though. I would hate to live up to my naming. The idea that someone would spend time with you just to be seen in the spotlight is bothersome, though. I spend most of my time trying to avoid the spotlight. CNR is a very quaint and lovely city. It's very different from La'ar. Many of the buildings here date back to nearly 1,000 rotats. Where La'ar tends to gloss over a lot of our history and uses mostly metal and processed cement for their buildings to make everything clean and angled, CNR seems to have embraced old Velen culture and relies on traditional building techniques of clay and brick. It has been nicknamed the Red City because of the colors of all of the old structures. This place is so rich in history as opposed to back home. This is probably why I wasn't so great in history. I wasn't living in it like I am here. I have actually learned so much more about our culture since living here. Looking into the past events of my people has both raised concerns and given me hope for the future. I haven't heard much coming from Father's office lately. It has been many cycles since they've sent anything, and it's a little worrisome, but I also know that he tends to get wrapped up in projects, and I'm sure he will write soon. Aside from that, things have been very quiet, and honestly, I'm okay with that. When I hear from him, I will pass on your well wishes. All of this research into our history and the events that led us to where we are have inspired me to look into a different position. I've been thinking of working with the diplomatic corps. They tend to travel more and mediate on the behalf of the council and the La'ar Mesur sect. I know that they need more technical people to help with setting up networks and communications between the teams and the cities. Who knows, maybe I could help negotiate treaties between our people. I will let you know if anything comes of it. So what about your manned missions? You said that the EC were working on sending someone to Bradith Station. Did that happen? It's sad to think of any test pilots that may have lost their lives or been injured in the process of making something so eventful happen. I know that your people will mourn them in a hero's fashion. I grieve for any lives lost, especially for those who are working towards making lives better for all. Sometimes the best that we can do is to take a look at all the good that someone has brought you and embrace it, and remember the bad and learn from it. Next Rotat will mark 10 since the tragedy of Trenoir. We won't forget what happened, but we will learn from it and come together to move forward. May the waves guide us. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 13, 2269, 69th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, passing wind. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I told Luna, but she's a good secret keeper. So, did you end up joining the diplomatic corps? We don't have much need for that here, since we are one society. But I can definitely see how it would help on Vila, especially given the political divisions you've told me about. I think you have a great level approach, and I can imagine you would be fantastic at helping people communicate. Speaking of the political situation on Vila, have the relations between Chonar and Lara normalized, or are they still refusing to communicate with one another? That sounds like a very difficult situation. Have you heard from your father? And how's he doing? How's his research going? Hopefully, he is well. A lot of things here have changed in the past few years, so let me bring you up to speed on our exploration efforts. EC Aeronautical Labs, or ECAL, as they've rebranded themselves, I know, I rolled my eyes too. Which is the organization responsible for managing our space program, is up and running. This isn't perhaps shocking to you, but remember that ECAL didn't exist 8 years ago, and we'd never been to space. It's a wonder what can be done when the Samcoma agrees to transfer 27 Hamdar to a budget that no one is ever going to be allowed to audit. To give you some perspective, the yearly operating budget for the city of Hopnina is 2.3 Hamdar for a population of just under 2 Sindar mana. And while that might seem like a lot, it covers everything, including our education, transportation, ports, law enforcement, and healthcare systems. The amount of money ECAL is burning through is simply staggering. I'm beginning to think this is like an old Segelbator, which is just a hole in the water you throw money into. Don't get me wrong, I'm an expansionist, but there is no oversight. Well, disturbingly little. Read that as functionally none. ECAL claims it will audit itself, which has got to be the oldest bureaucratic trick in the book. I can't think of a single instance where that turned out well for the one transferring the money. Complaining aside, nobody can argue with the fact that ECAL has been conducting manned orbital missions to survey Bradith and its twin moon, Randir. They're clearly spending the money somewhere, and I bet they're even making a nice profit from the toy and t-shirt merchandising deals. Not to mention that every single Yothian child now wants to grow up to be an EC astronaut. Ha! Yes, Gisto, fair enough. I did want to be an explorer, but it isn't cool now because nobody wants to stay on the ground. I can only imagine how hard it is to get into my old academy. I probably couldn't get in now, even with perfect scores and a famous grandmother. Any future kid I have is frosted. Anyway, the launches are now a monthly occurrence, and some of the environmentalists have begun voicing their concerns about the pace of the launches and the potential impact on the environment. Those voices are a few for now, but it's hard to change your opinion on something you've already voted yes to. Anyway, in the wake of the discovery on Bradith Station, a team of astronomers started to survey Randir, hoping to locate the same signatures. This has been a real technological challenge because Randir's orbit is farther out. You know what? Before I go into what we've discovered, let me tell you a little bit about our system so you have some perspective. Although it occurs to me that you probably know more about it than I do because of how closely your father works with the EC astronomers. Okay, get ready for an elementary school education in astronomy. The system of our star Aluda has 4 planets. The first is Scumascote. It is the smallest and the closest to Aluda. It's basically an orbiting rock. There is no atmosphere. Vicini is the next planet. It has a very thin atmosphere, but EC scientists have told me it would be like trying to breathe on the summit of one of the twin sisters. Vicini has a small moon named Carasta, which is a floating rock. In pictures, it almost looks like it protects Vicini with all the craters. The next one is the Mana homeworld of Haimavina, with our 2 moons. Farther out is Rathajoust, a large gas giant with 7 moons. One of those is named Enderfidor, which is about the same size as Scumascote. It probably could be classified as a planet in its own right. This topic is a favorite discussion among EC astronomists who have had too much to drink at the holiday parties. It's honestly why they rarely get invited to things, and telling you all about this is giving me flashbacks to my younger days as an EC intern. Okay, back to Randir. ECAL survey scientists looking at Randir have located what they think is a station that is similar, but smaller, to the one located on Bradith. The installation on Randir appears to have fewer but perhaps a smaller port and other facilities. ECAL astronomers theorize that Randir's base is older, perhaps even the original Mana space-based facility, due to its size and types of facilities ECAL thinks they can identify. Some people I've spoken to within ECAL think that the Randir base was used as a research facility, and the Bradith station, because it's so much larger, was commercial. I mean, just based on that old message we've collected, it seems like a workable theory. Obviously, we won't know for certain until we can get astronomers up there to explore the sites. To answer your next question, because it was mine when I was interviewing one of the astronomers about this whole discovery, yes, it does sound odd that we didn't notice Randir's station before. She said that even though you know it's there, it's nearly impossible to find. We're talking about an ice cube floating in the ocean. When I look at the pictures and I realize how large both Bradith and Randir are, it makes a lot of sense. We could have looked at those moons for centuries and not found anything. Collecting that signal was a stroke of luck. Well, talk to you soon, Passing Wind. I promise, that's the last time. Your friend always, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 13, Vela Rotat 2591, Cycle 2 of the second annual. Iria. Top of my to-do list is to contact a friend at the Academy of Ocean Sciences and to add Iria to the list of potential names for the next species of sea slug that gets discovered. This will stay on that list, just in case that nickname ever returns. With regards to your ECAL, I have no words. The amount that you are describing sounds like a lot of money that could help a lot of mana on your planet. I completely understand the drive to get into space and to learn more about the signals you are seeing, but to have no oversight and no way of knowing what that money is going to seems unfathomable to me. The council here would be a storm of rage if any agency sought to do something like that here. I'm sure that Tre Noir was only a small fraction of that sum, and you saw what happened with that. Is it possible that they have other plans for that funding that may not be in line with your general populace? I've been learning a lot more about politics in general, and much of it seems that people just want to expand their own interests and their own goals. There has been talk of funding a rebuild of Tre Noir, as it was the best location for launches, but that is still being debated. In the meantime, there have been more launches for satellites. Most of these are focused on Vela and learning more about our planet, but some have been pointed outward. I believe that a few are dedicated to communications with your planet. They act as relays for the radio labs here and in La'ar. The others are for examining the rest of our system. We have 2 large asteroids that orbit Vela, Chone and Chona, that look like they may have been one a long time ago. Vela may have had a moon, but something happened to split it in 2. The scientists are still studying the data, but I doubt it will be near as interesting as what you get from your bases on Randar and Bradith. I know we are still a long way off from sending a Velan into space. I'm sure there would also be a line of people ready to go like on Haimavina. As much as I would love to be one of them, I fear that by the time it happens, I will be far too old. I just hope that I can at least see the cycle, that we take that first swim into a new sea. Have you seen any of the images yet from the mana who have been up? Does your planet look different from above? Oh, the wonders they must be seeing. I can also imagine the excitement of your scientists discovering more and more about your moon bases. Just think of all of the answers those places could hold about your people's past. Please keep me updated. As for things here, I have been officially reassigned to the Diplomatic Corps and am getting ready for my first mission venturing down into Chunar. We have been asked to provide mediation between the Council and the La'ar sect. I mean, I probably won't be doing much mediation, as I'm just there to set up networks and provide communication assistance. Nothing like being a technical support engineer to a bunch of the above-mentioned politicians. On the uptide, I finally get to ride in an air skiff. I know they're fairly commonplace now, but I still have yet to be on one. Hopefully, I won't get as sick as I did on the skiff voyage here from Senoth. Our journey starts in Chonar, but we'll venture all the way down to the southern coast to meet with all of the separate subfactions. Tensions have been very high as of late, and Senoth is feeling the impact of the sanctions that Chonar has applied. Sadly, food is the biggest concern. Costs have gone up dramatically, and many people in smaller cities around La'ar are being hurt. The goal is to get supply lines running again at least. There have been a few skirmishes in some areas around Sonoth, mostly from folks just trying to get access to food. I'm hopeful that we can turn the tide and work things out before the waters get too deep. There was a very small incident out the council's main building in La'ar. It seems that someone broke in during an important debate and attempted to set off some sort of explosive device. The device was something that we've never seen before, using what looked like ground-up black rocks. Well, thankfully the device failed due to moisture, and the whole attempt failed. The downside to this is that Father was next to talk in the debates, and because of the attack, the whole building went on lockdown. Afterwards,
He and many of the other council members were put into protective custody for nearly a full annual. He's okay and no one was hurt. This certainly explained why I was unable to reach him for a while. A few cycles after the incident, his assistant contacted me and let me know what was going on and that everyone was safe. I'm sure that your people will be pleased to know that the punishment for this incident was merely a short imprisonment. The assailant was released back to Chonar and his travel access was revoked. The device he used, though, is troublesome. After the forensics team was able to examine it, they said that once dried out, it could have done some serious damage. I'm not sure where this type of material is coming from. It's very disturbing. Well, I'm glad I was able to send this out before leaving. I'm going to have all my messages routed through Father's office while I'm gone. He will be forwarding them on to me should anything come in. He is aware of the encryption as well. I don't hide anything from him, so feel free to do the same. Also, Sea Slug. May the waves guide you. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 14, 2271, 71st year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey Gisto. Well, I'm back up at base camp working on a news segment about the ancient network array EC has been exploring. As I get ready for this show, I'm really struck by how incredible that the first discovery was 14 years ago. Even more mind-blowing is how much has been found in those years, now that we know what we're looking for. The ancient mana were so much more advanced than we realized. What's maybe more incredible, on a personal level, is that about 20 years ago, I was just an intern up here. Aside from the discoveries, not much has changed about base camp. Well, it's definitely bigger, and there are more residential buildings and research facilities, but it's basically the same town. You would think with all the money EC has, they could freshen up base camp, but apparently not. They even serve the same pickled fiska and day-old bread in the cafeteria. I come up here fairly frequently, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but it really dawned on me the other day that it's been 20 years since the first time I walked off the hopper pad into base camp. 20 years since I looked at the glaciers and thought I was on another planet. 20 years since I was attacked by an ice lion. Funny enough, while I was wandering around base camp yesterday, having this epiphany, I ran into my old friend Thaya, who is now a site director up here. She told me I was at least the 7th person she's run into that same day from our time back when we were interns. Naturally, we tracked everyone down, and it turned into a little academy class of 2250 reunion. We swapped stories, laughed about pranks we pulled, and caught everyone up on what and where people are now. I'm a little ashamed to say that after many rounds of drinks, the intern stone was reinitiated. Don't ask, it's a long and unflattering story. The night went off the glacier when Bjorn pulled out a secret stash of 25-year-old proxy, and the night turned into mostly yelling drunken sailing songs. I'm happy that my flight wasn't this morning. Being hungover on a hopper is one of the worst experiences on Hymavina. Anyway, I wanted to give you a preview of what we have found up here, and what I'll be covering for my JCN segment. 14 years ago, field explorers discovered the first antenna I told you about, the same one I was so upset about losing out on the presentation. Since then, we've discovered probably several thousand more just like it, distributed across the continent. But most are locked beneath hundreds of meters of ice. EC network engineers have spent the better part of a decade trying to figure out how to power the antenna, often with pretty crude brute force attempts. To put it bluntly, they have burnt out the components in at least a dozen antennas by connecting our generators to the array. Our best guess is that they didn't use such a high voltage 2,000 years ago. After each failed attempt, they have to locate the next one, dig it out, recalibrate their power, and try again. I'm not an engineer, but when I bring up how wasteful this process has been, I get a lot of techno gibberish, but I bet you could have all this figured out in no time. In classic mana being dumb and something good happens fashion, this series of mistakes led EC to our larger hub. The last tower is connected to a small building, about the size of my first room here up at base camp. The building contained what EC engineers had described to me as a hub for a broader antenna array, complete with computer components. The whole setup is linked to a generator that probably served as a backup power source from which our technicians were able to reverse engineer the correct power settings for the ancient equipment. The generator itself ran on some sort of ancient fuel, which has mostly evaporated except for a thick sludge at the bottom of the tank. EC chemists have determined that the fuel was derived from some sort of geological altered biomass that is probably millions of years old when the ancient Mana dug it up. We're pretty sure that the fuel was highly toxic when it burned, which has us all wondering why they use it as a fuel source. Anyway, that hub led us to an even larger ancient facility that EC began exploring a few years ago and are only now letting the press and the public learn about their progress. The facility looks like a computer greenhouse, for a lack of a better term. There are racks and racks of components in little rows, well, like crops. The technology in this facility is unlike anything we've ever seen before, but at the same time, it makes a certain amount of sense. EC network engineers, computer scientists, and linguists are working as fast as they can, but they have told me they're already certain that it's some sort of network hub or perhaps a data center. While the layout is similar to our existing technology, actually getting the equipment powered on is another story. There's no on button, and nobody is letting anyone just hook up random power cables. So enough about what's going on here. What's going on with the council? Gisto, something's happening. The Eldfall siren just went.
Gisto, this is Jan. I work with Iria at JCN. Iria was able to contact me via radio and asked me to send a transmission to let you know she's okay. There was a massive volcanic eruption in the Twin Sisters region that has released huge clouds of ash and dust into the atmosphere. Iria is still up at base camp covering the story for JCN, and I'm back in Hopnina, brushing ash from my hair and feeding Luna. I'm not gonna lie, Gisto. I'm scared for her safety, but I'm also jealous. What an opportunity for our journalist. Anyway, sorry. Hopefully, this transmission reaches you. Several of the antenna arrays were damaged in the eruption, and we're experiencing atmospheric interference due to the ash and the dust. How am I supposed to end one of these? Heimavina, out.
Log entry, Vela 14, Vela Rotat 2593, Cycle 5 of the 3rd Anno. Area of Heimavina. I am hoping this will reach you and that you are safe. We don't have enough data on how geologically active your Twin Sisters area is, nor how long on average that magmatic eruptions last on Heimavina. Given the relative air temperature at the surface, I would expect less than a quarter anno, but the data just isn't there to infer an actual hypothesis. So I must settle for hope. Gisto asked me to write you if he had not returned to us by the time of the next signal window. He has indeed not returned to Sianar, nor is it likely that he will do so in the near future. I will do my best to relay the current state of his affairs, and he would like to have done so himself. I should also apologize. My son is the writer and the wit, a trait in which he is definitely downstream from his mother. It is certainly not my chosen current. My son is still abroad with the diplomatic corps. He communicates with me when he can, but it has been with less and less frequency as of late. At first it was every few cycles, then once a quarter anno, then a half. As of now, I have not heard from him in well over an anno. He mentioned that due to his work that this could be one of the many outcomes. It is simply that we don't know enough to determine with any accuracy which of any myriad of outcomes has occurred. Is it that the communication network is broken? Is it that his transmissions are being intercepted, so he must remain silent to ensure his team's safety? All of these are possibilities, but he assured me that this could occur and that I shouldn't be concerned. But as a father, I always will be. It seems the only constant in my life these cycles is the lack of known data. I'm beginning to resent it. It is a very difficult time to be my son, a northerner on the southern side of the world. After the attempted attack 2 rotats ago in Laar involving the new black sand explosive material, political tension between Senoth and Sonoth escalated quickly. Reactionary elements in Laar condemned the attack and attempted to trace the current back to some southern source, but little has been publicly released. Nothing more happened for a while, but in the last rotat, 2 more attacks have happened. This time, regrettably successful. The new technology of black sand creates an unprecedented exothermic explosive reaction. In each case, government or science facilities were targeted, and in each case, lives were lost. The Arva sect in Eastern Sonoth took responsibility, claiming that they were doing what was necessary to clean the waters of Vela. How you clean water with this much blood is beyond my strength to swim. After the second incident, the La'ar Council sent a formal envoy to Chonar, demanding that they bring the zealots to account. I won't go into the futility of politics, but after much churn, little swimming, Chonar publicly disavowed the La'arva radicals. However, they've had little success in dredging them up. It's common belief that there are parts of the Sonoth government that are shielding and even funding these dissidents. Add to the threat of attack a subtler, but no less savage means of weakening the North: shipment sanctions. The South has always been the main means of supplying food for itself and for the North. Food and raw materials come north, finished goods and technology returns south. It's been this way for a very long time. We tell ourselves that we depend on each other, but the reality is that it's a one-sided trade. It's difficult, but not impossible, to live without modern technology and conveniences. Same cannot be said of food. The South has always had an advantage in this, and when the Larvan leaders have enough political clout, as they usually do, they have the power to essentially starve us in the North. It has never come to this before, but all things change. I will shield you from any detailed description of the kind of desperation that has gripped the people in the capital. Seeing the young more bone than muscle is a pain I would spare anyone. And the crime statistics are worse than ever. Beings will do the unthinkable to ensure they and their kin have food in the bowl. It has been shocking and frustrating to see one's people lose their civility so easily. We are closer to animals than we truly care to admit. Enter my Gisto. He shipped off with the diplomatic corps to attempt outreach with the Larvan High Believers to try and calm the waves. Since Chonar has essentially dropped any intent of helping stem the attacks to the depths, Gisto's team is attempting outreach to the leaders of the Larvan community. This has had some positive effect, at least. They have convinced the sect's political minds of their benevolent intent, and they were able to loosen the sanctions on food and material shipments to Senoth. Vital supplies are slowly reaching the needful areas of the north, and this means that Laar isn't at risk of starvation anymore. I know my son isn't doing these things directly. He's not a diplomat, though I like to believe he could have been. But he's helping the ones who are to communicate and keep in touch over long distances. He's using the gifts of keen mind and applied principles to help keep his team and friends safe and in contact with those they need to report to. I cannot be more proud of him. I don't wish to worry you, but I am worried, so telling you not to be would be hypocritical. Desun Rogisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 15, 2273, 73rd year in the Age of Ascendance. Dezun, thank you for getting back to me and letting me know about Gisto. I feel like I've known you my entire life, and it's nice to finally communicate with you. I figured Gisto would be worried about me, but here I am, concerned for him again, especially with all the attacks happening. I don't know what to say about the violence. I can only imagine how frightening it is for you all. I'm very sorry to hear that lives were lost. No one should lose anyone to violence. We, Haimavina that is, figured after what happened with the launchpad incident that Sinoth and Sonoth could come together like our Samkoma did. I guess we were wrong. I know you said not to worry, but I do. Ever since, well, I still feel bad that I wasn't there for him. But I know that he's okay. He's probably working too hard, trying to make all the communication lines perfect. I bet he's already found a way to strengthen the signal, and you will be hearing from him very soon. What is funny is that no matter what the species, fathers are always the same, always warriors. He's okay. I just know it. As Jan mentioned to Gisto, one of the dormant volcanoes in the Twin Sisters range erupted unexpectedly. Fortunately for JCN, their hotchat science and technology correspondent was already on site. Me. I was up at base camp for about 36 hours in the immediate aftermath of the eruption, and I was able to cover a lot of what happened. Unfortunately, we lost access to a great deal of information, and several lives were lost. As a scientist, I'm sure you will appreciate as much data as possible, so rather than listen to me recount the events of 2 years ago, I've managed to include an abbreviated transcript of the broadcast JCN ran during the event.
What follows is an abridged transcription of the broadcast led by JCN daytime anchor Eric Larson and S&T correspondent Irja Nufspark from the Twin Sisters base camp. The transcript has been edited for concision and to remove advertisements. If you're just joining us now, we have breaking news from the Twin Sisters base camp. The once dormant volcano Anafjall has erupted. Right now, we're going live to our very own Irja Nufspark, who happened to be up at base camp on another story when Anafjall decided to wake up. Irja, can you tell us what's happening up there?
Thanks, Eric. Well, as you can see in the distance behind me, we're in what the Yothian Geological Institute volcanologists are telling me is the early phase of a volcanic eruption. Anafjall is one of 3 dormant volcanoes in the Twin Sisters region that has been sleeping for over 1,000 years. Geologists have been monitoring the situation for a few months now, and earlier today the mountain began to wake up. The first eruption, which occurred about an hour ago, was just Anafjall clearing her throat. Geologists up here tell me we can expect her to sing in a matter of hours. The area around Anafjall is not geologically unstable, but for several months there has been a noticeable uptick in seismic activity. Most of it is too small to be felt, and geologists have chalked it up to cracking and shifting of the ice within the glaciers.
Fascinating area. Are there many volcanoes in the Twin Sisters region?
The Twin Sisters mountain range is part of a network of volcanic rifts that cross the entire planet. The boundaries of these tectonic plates are home to about 80% of the world's known volcanoes. The Twin Sisters region straddles the tectonic plate boundary between the Yothian and Zanian plates. As the plates pull apart, lava rises to the surface. Haimavina is an icy world, and no matter where you are on the planet, there's water below you. When hot magma rises close to the surface, it heats up the water in the ground and can build up enormous pressure. Most Yothians are familiar with the steam vents around Braga, which naturally release the pressure. In the area without vents, or that is trapped under ice, the pressure can build up to a point where it causes an explosion.
Wow, I've been to Braga with my family dozens of times. I guess I didn't realize it was a volcano. Can you tell us what to expect from the eruption?
The geologists here expect when Anafjall does go up, it will be in a classic vertical eruption and affect a relatively limited area some distance from base camp. They're not anticipating any direct threats to the local communities. Because Anafjall is covered in glaciers, the eruption could trigger pyroclastic flows and mudslides. Additionally, I am told that if Anafjall erupts on one of her flanks, the effects could be much more devastating for the region. Such an eruption would almost certainly cause massive melting of the glaciers. All the relevant authorities are monitoring the situation, and I have been asked to advise residents in the region to prepare for evacuation. This could come with very little warning, so please listen for the sirens and stay tuned to JCN for breaking updates.
Irja, I'm just going to reiterate for our viewers that anyone watching JCN will see breaking updates for evacuations as they are announced by the government. Please take these warnings seriously. It could mean your life. So, Are they evacuating any of the research teams that are in the region?
Yes. EC and the other organizations, universities, and tourists are in the process of being evacuated either down to base camp or out of the mountain range. Base camp has become ground zero for search and rescue. Unfortunately, it's a slow process because the hoppers cannot fly in the ash, and the rescue teams have to use ice crawlers to bring people down.
We're seeing some fantastic shots of the eruption. How are you getting those?
We're lucky to have our aerial imaging team on site, and they are helping us get JCN an exclusive look at the volcano. Base camp is right at the edge of the safety zone for toxic fumes and ash. As you can see from the footage, the volcano is creating pools of lava wider than several football fields, and the ash cloud is now almost 2 kilometers high. Whoa! Eric, are you seeing this? Hopnina is going to have quite a view in just a minute.
Irya, we can see the plume from Hopnina. I'm sure folks outside are getting quite a view.
I'm being told that the eruption is vertical, which is good. We're being ordered inside for safety. The aerial imaging team can still control their cameras from inside, so you will all get a first-hand account of this historic event.
The massive plume of ash is not something anyone's going to forget. Be careful up there, Irya. The broadcast has been edited for concision. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry to bring you the news that there are currently 27 people missing after the eruption of Anafal yesterday afternoon. The eruption has radically changed the look of the peak and the glacier below it. Geologists are saying this is one of the largest eruptions we've had this close to a populated area. We head back to the Twin Sisters base camp where Area News Park is reporting on the search and rescue situation.
Thanks, Eric. Rescue operations are ongoing, but the hoppers are still grounded due to the ash, so the progress has been agonizingly slow. Ice crawlers were running above base camp through the night and early morning hours, and I'm told several rescue personnel are also missing at this point. It is dangerous work, but no one is stopping. The winds have kept most of the ash away from base camp, but the smell of sulfur is very strong. As you can tell, the ash continues to billow from Anafjall, and the plume is probably several kilometers high.
Well, hopefully no more people go missing. Has there been any damage as a result of the eruption?
Yes, unfortunately there has been significant losses. I was just informed a few minutes ago by EC scientists that the entire ancient facility was destroyed in a mudslide last night. We are all worried about those who are trapped or have been injured, but I cannot underscore how significant the loss of that site is.
The transcript jumps several hours ahead. Tonight, travelers across Jothia are stranded due to Anafjall. Everyone in the capital area can see the plume in the air, and the massive ash cloud is being blown across the entire region. Commercial air traffic has been suspended, and the ECAL launch area has been forced to suspend operations. Tonight, we were supposed to be covering ECAL's first manned launch to Brad Station, but it looks like Anafal has her own opinion about that. The transcript skips ahead a day. As we begin tonight's broadcast, we can tell you that the ash cloud from Anafel is still affecting travel and air quality. However, there does appear to be some good news as shifting winds appear to be clearing the sky dramatically. We are taking you back to Area News Park up at base camp.
Thanks, Eric. As you can see, the air up here at base camp has gotten much more clear since our last broadcast. EC scientists I've spoken to seem very confused, and the best answer I've gotten is a shift in upper atmospheric winds. As you can see, I'm wearing my air tubes because while the air may be clearing, the ash is still very dangerous. Additionally, we're getting sporadic reports that personnel on high-altitude stations are being evacuated with symptoms that mimic hypoxia.
Transcript ends.
Dizun, I'm sure it doesn't come as a surprise to know that the superstitious environmentalist party has gone into total meltdown. They claim the volcano was a sign that Haimavina is telling us to stop. However, the EC and the Yothian Geological Institute have been working overtime to prove the eruption, while certainly close to a heavily populated area, was a completely natural occurrence. A closer look at the data has shown that this supposedly dormant volcano wasn't dormant at all, and has erupted at least 3 times in the past 1,000 years. I can assure you that some people at the Geological Institute will be in front of tenure boards before the year is out. You can tell Gisto that I'm impressed that I'm going to be named after a sea slug on another planet. For the record, they are quite a delicacy here, and only the very rich can afford it because they live at great depths. I'm touched that he would think so highly of me. Irya.
Log entry, Vela 15. Vela Rotat 2595. Cycle 10 of the 4th annual. Dear friend Iria, please, for the love of the rain, stay safe out there. The events happening on Haimavina sound like a nightmare playing out and make all of the tensions here sound trivial. Sadly, because of my travels here, I didn't receive the transmission until much later, and then I learned that my father had replied. I feel like I should clear the waters from what my father had said. Father is not really good with speaking in general. He spends so much of his time analyzing systems and working with technical information that he tends to not convey things in a way that you or I understand them to be. I love him dearly, but sometimes he comes across a little colder than normal. The attacks he spoke of were very small. There were only 2 since the failed attack he was involved in, and in both of those cases, I believe the reports came back that only 3 Velans were affected. One of them was the perpetrator of the attack. It seems that the black sand device that he was using went off before he could get clear, and it took his life. The other 2 individuals were innocent, and all of Vela and apparently Haimavina mourned their passing. This is nothing compared to the loss of mana life you are experiencing now, and all of Vela has woken up to the devastation on your planet. News of the event there has been broadcast all over, and support for your planet has been pouring in. We know that there isn't much that we can do from such a distance, but the healing waves are being sent. Your transcript of the events was very informative. You sound like such a professional. I mean, I'm sure that you are very professional in what you do, but it's still one thing to believe it and another thing to see it in your work directly. You seem to have really found your place, and it shows in your reporting. I was fascinated by the report and had to balance it with my feelings of pride. The broadcasts here have all picked up on the transcript, and they're running it almost verbatim to relate what's going on back there. Every time I see them come up, I'm a swirl of emotions from worrying about you and being proud of the work that you are doing. If one can glean good news from this event, the events unfolding on Haimavina have caused the Council and Chonar to put aside their differences and work together to stop the attacks and ease tensions. The Tumisur sect in La'ar have begun to look into more planet-sustaining techniques and how things like what is happening there could be predicted or prevented here. This was one of the major concerns of the La'ar Vas sect, so that has eased some of the tensions with them as well. It saddens me to think that it would take something as catastrophic as the event on your planet to bring my planet together, but I'm glad that we have finally started to see the calm after the storm. I also wish that I had been there for you when this happened. As I mentioned, during some of the minor skirmishes in Sonoth, many of the towers around Chonar and other places were damaged and inoperable. This is what caused the issues with the communications that my father had mentioned. Many of our signals were cut off. The rest was that we needed to remain quiet to mask where my team was going so that we could arrive there without incident. This was honestly the most annoying part of the trip. I have spent my whole life being able to communicate, and to be cut off like this was like being in the deep water at night with no lights. When I finally got access and Father forwarded your message, I have been worried ever since. I thought about sending you something, but he assured me that he replied and that I should just wait for your next response. Are there many other volcanoes on Haimavina? Do you think that something like this could happen again? I'm not even sure how to fathom the worry your people must have over this. I know you and all of your scientists at the base camp have been working tirelessly on this, but has anyone discovered how this happened? Was it just a natural event, or did something actually cause the eruption to happen? I'm sure I'm not the only one asking these questions, but I am genuinely concerned. We don't have many occurrences of volcanoes here on Vela. The ones that I know of are all underwater and don't impact the surface much at all aside from heating the water around them. In other waters, it would appear that the work I have been doing with the diplomatic corps has been having an effect. Aside from Velans coming together due to the events there, the DC has been working with smaller cities around Chonar and pushing further south on Sonoth to mediate, and it appears to be working. Tensions have eased, and we have even gotten Chonar to acknowledge the issues with the dissidents from the La'ar Vas sect. They have begun working with the local officials to break up any of the potential extremist groups that could cause further problems for our negotiations.
They have even re-evaluated the disciplinary actions and instituted a more compassionate form of punishment that befits the crimes perpetrated, so there should be no more drowning. As you can guess, I am still out on this mission with the DC. We have helped to rebuild many of the towers and much of the infrastructure for communication, so while I am still having messages forwarded to me from La'ar, I am at least able to get them and reply. When it comes time for your next transmission, I will make a point to find a way to get it and reply back directly. The last thing I need is for my father to start some interplanetary incident with his lack of decorum. Ugh, fathers. So in an interesting turn of the tide, now it's our turn to detect a weird signal. One of the other DC teams working just off the coast started getting some strange readings coming from deep underwater of the southern coast of Sonoth. They put out word to all of the teams to see if anyone had experience with something of this nature, and everyone started to point to me. Because of this, I have now been retasked to a new team that is being assembled to investigate. I will be helping to run operations from on the skiff and on the coast. There will be a dive team going into the depths to uncover what could be causing these signals. It's not anything that we're familiar with, and right now it's still very faint. It will be a while before we know what it is and if we can recover it, so for now I can only keep you updated on the progress. I was so looking forward to going home to Sinar, and possibly even visiting Father in La'ar for a while, but it would seem that this mission is never ending. I am glad that as of your last transmission that you are safe, but I hope for your continued safety. Maybe you should stop going to base camp. It seems that every time you go there, something else bad happens. May the waves protect you. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 16, 2275, 75th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. Don't worry about your father. He's like all fathers. Besides, what is he really going to say to his kid's friend? When my father meets my friends, he has two topics of conversation: the weather and Farhoons. I think he never knows what to say. My mother, on the other hand, is more of the social parent. I have friends that still regard my mother as a second mother to them. Oh, she loves it. I can tell by the way your father speaks about you that he's incredibly proud of you, and I can see why you strove to work so hard in school. I imagine that he set some pretty high expectations. I understand that very well. My grandmother still pushes me to chase the next gust of wind, but I guess if we didn't have those people in our lives, we would not be where we are today. It's great to hear how well you're doing the diplomatic corps, and I'm happy for you, but I'm not surprised. You always succeed in everything you do. I assume by the time you receive this message, you have already returned from the southern coast. What did you end up finding? To answer your question about the volcano, yes, the eruption was natural. You almost sound suspicious enough to be a Yothian. That's probably my fault. The Twin Sisters mountain range is part of a network of volcanic rifts that cross the entire planet, and there are probably hundreds of dormant and active volcanoes. Hymavina is a geologically active world, and aside from volcanoes, we have yardscalphy, avalanches, geysers, and hot springs. And that's just on the ground. The atmospheric phenomenon, including the astral lights, can be stunning and mystifying. Hymavina is very much alive, and my people have grown attuned to her rhythms. Some say she even has moods. Many believe that the Siddhis Anda was a direct result of us failing to care for our world, and Hymavina retaliated by killing most of our population. She's a fascinating world, but she's not always kind. You're right to comment that death outside of the normal circle of life is very personal to us. I don't mean to imply that death does not impact your people as well. But our cultural traditions stem from the aftermath of the Siddhis Anda. We don't exactly know how many were lost, but we know it was nearly everyone on the planet. We will mourn the 27 who died in the aftermath of Anafiel, but we also honor them because they died saving others or continuing to send data even when there was no hope they would survive. I want to believe that says something good about us, but it probably means that we're always getting into trouble and getting lucky in the end. In the past 2,000 years, Yothians have learned to live on Hymavina. We've built our lives and our cities using what Hymavina provides, and without causing her harm. I know it sounds superstitious, and some people question it as technology advances, but it is really ingrained into our way of thinking in the way that even expansionists understand. We incorporate her natural resources without abusing them. For example, we use geothermal heating and cooling for our buildings, hydroelectricity, wind power, and more. And underlining everything is the knowledge that Jaimavina can give life just as easily as she can take it away, because she has. This balance is one of the main reasons we are so interested in our ancestors. How did they get so advanced? How did they create what they did? How did they build on moons? The more we learn about them, the more alien they seem to us. How did they manage to achieve so much without angering Jaimavina? When I saw that computer greenhouse, I was overwhelmed by the realization that our ancestors invented that. That a mudslide buried that marvel under hundreds of meters of mud is devastating. Even the pictures coming in from the exploration on Braddock and Randir almost don't even seem real. Every time I see them, I have to remember they're not sets from an astrofiction broadcast. Anyway, so you have food shortages, sanctions, and blockades. That sounds like terrible challenges to face. I think I hear hope in your voice that things may be stabilizing, and that in turn gives me hope. But sometimes hope isn't enough. I've been thinking about food production on Jaimavina. I was home not long ago on vacation and spent time with my parents in their greenhouses. What? I'm a farmer's daughter after all. Anyway, have you considered constructing greenhouses? I'm probably not saying anything you don't already know, but a greenhouse is an enclosed space, usually made of glass or other clear material, that is climate controlled so plants can grow year-round or in places that plants don't normally grow. Traditional greenhouses on Jaimavina rely on sunlight to keep the interior warm, even in winter. In the last 100 years or so, we have built larger industrial facilities that have artificial lighting and irrigation that mimic the preferred growing conditions for specific plants. Inside the greenhouse, plants can be grown in the ground, in boxes, or even in containers full of water and nutrients. The facility can be set up to support almost any type of plant. Food grows much faster than normal due to stable temperatures and nutrients. You mentioned how much of the continents on Vila rely on each other for food. A greenhouse could give some independence to areas that don't produce as much food. Also, they can be built pretty much anywhere. We have a lot of these structures on roofs of buildings in cities across Jaimavina. The weather can be extreme on this planet, and a greenhouse is almost essential for our food production. My parents met in school while they were both working on a project, researching large greenhouses for fruit tree production, and ended up designing a new type of greenhouse that allows the trees to grow faster and still yield a large amount of food. Now they own one of the largest greenhouse operations in the capital region. They give tours through these particular greenhouses, and it's like walking through an edible forest. My father likes to remind my grandmother how successful this has been, and often mutters under his breath, "Not bad for playing in the dirt," when she can't hear him. Well, I guess you can take the girl out of the greenhouse, but you can't take the greenhouse out of the girl. This is probably way more than you ever wanted to know about food production in Jaimavina, but maybe it'll be helpful. I can't wait to tell my news director that our broadcast got such wide play on Vila. I think Eric and I can leverage that for a salary bump. All kidding aside, I'm happy to hear that our tragedy helped bring the council and other groups together and began to look at the bigger picture. I'm sure the process will be slow and not without setbacks, but you can't sail the world if you never leave the dock. However, if someone discovers a way to predict volcanic eruptions, I'm sure EC would be very interested to hear about that. Take care of yourself out in the open waters. Iria.
Log entry: Vela 16, Vela Rotat 2597, Cycle 4 of the first annual. Dear friend Iria, unfortunately, I am still out in southern Sonoth on the coast for this signal source extraction. The whole process has been taking up so much time. They needed to assemble all of the teams involved and essentially construct a field laboratory in order to coordinate all of the efforts. I could probably go into all of the details of building an entire laboratory encampment in a remote region, but I feel you already know what that's like firsthand. There's a lot of hurry up and wait involved with getting the right people in the right place. I made sure to keep Father updated on the progress and let him know that I would handle communication. He wanted to send you something back after the latest reply. I believe he said, "She's clearly speaking to me and not you. So given the conclusive evidence presented, I should be the one to reply.
I told his assistant to show him the latest findings from our signal research here, and that has apparently distracted him enough to let me send this back to you. I think he may be more excited about this research than I am, and I'm very excited. The work your school has done with the greenhouses sounds fascinating. I know that some smaller greenhouses are in use around Vela, but the weather has never really allowed us to grow the scale of them enough to be a significant source for food production. I have mentioned your descriptions to some of the scientists and engineers on the diplomatic corps that are involved in building out the laboratory, and they are sending messages back to La'ar to see if some sort of information exchange can start with Haimavina. This could help a lot with some of the import issues, but I'm not sure how Chonar will feel about it. Food is a primary export for them, and if we start using help from outside to undercut that, it could cause more problems too. I guess it's a matter of finding the right balance to make everyone happy. At least the diplomatic corps will have plenty of work, right? So I'm sure that you're nipping at the bait to know what we've found. I can just imagine you screaming at your terminal, "What is the signal source?" Well, I will explain that just after I talk in depth about the process of milking a Saki. Kidding. The signal source that we found was a sea slug named Iria. Okay, also kidding. The dive team managed to locate the source and are preparing to bring it up to the surface. The imaging devices have captured some stunning photos of the device, and it looks amazing. It also looks a lot like a satellite, though not any type of satellite that we've ever seen before. And it looks like it's been down there for a very long time. Some of the local Velans have said that there are a few stories about a star falling from the heavens. I know this sounds familiar, but this one landed here, near the coast, which doesn't track with any of the ancient myths of the origin of La'ar. And this only happened within the last few hundred rotats. They say that a group of Velans all got together to investigate, and, knowing what happened in Senoth, they were terrified of the star and hauled it off on a skiff. They took it out into the sea and dropped it into the ocean. We have sent a team out to try and find where a possible landing site could be, but it looks like all information about it sank with the device. I'm starting to wonder if we should be less worried about something like a volcano spouting up and more worried about all these stars that keep falling down to Vela. The markings on the object look very strange and not in any language that I'm familiar with. We have been sending images back to La'ar, and the teams there are swirling with excitement, Father included. Once the device is recovered, we will be packing it up as best as possible and preparing it for transport back to La'ar. Because of the sensitive nature of the device, they have ruled out taking it via air skiff, so it will be loaded onto a skiff and I will yet again be sailing back home. Between that and the railways to La'ar, the entire journey will take a few annuals. I've been focused so much on the research here, but I'm distracted with the idea of all the findings you mentioned with Bradith and Randir. Did they manage to get a manned mission to the moons yet? There has been talk of looking into sending a Velan up, but I think we're still a ways off. It's a nice distraction to think about the idea of waking up on a different planet. It keeps my mind off the upcoming skiff voyage. If I keep it up, hopefully I won't lose my lunch again. You know what's worse than badly cooked sea kelp souffle? Tasting that same sea kelp souffle coming back up. Thankfully, the new weather satellites that we have launched have been keeping an eye on the storms in the region, and we should have some smooth sailing back to Senoth. I often wonder how the ancient Velan sailors ever managed to get anywhere without knowing the weather patterns. Some of the old-timers we have met here on the coast say they can feel it in their fins when a storm is coming. This just causes blank stares from the scientists here. I don't know, maybe some people are just made for sailing. I am not. May the waves guide us, but may they do it smoothly. Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 17, 2277, 77th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. Happy 30th anniversary. Can you believe it? It has been just over 30 years since you sent me that first message. If you were here on Haimavina, we would be having a party. Our friends would be giving a myriad of toasts, and there would be lots of drinking, dancing, and storytelling. It is celebrations like this that the simple stories take on legendary characteristics. I'm sure most of our best tales share similar histories. And of course, there would be food. Gisto, Anniversary feasts can be quite exquisite. But sadly, you're not here, so it's just me and you for the final toast. When you're reading this, imagine me standing up with a glass, my hand in a fist over my heart, looking at you. And then I would say, I'm glad we were friends, Gisto. I'm glad that your father brought that signal system so we could meet. You have been there for me through a lot, and I honor you. You are family, blood, and soul. Gisto, thank you for your friendship. You would then stand, clasp my hand, and we would say, Vinder till anda, which means friends to the end. And then we would down our drinks and everyone would cheer. This, of course, would be followed by lots of cheering and more drinking. It's even more rowdy than I'm describing, but these are not parties to be missed. Even the shyest Mana will attend. It's fitting that the epic part of our story that this joyous anniversary comes at a sad time too. Luna passed away a few months ago. She was over 30 years old, which is a pretty normal lifespan for our Farhoon. She was getting pretty old, but she went the way she loved best, getting fed fermented shark meat in front of the fire and getting her big belly rubbed. What a goof she was. She was my pet, my companion, but most importantly, she was my friend. Everyone seems to have a Luna story when they find out she's passed. It's pretty sweet how many people she touched or slobbered on. I'm getting misty again. I miss that fur ball. My father keeps threatening to bring me one of his. Yeah, he only gave one away to the neighbors. He kept the others. It's really hard to say no, but I think I will wait. My neighbor Lars has a male Farhoon that I watch when he's gone for work. Floki is actually bigger than Luna, and I'm embarrassed to say, way more well-behaved, even though he's only a couple years old. Floki is currently up on the roof with me, laying at my feet. If this was Luna, she would be lounging on the chair with me, or attempting to get into my lap, or resting her huge head on my keyboard. But Floki's just there. He's a very sweet boy, walks without a harness, and won't dive headlong into any body of water, which is good for Lars, because he's a racing segbet designer. He's currently out testing the new segbet for the annual Reka Saber race. Anyway, according to Lars, Floki just sits on the deck with his head turned into the wind, like a little sentinel watching over his water. No way Luna would have done that. I had to harness her down the last time she was on a segbet. She even pulled the cleats straight out of the deck to jump into the water. Luna. So, your team found an ancient satellite. That's incredible. Is this different from the stories about the legend of the star that landed on La'ar? I guess it proves we were both right, that it was just a satellite and not a star. We have never found anything from another planet before, unless you count our ancestors, who are so far removed from us they essentially feel like aliens. Even Velans seem like neighbors in comparison. Speaking of the ancients, Ecal landed on Bradith. I watched the landing from the JCN studios, and it was such an incredible achievement for all Mana. Watching the first steps as I walked around the station was an incredible experience. It is much larger than we ever imagined. Multiple landing pads, airlocks, and freestanding structures. It was overwhelming. It was disappointing, but not surprising to discover that the doors on the station were locked. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed, and nobody hooked up a random power source to open a door for fear of breaking yet another piece of ancient tech. Ecal chalked this up as a recon mission, and has already announced plans to bring more equipment to break into the facilities. The excitement is unimaginable, Gisto. People are practically demanding that Ecal violate the safety protocols to get more equipment up there. I can't wait to tell you more about this. Safe journeys back to Sonoth area.
Log entry Vela 17, Vela Rotat 2599, Cycle 20 of the 5th Anul. Dear Ilya, let me introduce myself. My name is Amai. I work with Dezun at the laboratories. I've been his assistant for more Rotats than I can count. Gisto wanted to reply back, but has been unavailable for the last few cycles since returning to La'ar. Shortly before Gisto's return, Dezun became ill. The doctors here are trying to figure out what's wrong, but haven't yet. It's possible that his sickness is just due to age, and the stress he's been putting on himself lately. Gisto has stayed by his father's side at the clinic since his return. Dezun seems to be on the mend and expected to make a full recovery. I think Gisto coming home, so Dezun doesn't have so many things to worry about, has helped. We're very sorry to hear about Luna's passing. Since becoming Dezen's assistant, I've been involved in all the transmissions and communications with Gisto for many rotats, so I feel like I know you. Is that strange? Luna meant a lot to all of us here. I took your transmission to the clinic and read it to both Gisto and Dezen. Gisto actually got up and stepped outside for a while. Since we don't tend to keep animals here, I think it affected him a little more, because he felt like Luna was a shared experience between you two. I know he's talked about Luna quite a bit. I think the concern about Dezen also has him a little more emotional. I hope that Floki's keeping you in good company. He sounds like a good companion in your time of need. Gisto asked me to reply to you, since he's been so involved with Dezen's care, as well as working on the new findings with this discovered object he's returned with. He has had his terminal at the clinic for when Dezen is sleeping. I know he feels bad for being away for so long, and I think he's trying to make up for lost time. I know that his father and I are both glad to have him here. I do worry that he's following in his father's wake with how much work he's been putting in with this new discovery, and soon maybe I'll be visiting both of them in the infirmary. Gisto would want me to update you on the discovery. The satellite has been returned to our laboratory, and our scientists have already begun the analysis. I have been working to relay information between Gisto and the team. We've been attempting to transcribe all of the markings on the outside of the device. It would appear that many of those phrases resemble some of our ancient texts. According to what we know, this device fell to Vela about 500 rotats ago, but at that time no one on this planet could have built such an object. Analysis on the markings shows that they're quite similar to those on the device that fell in La'ar over 2500 rotats ago. The older artifact appears to be a land-based device, but this new discovery more resembles our modern orbital satellites than anything on the ground. It is not unreasonable to suspect a connection between them, which we'll investigate. This older object has been in a museum for many rotats, with nothing new believed to be discovered from it. It's being packed up and moved to the lab now, so that comparisons may be made more easily. It sounds like you have some important discoveries of your own happening on Haimavina. It feels strange to call it Haimavina now, since we've always just called your planet Vina, but I'm sure you've been over that with Gisto countless times. Sending your people to a different planet must be exciting. I know that Gisto's eyes lit up when I read of it to him. He started asking about the types of rockets and shielding from radiation. I had no idea how to answer. He has sent messages to many of the Radiolab personnel inquiring about any news of these missions on your world. It is nice seeing him get excited about something outside of his work. I understand the desire for carefulness on entering your breadth base. We Velans are very cautious by nature, feeling the currents ahead of us before proceeding. But your people are also leaping ahead in your discoveries and your technology. I am perhaps envious. Sometimes our caution as a people holds us back. I am sure that Gisto will have many more questions for you next time. I hope I managed to do well with this transmission. The last thing I want to do is let Gisto and Dezen down. I feel like they are my school here. My parents passed when I was still young and in my early classes. I was taken in by one of the other scientists and raised in La'ar my whole life. When Dezen brought me on as his assistant, he soon began to treat me as if I were his child. He and Gisto mean a lot to me, and in that wake, you do as well. Congratulations on 30 rotats of transmissions. I hope that you can imagine all of us here raising our glasses back at you. Be well. Amai.
Log entry, Haimavina 18, 2279, 79th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, am I? It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for writing to me while Gisto was helping his father. I would have been concerned if there was a gap. I always worry about him working too hard. It's good to know that I'm not alone. I'm also glad to hear there's someone there to help them both. Like father, like son, I guess. I doubt you have let them down. They've both spoken very highly of you. My message for Gisto is after this one. Thank you again, Amai. Hey, Gisto. I'm sorry to hear about your father. Please send my love to him, and let him know that I'm thinking about him, and I'm sending him well wishes. Hopefully he's already been released from the hospital, and has made a full recovery. Speaking from personal experience, I always seem to heal faster when I'm in my own place rather than in a hospital or a clinic. Especially when recovering from hypoxia. The machines, the drugs, the treatment rooms. Ugh. It makes me shudder to think about it, and everything seems to make it worse than the initial diagnosis. Nothing is better than my own bed, with windows open, or out on a segbit, feeling the crisp sea breeze fill my lungs. Since Anafiol, there has been a spike in the number of hypoxia cases, even at lower elevations like base camp. I've made it a point to visit patients once a month who have been diagnosed with it to help them through the process. I take them up to the rooftop garden, walk the grounds, really anything to get them out of those awful hospital beds and away from the nurses and doctors. I guess you can say it's my celebrity cause. But as you know, for me, this is more personal. Sometimes knowing that someone else has gone through it before helps. Like, yes, it's normal to feel this way. I tried to bring Luna once, but she was far too much for the patients. She was not the most well-behaved Farhoon. Boundless energy with few boundaries. On the other thumb, Floki is a complete gentleman, and he is a doll with patience. When you can't breathe, I think it's calming to feel that lean of a giant furball against your leg. It just relaxes people. Maybe your father got better because you were by his side, helping him remain calm, and to heal. I like to think of it like that. Well, I have good news. Lars and I got married about a year ago, and we're going to have twins. When we first found out, we were both a bit shocked at the fact that we would have to figure out 2 babies at the same time. But as we've gotten used to the reality of it, we both think it would be great for the babies to have a sibling. As I've told you before, Mana usually only have 1 child. Twins are not unheard of, but they're definitely rare. And as the one carrying both, I can say, it's rare. At work, it's been fun to watch the JCN stylists try to decide if they want to cover my pregnancy with larger clothing or the studio desk. I finally told them, I'm pregnant. I think it's obvious to the audience too. I'm hardly the first pregnant reporter. They mostly let me do what I want these days. The whole thing with the flutter really broke them. I don't think I've seen my parents this excited since I got into the academy. Lars' mother lives in Hopnina, and so she's always coming by to check on us. His father was a professional segbit racer. He was killed in a crash when he was a kid. The accident pushed Lars to become a segbit engineer. Anyway, his mother-in-law is very sweet, and she's become fast friends with my mother. I fear the size of the naming ceremony with these two. I was barely showing when they had already picked out a venue. It's probably good that we're having 2. This way they can share. Lars and I moved into a larger flat in the same building complex. We liked it here so much it just made sense. The new place has a private rooftop terrace, more space and rooms, plus a better view. The parents, mine and Lars' mother, have all claimed rooms, saying that's where they will stay when they visit. I want to protest, but free childcare is still free. We have a nanny already lined up, so the parents will be doting grandparents instead of babysitters. Parents. These poor kids' feet are probably never going to touch the ground because they'll be held all the time. Alright, what can I tell you about Braddock? ECAL has another launch scheduled this month with equipment that can work in a low-gravity, airless environment. Amusingly, even with all of ECAL's planning and preparations, my sources say that they almost forgot to test some of the equipment. Talk about plugging random power sources into things. ECAL is boosting several prefabricated shelters up to Braddock, similar to the ones we use above base camp, but with additional radiation shielding, airlocks, and some light armor plating to protect the hulls. The idea is to give researchers a place to base their operations out of and store equipment until they can get into the facilities, assuming the station is safe and operational. There are a lot of if and maybe scenarios being discussed within ECAL and the broader community right now. Perhaps more interesting are the findings that we have found down here on Heimavina. While Anafjall did destroy the ancient Mana data center, it also melted a lot of ice and exposed a complex of buildings that had been previously covered by the glaciers. EC has surveyed the site with aerial imaging, but nobody has been up to the site yet, in part because the area is still geologically unstable, even several years later. And perhaps more worryingly, the hypoxia problem I mentioned earlier remains an issue. EC will figure it out eventually. I'll keep you in the loop. Sending healing waves to you and your father, Iria.
Log entry: Vela 18, Vela Rotat 2601, Cycle 3 of the 4th Annual. Dear soon-to-be mother of twins, Iria, I am beyond excited at the news that you will be giving forth twins. As you know, multiple births are very common here on Vela. Of course, it comes with the help of multiple fathers. It's still very special to welcome more than one child, and I'm sure it's even more wondrous if twins are as rare for your people as you say. I'm very happy that you and Lars are together and making a school for yourself. I am not sure how far along you are with child, or children for that matter, but I would hope that in the 2 rotats that have passed since you wrote, that they are healthy and causing you all the trouble that a young mana can give. How was your naming ceremony?
Is it too late to make suggestions? The two rocky bodies around Vela are named Chone and Chona, which roughly translates to brother and sister. Get it? They're twins. I guess that wouldn't work if you had two boys or two girls, though. I wish there was a way that you could send pictures over these transmissions. I would love to have seen all of the festivities. Maybe someday. Father is doing much better now. He still has to visit the clinic every now and then, but that's normal for a Velan of his age. I think the stress of past events and all that he has been doing just got to him and he started to give out. My being off on the mission for the DC didn't help either. It was rough the first few annuals. There are still tensions between the sects, but at least we are starting to work together. The new work on the larger greenhouses in Senoth has seemed to open the eyes of Chonar and let them know that we don't want to be threatened by them anymore. Now they are asking to be brought in on the new technology, and a new avenue of trade has been opened. Please thank your parents for that. They even named the first one the Noof Park Ceremonial Gardens. I have decided to stay in La'ar for now. It wasn't a hard move this time, since I knew that my travels with the DC would be long. I had already moved out of my flat in CNR, and all of my things have been in storage. I scheduled it all to be moved here, and I got a new place not too far from my old flat at the Radio Labs building. The view is better. I have a real balcony now and not just a window ledge. Amai has been helping me bring some of my old stuff over from Father's place, including my old transmitter. Even with all of its upgrades, it still looks so ancient. Maybe I should donate it to the museum. We are still in awe over your missions to Bradith. Most of our work on getting a Velan into space has been stalled. This new artifact discovery has all of the scientists' attention. That, and they're finally looking to rebuild the launch facilities at Tre Noir. The shelters that you mentioned sound a lot like the capsules that we used when recovering the satellite from below the ocean. We knew that it was deep enough that the compression would be harmful, so the researchers designed some small habitats that could be sunk to withstand the pressure and provide air to breathe while down there. I can only imagine how scary it must be for your people to step outside of one of those shelters to little or no atmosphere just to wiggle the keys on a lock and hope that it opens. What is the air quality on Bradith? Is there a way to filter it? This also got me thinking about your hypoxia issues. When we were diving, our scientists developed an apparatus that we used to filter the breathable air from the water around us. The process separates the air from the fuel and uses that fuel to power the device. It wasn't very big, but it still allowed us to stay below for longer periods of time. Larger versions were attached to the habitats to filter air for the teams inside. Thankfully, I only had to go down there once. It was a little claustrophobic. I know that your teams near the volcanoes aren't surrounded by water, but perhaps the ice there could be filtered. It would allow your teams to do more research in the area without the worry of hypoxia. The rest of my time here, when I'm not constantly checking up on the status of your missions, has been spent analyzing the results of the recovered satellite. As Amai mentioned, we found a link to the land-based device that was, until recently, sitting in a museum. Many of the markings on both devices depict what could be a person throwing a spear or a lance with a half moon behind them. There's also some writing that is similar to each other. The writing from the satellite matches the land device in form, but the only references we have found come from old Velan texts about the artifact that turned out to be this land device. The amazing thing happened when we started applying power to the satellite. The land-based device activated. It wasn't much, probably because of the low charge in the batteries, but it was enough to cause a few lights to turn on and a small dish at the top to twitch. When we applied a light charge to the systems in the older artifact, sure enough, they started to communicate. As soon as we started seeing data flow back and forth between the two devices, all of the scientists began cheering. A wave of excitement flowed over us. The next thing that happened was probably even more amazing. Amai kissed me. I guess I was too swamped with work and other events to notice, but Amai has always been there for me. When this happened, it was like the storm clouds lifted and the seas calmed. Everything just became more focused. Just like the satellite and the land device, when the right charge was applied, everything washed ashore. Since then, we have gone out a few times. She has helped to keep me focused on work, but not too much. An appropriate distraction for when I need it. It's amazing to have 2 discoveries, scientific and personal, all at the same time. Please send detailed descriptions of the babies. May the waves guide us. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 19, 2281, 81st year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. I'm thrilled to hear about your father. I'm pleased to know that he's doing well. He's probably very happy that you moved closer. Probably even happier to see you and Amai together. You know what would make him even happier? A school. This is just based on the reactions of my parents, and I assume all of them are the same. The way Amai wrote about you, I could have told you she was sweet on you. I'm very happy for you, and it sounds like you're both a match. I told my parents about the gardens, and they were very touched that Vila would name one of them for our family. I think they were more surprised, maybe a little proud that I even shared the greenhouse idea with you. My parents would like to know how the greenhouses are doing, and what's the yield like. Thanks for your advice on the hypoxia issues. I passed your information to my friends at EC. They said, sadly, even with our breathing tubes that deliver extra oxygen, people are still getting sick. If the victim comes down quick enough, they can be treated before it becomes life-threatening. But the longer someone stays at altitude, the greater risk they have of developing fluid in their lungs or brain. Obviously, the best option is to avoid high altitudes, but that's become more difficult since the volcano, and people are experiencing mild symptoms at lower altitudes. I have to carry a nebulizer now because my lungs were damaged when I had hypoxia, and I sometimes get coughing attacks. Okay, the lander and the satellite started communicating with each other? That must have been spooky to see. What have they found out about the devices since then? There were markings of a person throwing a spear? Interesting. It sounds like your aliens may be humanoid at least. Maybe your species actually comes from another planet. Ever thought of that? Oh, Hymavina. I sound like one of those Yothians. But why not, right? So, you asked about the twins. The twins are exhausting. The beasts are now 2, Frida and Helgi, a girl and a boy, named for my grandmother and Lars's late father. My grandmother swears she's looking into a mirror when she sees little Frida. I have to admit, it's true. Also, they both have the lighter eyes of the new Sparks. The beasts are both laying with Floki in his bed. If there was a way to send you an image, this is the one. Mostly because they're quiet. Once they said their first words, which was Floki, of course, they have not stopped talking, constantly asking questions, and if we don't answer them, they talk to each other in what Lars says is spooky twin speak. It's hysterical. It's like we don't even have to be in the room. I joke mostly. They were easy babies, and they're good kids. And as expected, the parents cannot get enough of them. They're here all the time. You asked about the naming ceremony, which was ridiculous. Everyone that was invited came, and even those that weren't invited still came. It was even featured in some celebrity broadsheet. I'm pretty sure that was my grandmother's doing. Okay, enough about the kids. I'm afraid if they sense me talking about them, they will wake up. So, Braddock Station. I don't even know where to start. Surprisingly, ECAL has been moving very slowly with the exploration and exploitation of Braddock Station. Ancient space stations just don't turn on once you enter them, no matter what you see on astrofiction programs. Initial efforts to access the station proved embarrassingly, but predictably unsuccessful. The first approach and the attempt to open one of the airlocks was broadcast live, and nearly every monitor was glued to the screen. Predictably, the attempt failed in a spectacular fashion, and ECAL managed to close an armored door over an airlock. Fortunately, no one was injured, and it doesn't appear that any real damage was done to that airlock. A second attempt, not during a live broadcast, was successful in opening another airlock. The process of opening the doors released a small amount of atmosphere, but it appears that the ancients intentionally shut down the station in order to preserve it. I can't even begin to explain the arguments and speculation that is caused among the entire population. We had expected to find bodies or something, but it was just empty. No signs of an accident or violence. Like someone just folded up a sail carefully and packed it for storage. ECAL's ability to explore the station, which is massive, has been limited so far due to the technical restraints of our vacuum suits. ECAL astronauts are only able to spend perhaps an hour outside of their lander before running the risk of running out of air. Despite this, ECAL has reported that they have reached what they believe is a control center. Not the main one, but perhaps a secondary location. From this site, we've been able to learn a great deal about the power and life support systems that have been used to keep the station habitable. As far as we can tell, Braddock Station has a hybrid power source, a combination of nuclear and solar. The nuclear reactor is unlike any design we've ever seen or invented ourselves, though scientists are fairly certain that the reactor is designed to fuse hydrogen atoms to release power. Jaimavina is on the cusp of developing commercial nuclear power generated by splitting atoms, but this is way beyond anything we've ever conceived of. It took several months to locate the reactor building because it was constructed away from the main station. Our best guess is that it was built far away in order to prevent radioactivity or damage to the main station complex in event of an accident. According to ECAL, the ancients appear to have executed a full, intentional reactor shutdown protocols and safely disabled the reactor, placing it in stasis. Our working assumption is that during the intervening 2,000 years, many components probably deteriorated due to age, and nobody has even suggested attempting to power it back up. We hardly understand what we're looking at, let alone which seals to check. ECAL deployed an additional research team to the reactor site, and they've been working well past the safety parameters of their air tanks. But this discovery is worth the risk, or so ECAL claims. The other power source is equally interesting, but substantially less dangerous. The ancients built a large solar power array near Braddock Station, complete with battery banks. Initial tests suggest that the solar array is sufficient to run backup power and life support, but not fully power the computers, docking bays, and other large equipment. Astronauts spent several weeks slowly cleaning the dust and debris from the panels, and the system slowly powered itself back on. The life support equipment cycled, but there was no atmosphere, so it automatically shut down. The emergency lighting has helped the teams move around, but I'm told that the alarms are incredibly annoying and nobody has figured out a reliable way to turn them off. A detailed inspection of the station indicates that the seals have deteriorated through the entire facility. A number of the internal doors were sealed, and ECAL's working assumption is that the life support system, while it still had power, sealed the doors to sections of the station that were venting. However, as the solar array lost power, the system was no longer able to seal off the leaks, and the station effectively bled to death. Back to square one. We live in strange and fascinating times, Gisto. Iria.
Log entry, Vela 19. Vela Rotat 2603. Cycle 4 of the 5th Annual. Dear friend Iria, I'm very nervous right now. It feels like the eerie calm on the sea before either a smooth sailing or a storm. As you know, Amai and I have been together for a while now. Recently, she asked to take part in a mating ceremony. This is wonderful news. She asked a total of 4 males to be selected, and Amai insisted that I be one of them. This is very unusual as I'm a little older than the others. Amai and I met with the others that she selected. Johnny, who is from one of the construction teams in La'ar. Sonai, who works in the administration section for the council. And Daru, also from the radio lab. We spent a full annual together to get to know each other. They are really wonderful Velans that will make great fathers. The whole process is very involved and a bit like your naming ceremony in the way of a big celebration. Every city and town usually has a mating hall, pool, or lake. Some are bigger than others. During the time of the ceremony, all of the females dive into the water and await the males. As the males are brought in, they all attempt amazing acrobatics as they swim around their selected female. This was not my strongest moment. I believe I may have belly flopped more than once. Amai laughed with a loving smile, though, which helped me to continue. Each male will continue performing while moving closer and closer to the female. As soon as all of us are close enough, the lights in the hall go out and I'll leave that part for the biology books. Afterwards, we spend time just holding each other. Johnny, Sonai, and Daru are now forever part of my school. My new brothers. Amai was practically glowing afterwards. When it's all done, those that were involved
all of the males and females gather together for a big feast, and the rest of our schools come in for food and swimming. When the ceremony is finished, the females are taken to a creche where all of their needs are completely taken care of. Amai essentially gets to switch in careers as she takes on the pregnancy, while my new brothers and I pace the floors for 8 annuals and try to distract ourselves with our daily work. As of this transmission, we still have 4 annuals to go. La'ar has a very good creche, so I know I shouldn't be worried. Amai has even sent messages every day to let us all know that she is doing well and that everything is going as expected. Webs crossed that she will be coming home soon. Father is doing much better now as well. He was able to attend the ceremony, but stayed to the side so as to not exert himself. He was so proud watching us perform. He has been staying home a lot more as the doctors have ordered him to reduce his workload. So now he does a lot more consultation and advising on the occasions when he comes into the office. He said to send you a hey. Well, it was more of a send her greetings and well wishes on the occasion of her giving forth new life. But I think a hey would do just fine. The greenhouses are doing amazingly well. I think we are still a few rotats out from seeing any noticeable impact, but the numbers that have been coming in look good. All of Senoth is excited about them. We are all so glad to hear about how well your twins are doing. I can only imagine the trouble that they will get into as they get older. I'm sure that your grandmother is very proud to have one of them named after her. That is such an honor for both her and a great way to remember Lars' father. Please tell me that you have started their swimming classes. It's an important skill. I told the story of their first words to Father, and he said that apparently my first word was star. He thinks it's because of all of the times he brought me into his work and we spent looking up at the night sky. Who knows? Maybe the star that I was looking at when I said it was Aluda. The information coming in about Braddock Station has been a regular story on our broadcasts as well. I don't think they are getting everything, just the highlights, and it makes me feel special to be getting some of the inside info that you are sending. Don't worry, I don't leak any information to anyone. Usually when people say something about how Heimavina now has fully operational moon base, I just smile and nod and giggle internally. I know that your ecal will eventually get there, but it's fun to watch the information come in and see how it changes along all of the tellings. To hear some Velans talk, you would think that your people would be flying to Vela any cycle now. I imagine it must be very frustrating to your astronauts to be so limited on how much time they are spending out exploring the base. How long do they actually get to stay out before needing to restock their air? Is there any risk to them of hypoxia? That would be horrible to be afflicted with something so devastating and still be so far from home. I'm sure that ecal has all of these questions answered, but I'm just curious. Who knows? Maybe some of this information can help when we finally send someone up. It's especially interesting to hear about the different forms of power on the base. On Vela, we primarily use hydroelectric and solar energy, so we can relate when it comes to cleaning the panels. A long time ago, teams looked into the idea of splitting atoms to create power. I had to talk to some of the older scientists and do some research into the topic to find out more, but it turns out that many of them, being the cautious types that we are, considered the process too dangerous, and the whole project was scrapped. Since then, we have used hydrogen for fuel and relied on solar, water, wind, and geothermal for our power. Oddly enough, when I was digging, some of the younger scientists saw what I was looking into, and now there's a renewed interest. I'm not sure if that's good or bad yet. Work has continued on the satellite, of course. Most of my work has been focused on deciphering the signal language that the satellite is using to communicate with the land artifact. Given the age of the land device, I'm really surprised that it even functions at all. The thing looks like it was picked over with sticks, written on with mud, and pulled apart and re-put back together so many times that the threading on some parts are worn out. It's fascinating to see the markings on the lander that have been documented in so many of our ancient texts show up all over the satellite. It's taken over a rotat, but we have a consistent signal now going between the two, and it looks like most of the information is analytical. The satellite collecting data from the lander on samples it was taking. The odd part is how the satellite is trying to send a second signal out to transmit this data. We don't yet know where it's trying to send this, though. There has been some debate lately about doing a complete teardown of both devices, documenting the whole process and then rebuilding them in a cleaner state, replacing parts as needed to try and get a better idea. We have taken some pieces apart for study, but nothing at a full scale. I am all for this process because it will give us a better understanding of both the device and improvements that we could make to our own systems. In the meantime, I will continue to stare at waveforms and work out a way to triangulate where these signals are going. At least it's something to keep me busy instead of pacing the floor in the flat. It's been very lonely there since Amai went in for the pregnancy. I might have forgotten to mention that she moved in with me. Sorry, it's been a little busy. My new flat was more than big enough for the two of us, and since she was spending so much time there anyways, we figured we would just take the dive and live together. Sometimes when she calls in, I put the terminal on speaker and just work around the flat while we are talking, so at least it feels like she's there. Soon she will be back, and I hope that she will be bringing new joy to all of our lives. Was Lars this nervous before the twins came? May the waves bring Amai home soon, and also guide us. Gisto.
Log entry, Jaimavina 20, 2283, 83rd year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey Gisto. Congratulations on your school. This is very exciting news. Being a parent will have its trials and challenges, but it will also have its joys and wonderment. I'm speaking like I have some wisdom having only been a parent for a few years. But I truly wish the best for you, your new brothers, and especially Amai. We've been friends for long enough that sometimes I forget how alien your culture and rituals are when viewed through the lens of my culture and traditions. Yeah, anyway, the twins are now 4, and they are talking nonstop. Of course, they want to grow up to be astronauts. Thanks, ECAL. I should have seen that coming. Braddock Station is still not fully functional. However, ECAL found a way to seal several parts of the station. They've mostly occupied something that looks like living quarters, which has been great for the astronauts and researchers because it gives them more time in the station. They can remove their suits and sleep. Braddock has a light gravity, and ECAL personnel can walk on the surface without too much trouble. Inside the station, the air pressure is increasingly steady and is becoming more and more like sea level on Jaimavina. The solar array is very large, and work is required daily to clean the new sections and keep already uncovered sections clean. It's heavy, boring work, but no one really complains about it because the view from the moon's surface is spectacular. We did a news segment about the process, and I kept losing track of my questions because the images coming across the feeds. No, we are not flying around the system yet, but I'm not surprised to hear that ECAL is exaggerating their triumphs to their Vila counterparts. My sources have said ECAL is already working on plans for a launch to Randir in the coming months. This does not make a lot of sense to me, given that they barely have sustainable air and power at Braddock Station. But sure, let's go explore a new moon. What could go wrong? I sound more like my father the older I get. News that ECAL intends to visit Randir has a Sankoma in arms, and my arguments aren't the only ones out there. Much of the concerns is due to ECAL's request for an even bigger budget. I'm probably not making any friends inside ECAL's executive suite because I make these arguments on air at the end of my broadcast. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I got promoted to evening studio anchor. I co-host a science and political news show with Eric. You may remember him from my volcano broadcasts. So now I get to voice my opinions like I have some authority, which of course I don't. All kidding aside, the salary was almost double, and we have a huge staff of researchers and field reporters to chase down interesting stories. And no, I still don't let anyone fetch me hot drinks. There are still some things I draw a line on. Anyway, the really big news right now is EC's latest discovery down here on Jaimavina. Remember those buildings I told you about under the glacier? Well, EC is pretty certain it was a university. They are excavating as quickly and safely as they can be. They hope to find a library soon, but so far they've managed to unearth an enormous auditorium. Well, to be more exact, they have found a way into the auditorium. It's bigger than the ones at Hopnia University. Sadly, the backstage control room is empty, and the explorers didn't find any books or manuals. It looks like most things were done on computers. I know EC is keeping a lot of things on ice, but I did learn from my sources that they did uncover a lot of archived data files. Of course, they may have found crystal rocks for all we understand how to access them. Any more information on that lander? I'm still in shock that both devices are talking with each other. Maybe it's spooky twin speak. But seriously, they're sending out a signal? Maybe there's another fallen satellite on another part of your world that's trying to communicate with that one. Or another one in orbit? I can't wait to hear about the little ones. Just remember, no matter what, the mother is always right. Iria.
Log entry, Vela 20, Vela Rotat 2605, Cycle 5 of the 6th Annual. Dear Iria, I have a newfound respect for my father and what he went through when raising me. Children are a lot of work. As you might expect, a few annuals after my last transmission, Amai gave forth 5 amazing new children, 3 boys and 2 girls. The procedure for giving forth is not as big as the previous ceremony, but Johnny, Daru, Sanai, and myself were all there in the water, waiting anxiously. As the children are released, they instinctively swim to their fathers. A boy and a girl both swam to Sanai. One boy swam to Johnny, another to Daru, and the most beautiful little girl on the entire planet, next to Amai, swam to me. That was the day that we welcomed young Ori into our world. Amai spent a few more cycles in the creche to make sure she was doing well, which she was, and after a long rest, has come back to work. Ori is almost 2 Rotats old now, and has taken to pressing every button she can see wherever we take her. I honestly have no idea where she gets that from. Sadly, my father's health has declined some, and he has spent the last few annuals in a hospice home. He is very well taken care of, and we visit as much as possible. He always asks us to bring Ori with us. They play together when he can, and she babbles at him all day long. Father has been asking for both Amai and I to stay together and raise Ori. Amai and I had discussed this possibility, and it was always the plan. She and I would raise Ori together. Amai is still very involved with the other children, visiting with them when she can, but I like to think that Ori is a little special to her because she's part of both of us. This really is a new era for Vela, and how schools are raised. I guess I didn't think about how some of our ceremonies and traditions could be viewed to someone outside of Vela. Something that seems so normal to us must feel very alien to you and the rest of Heimavina. Given that, I'm glad that our messages aren't public anymore. Much of our mating and intimacy is just so open and natural here that I didn't think about how it would come across to someone else. Congratulations on your promotion. I bet the EC is kicking themselves for not giving you that story all those Rotats ago. Who knew that they were passing up the future evening studio anchor? And now you're a big voice for your planet. I am sure that your whole school is proud of you. I know that your extended school on Vela is. You have a big fan here. I have gone back and reread many of your older transmissions to Ori. It's honestly one of the best ways to calm her down and keep her quiet. She sits and listens, very attentive to every word, and when I finish, she begs for the next one. Ori is very curious about the ramifications of sending 2 different teams to 2 different moon bases. Okay, those weren't exactly her words, but I was curious. It sounded like they were having enough difficulties getting into the moon base on Bradith. We have a saying here, never dive deeper than you can breathe. It also sounds like there is still so much more to find and explore on Bradith, especially now that your people can function inside the base easier. After doing all of the research on the satellite and living in CNR, which is historical in its own right, I would love to visit and explore your dig site under the glacier. Imagine all of the discoveries of your ancient people that are just waiting to be found. To be able to learn about how they lived and why they aren't around anymore. I could spend cycle after cycle just poring over the data there.
I have spent so much time working to decipher the signals from the satellite and lander here. I would love to get my webs on the data your people are seeing. Is the EC hiring a data analyst? Can I work remotely? One can dream of the possibilities. In the meantime, I am spending my time cleaning and cataloging all of the pieces of the 2 artifacts here. We opted for a full teardown and rebuild, so all of our offices are filled with every piece of the satellite and lander, down to the screws that held it together. Everything is meticulously documented so that when we are ready to rebuild, we will have a full user manual to guide us through putting it all back together. The components are fascinating and way beyond anything we have built here, but the technology has helped us to improve many of our own systems. Work is already underway to revamp some of the satellites that we were preparing to launch with the information that we have learned here in the labs. We should see improved clarity and range from our systems. There is talk about using some of this new tech and improving the radio lab arrays as well, but that would mean a total overhaul of the system, and there is way too much going on at the moment for that kind of downtime. There are also some in the council here who think that it would help our relations with Jaimavina to send a lot of our findings to the scientists at the EC. Personally, even though the past has been a little rough seas, I think it's important to share our scientific discoveries and calm the waters between us. That, and having some extra eyes on this data would be a great help. The last bit of great news I have for you is that the Trainoar launch facility has been completely rebuilt. It's not on the exact location. The new pad has been upgraded with many of the new improvements that we've been making here, and security has been a top priority. Unlike some of the smaller launch facilities, Trainoar is situated right along the center line of Vela, so it's a prime location for the best possible launches for larger spacecraft. Large enough spacecraft for a Velan team. It's still a few annuals away, but we are all cautiously excited as we prep for the first Velans to go into space. The mission, we are told, will just be a simple spacewalk. There are more missions scheduled to work on satellites that are in orbit and to conduct various experiments. I think, for obvious reasons, I can't go into some of the missions. Not because they're secret or anything, but because of the previous events. They just aren't telling us everything. You can be sure that we will have a huge gathering at the vid screens to watch the launch, though. Amai and I are planning to have Ori on our lap to watch the whole thing. May the waves guide us to space. Gisto.
Log entry, Jaimavina 21, 2285, 85th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. A girl! What amazing news! Ori! What a beautiful name. What does her name mean? Or was she named for someone? Either way, it's lovely. She sounds like she's a bit of a handful. I say this eyeing the twins who are harassing poor Floki, who is patiently allowing them to... Is that paint? Just a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm a little jealous you only have one kid to worry about. How's Amai doing? I have sympathy for anyone who carried 5 babies. I would ask the details, but I think I'm fine really not knowing some things. I'm really sorry to hear about your father. Gosh, hospice. I really thought he was doing better. I'm really glad to hear that Ori is giving him joy. Tell him hello for me, and that rest is the best thing he can do. I'm impressed that your scientists are taking the time and creating a manual to re-engineer the lander and satellite. That makes total sense. I can't say that the same practice is done here as often. I think our scientists here get so excited they forget to follow procedures and end up with a bunch of random parts strewn across the floor. Sometimes I wonder how my species advanced as far as it did, because I swear, we are still those same mana launching bogeys in the air without realizing those things can come down on our heads. So Randir. We landed on Randir. ECAL timed their launch so Randir was as close to Jaimavina as possible. The astronauts had enough time to walk around, take photos, and survey the facilities. It seems like this station is not as vast and more utilitarian in design. Hopefully that makes sense. There isn't a lot of details available about this mission. During their return trip to Heimavina, there was a fire in the storage compartment of the command module, and the astronauts were forced to make an emergency landing on Braddock. Unfortunately, ECAL lost 2 astronauts. Reports sound like they basically crash-landed on one of the landing platforms at Braddock Station. If ECAL hadn't already established a large presence on Braddock Station, they would have lost the entire crew. I wish I could give you more information, but I can't. I was fired. It seems someone very curious at EC did get bored and decrypted our transmissions. EC sent the transmissions to ECAL security, who, in turn, were not too thrilled about how much information I have divulged to someone on another planet. They're also not too happy with how much information you seem to have as a regular VLAN. I know I said we take security seriously, but this is ridiculous. I filed a formal complaint because all the information I've been sending to you was public knowledge. Also, I can't control what data EC chooses to provide to their VLAN counterparts and what they do with that information in return. However, it seems I've chipped enough ECAL's ice with my evening show that they demanded JCN fire me. The JCN front office tried to defend me and was ready to publish every transmission I had ever written since leaving EC, but ECAL's a powerful organization with deep connections in the public and private sectors. In the end, JCN folded, and their security officers stood in my office as I packed personal items into boxes. I was furious and humiliated, and my coworkers just stood in shocked silence as I was escorted out of the building. People I had known for decades. My news director called the security people some nasty names and called me later to tell me that she was disciplined for insubordination. I guess the joke's on them, though, because JCN was obligated to pay the rest of my 5-year contract, which was, well, fairly substantial. ECAL hasn't stopped there, though. They've repeatedly called me into closed-door meetings that feel more like interrogations. Gisto, they have combed through everything I have ever sent you. I'm sorry. EC and ECAL are conducting internal investigations and have spoken with everyone I've ever worked with at EC and JCN. They've harassed my friends at ECAL, gone through my phone and electronic messages, and they've worked through my call list to find sources inside ECAL. Their questions are focused on how I knew about the problem with the fusion reactor on Braddock, budget issues, and even the greenhouses. I argued that this information was public knowledge, and most of the information was publicized on air. It's already out there. Broadcasted. It's in the universe. Even my volcano broadcast was scrutinized because it was played on Vila. It's insane. They are claiming that what I reported was leaked classified information that potentially damaged Yothian national security and are demanding that I name my EC and ECAL sources. I will not do that because it violates my rights to free speech and my journalistic integrity. Not to mention that this is public available information. My advocate believes ECAL is just trying to make an example of me and the courts will hold me in contempt if I don't cooperate. So it looks like I'm going to prison. Iria Newspark, crusader for free speech. I guess it doesn't sound so bad. My mother-in-law says that she will stay here if it comes to that. She thinks I'm crazy. Why don't you just tell them, she says. I told my grandmother not to interfere. She was about ready to storm the doors of the Samcoma and demand a formal inquiry. That would cause such an avalanche. My parents are worried about the kids. Lars says not to worry and to stand up for my convictions. He's such a mountain. I'm really lucky. I'm not giving up my sources. I don't see what I did wrong. I'm having a private conversation with my friend who I've known forever. So guess what? You're famous again. Public opinion and tabloids have had a snow day with this. The famous Erie News Park in the shoals. Half of the coverage is supportive, and the other half is calling me a traitor who put Heimavina at risk and demand that we break contact with Vila. It's a circus. Me? I don't give a frosty fart about what the media is saying or what people think of me. I'm worried about the twins. They're still too young to understand. I find myself wandering into their rooms at night just to look at them. They're so cute. They tell me they will take care of Papa and Floki if I have to go away. It breaks my heart. They say goodnight to you every night, by the way. When they say their goodnight wishes, they always have one for you. Their wishes go like this. We wish goodnight to our mother and father because they keep us safe and happy. We wish goodnight to our grandmothers and grandfather Chris because they bring us joy and gifts. We wish goodnight to Fifi because she's wise and funny. We wish goodnight to Floki because he's so good and fluffy. We wish goodnight to Gisto because he can swim in the sea.
We wish good night to Disnu because he's not feeling good and he needs the waves. We wish good night to Haimavina, for she gives us life and harmony. Lars' mother taught them that. It's sweet, huh? Remember, they're only 6. Swimming in the sea is a very cool idea to them because they can't really do it here. They don't understand what an alien is. Helgi thinks that you live on Bradith and claims that he will visit you when he's older. These kids. Well, if you don't hear from me for a while, you'll know where I am. Hopefully my Avocot can work something out. I'm certainly paying him enough. Just what am I going to do? Iria.
Log entry, Vela 21, Vela Rotat 2607, cycle 25 of the 4th Annual. Transmission sent in the Haimavina language of Yothian. Hello, Haimavina. My name is Gisto Sedizun. Some of you may know me. I have been talking with one of your own, Iria Nufspark, for over 40 years. Both our planets and ourselves have gone through incredible changes in that time. We have grown up together, shared our greatest accomplishments, and felt the incredible sadness of each other's failures and defeats. Vela has watched our nearest planetary neighbor grow from simply digging around in ice mountains to launching incredible missions to nearby planets. Haimavina has watched theirs reach for the stars and perhaps fail, but get up and try again. As a person, I have seen Iria accomplish incredible deeds in the face of opposition and rise above those who would hold her back. She has seen me deal with incredible loss and betrayal and then work to bring peace to my people. I am speaking to you now in your own language so that it cannot be filtered or censored in translation, because I feel that a great wrong has been done. Iria has done nothing more than talking to a friend about the events happening on her planet. These are things that she is proud of and excited about because of the incredible discoveries and accomplishments that her people, you, have made in spite of overwhelming odds. This was deemed to be a harsh enough crime that she is being threatened with imprisonment, with being taken away from her children. The people doing this to her? Your Expeditionary Corps Aeronautical Lab. The same people who felt the destruction of an entire city on my planet did not warrant the punishment that we inflicted on one of our own villains, a people out of their jurisdiction, airspace, and culture. The same people who admonished and cut ties with us because we sentenced a single Velen to death for causing one of the biggest environmental disasters on our planet. Those people arrested and sentenced Amana of your world because she spoke of the incredible accomplishments of the planet that she was proud of to her friend on another world. Those accomplishments? Guess what? We already knew about them. Ever since we have had a radio telescope, we have been listening to you. My father has been working at the radio labs since I was just a child. We have been hearing everything that was ever broadcast from your planet. Your entertainment programs, news, broadcasts, radio conversations, everything. Personally, I'm a big fan of Tragard. I was very excited when Nihilus got together with Cyanea. We are only on season 4, though, so please, no spoilers. Also, please inform Commander Taralu Piers that her mother's Lufska sounds delicious. I can tell you this information freely because I know that you have been doing the same to us, listening to the signals that we send out. Guess what? We don't care. Velens have always been a people of openness and sharing. My father reached out to your people to start this youth program because he wanted us all to be friends. What better base to start from for openness and friendly sharing than our children? As you may know, I am a father myself.
I want my Ori to grow up in a world where she doesn't have to keep secrets from people she considers friends. And my people do consider Haimavina to be their friends. We all live in this system together. This is our neighborhood. Eluda and Van La have been living together since they came into existence. The stars orbit each other and give life to us. We have shared technology, scientific ideas, and our culture with you on a regular basis. Even when your Samcoma cut us off, we still fought to keep talking. Iria Nufspark is my sister. Maybe not by birth, but she has been welcomed into my family time and time again. I know what family means to you on your planet. Know that it means the same here. Our culture and practices may be different, but I would do anything for my family. And so this is what I am doing. We don't want our people to be at odds with each other. Ever since our scientists reached out for the first time, our goal was to always be friends. This was my father's wish. He always taught me that bringing people together was the way to solve any problem, and that freezing them out was a way to disaster. He believed that until his last breath. This is his legacy now, and I will uphold that with every bit of my being. Yes, my father, Dezun Sedelnar Rogisto, passed away. My father fought with passion and vigor to ensure that we could all come together as a planet and as a system in harmony. This is the mantle that I will be carrying now. Please do not grieve him. Instead, celebrate him as we will. His name will forever be part of our history. Not just Vela, but Haimavina as well. His name will echo throughout the Eluda Van La system for eons. A part of the celebration of my father is the commission and launch of our first spacecraft to carry a Velan off our planet. For many years, we have been working to reach the stars, and that dream has become a reality. The spacecraft, carrying a capsule named Dezun 1, has launched, and the capsule has made a successful orbit 3 times around our planet. During the testing and lead up to this event, no lives were lost, no injuries were reported, and everything went as planned. This was, in part, due to the information that we have all shared with each other. I have worked with the Council of Vela, and they have all unanimously agreed to allow this message to be sent from every radio telescope directed at Haimavina, and sent at the highest possible power. We want this message heard by every mana. Please do not reply immediately. Think on what I have said here. Work with your Samcoma and your ECAL. Talk to them, and please help Iria. As you are no doubt aware, due to my messages being made public there, we are working on our own discoveries of ancient technology here. We are using this information to upgrade our systems. Our radio telescopes will be intermittently offline as we perform upgrades over the next few months. I will be sending a message to Iria when it is complete. You are all welcome to read it, as I am done hiding from the spotlight. May the waves guide and protect us all in this difficult time. Your small dot in the sky. Gisto se Dezun.
What follows is a transcript of recorded face-to-face prisoner conversations that took place between Vela transmissions 21 and 22. Many of the transcripts were corrupted and unable to be recovered. As far as we know, these transmissions never made it off of Haimavina. Our team has deciphered what we could and translated them for release.
(2286), Month 1. Transcript of prisoner conversation between inmate 12376, Iria Nufspark, and Lars Gardenson. Hey, love.
Hey, sweetheart. How you doing?
Oh, you know, day drinking, getting my nails trimmed, facials with the girls. How are you?
Rearranging the house, sleeping in the middle of the bed, and letting the kids eat whatever they want. I miss you.
I miss you too. This sucks.
My mom has rearranged the entire kitchen twice. Apparently, we're terrible parents because we leave all the sharp items too close to little digits. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if she called child services.
Well, they have 5 digits. They really don't need that many.
That's what I said. She was not amused. Oh, are they letting you keep that jumpsuit? That thing is sexy. I like the color.
Sexy, right? Snaps up the front.
Easy access. So, what horrible, meaningless tasks are they making you do? Sharpening erasers?
I'm working in the prison greenhouse. Yep, they use the skills that inmates have. The greenhouse here had terrible insulation. We've completely redone it. I also had to fix basically the entire irrigation system and replace most of the seals on the glass. It works now, though. My father would be so proud of his little jailbird. How are the beasts?
They're good, my love. But they missed their mom. Also, I've decided to call them monsters. I hope you didn't have any special attachment to that vase from Frida.
Which one?
Yeah, I didn't think so.
What did they do?
Well, they used the base to create a catapult to launch some sort of paper thooper with rocks and a note across the courtyard to Ziggy's son.
Failed?
Spectacularly. We have to pay for a broken window, and there was a small fire.
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh, Lars, I'm sorry you have to do this all alone.
Oh, sweetie, you'd have done the same for me, though I'm not sure how I'd endanger national security with a segbut. Anyway, I'm ready for my mom to go home. I seriously have no idea where she's put anything. Even Floki hides when he sees her. I think he's afraid she's going to stuff him in a closet.
$22.86, month 3. Transcript of prisoner conversation between inmate 12376, Area News Park, and Isabel Solkin. Isabel, what are you doing here?
Arya, we are sitting on an ancient find with you in prison. We can spin this to make you a symbol for all journalists and those who have been wronged by ECAL's FISCA. This is an opportunity to use your voice to stand up for freedom.
What?
Look, I wouldn't be doing my job as your publicist if I didn't work the best way to spin this. It's been over 2 months, but you are a Newfspark. Your family can be traced all the way back to Siddhis Anda.
Yes, thank you, Isabel. Having been in News Park my entire life, I am aware of my family lineage. And everyone can be traced back to the Siddhis Anda.
Not like the Newsparks. We need to use this.
What did you have in mind?
Several news magazines want to do a profile on you in prison. Even JCN wants an exclusive. They are dying for access to use those unreleased transmissions. They are thinking of doing an entire special about your relationship with Gisto from the Academy to now.
That's hilarious. They fire me, but they still want to use me for ratings.
The book deal alone I have received would make ECAL wish they had this kind of clout.
Don't you think enough of my writing is already out there?
Irya, I don't know why you're not taking this seriously. Your children would never have to work.
My children already don't have to work. It's not about the money, Isabel. I'm not giving up my sources so I can play with my kids and write a book. $22.86, month 6. Transcript of prisoner conversation between inmate 12376, Area News Park, and Elias Farrell. How goes my case, Elias?
It's not good. ECAL has convinced several Sankoma representatives that you have put our planet at risk. They want to extend your sentence.
With information about greenhouses and my children?
No, Iria. You divulged information about Bradis Station that the public didn't even know about. You knew budget numbers that only the Sankoma had. You gave your friend a virtual map of our system. That's not even to mention the fusion reactor.
Right, because our system is cloaked from the rest of the galaxy. Frosted Elias, EC was talking to Vela long before I started the junior program. They're just trying to use me to cover their own dirty ice.
They don't give more information to Vela than they need to. Iria, you are friends with a Velan who has ties to a terrorist organization, and you told him secrets about our world.
He's a radio systems engineer with a wife, a sick dad, and a baby. He has no ties to any fringe group. That girl was already murdered for it. Remember? They tortured her, they tied her to a rock and threw her into the ocean and waited until she drowned. He had a nervous breakdown because of it. He wasn't involved. Their planet hasn't even recovered. There are parts of their planet that won't even grow back.
They are a barbaric race capable of space travel, and now they know where our only fusion reactor is.
Hardly. They're a benign species with culture, government, science, and weird mating practices. They might be as advanced as we are, but they aren't on their way here. Get a grip, Elias. Whose side are you on anyway?
You're making my point.
Elias, they're practically sentient Fiska. I'm surprised the ancients didn't send a probe to collect... Oh.
Iria? Iria!
What? Ugh, it doesn't matter. They're more scared of us than we should be of them, and I don't have to tell you why.
Look, I am on your side. ECAL is willing to make a deal.
2286, month 9. Transcript of prisoner conversation between inmate 12376 Iria Noofs Park and Frida Noofs Park.
Hey, Fifi.
Don't take the deal.
How are you, Iria? Oh, I'm doing fine, grandmother. How are you? Enjoying my retirement?
Stop it. I'm serious, granddaughter. The deal is insulting and will stain your reputation and the family name. I have spoken to the representative.
Wait. I wish you would stop meddling in my affairs. This deal will have me home by the Mirror Light Festival next week. Holding my kids. I want to go home.
Listen to me, Iria. This is bigger than your sentence. The expansionists are not happy with how ECAL has been operating, and the environmentalists have enough votes to change the funding. Things are shifting, and we need to be on the right side of this.
Please, they've been saying that for years. It will never pass. EC and ECAL kickbacks have made both sides nearly as rich as you.
It will pass.
Are you tossing in with the environmentalist lobby? Has the sea boiled since I've been gone?
I know you miss your children and Lars, Iria. I wish your grandfather was as good as Lars, but you have to pass on the deal. Don't let Elias talk you into it. This is bigger than you. This is bigger than us. I know I wasn't always there for your mother, but look what was achieved. Noofs Park changed the world, and you will do your part.
2287, month 12. Transcript of prisoner conversation between inmate 12376 Iria Noofs Park and Carl Nordside. Hi.
The famous Iria Noofs Park. I've been dying to meet you. Carl Nordside from Werkstatt Space.
Again. Hi.
I've been a huge fan of yours for years. I even started the Just Stone Area fan club when I was back at the academy. I graduated about a decade after you. Like I said, I'm a huge fan.
Guard, I think we're done here.
Madam Noofs Park, I'm sorry. Please forgive a fan for being a little starstruck. I own Werkstatt Space. You must have heard about us.
Mr. Nordside, in case you haven't been able to tell by your surroundings, I've been a little tied up these last months. We don't get much news around here. What can I do for you?
EC and ECAL have been defunded by the Sankoma. Mother knows I never thought that would happen. All the talent are looking for new jobs, and Werkstatt Space just picked up the contract for exclusive rights to Randir. We will be the first privately funded space operation for Heimavina.
What?
I'm here to offer you the position of Chief Communications Officer at Werkstatt Space. You would oversee the public and client-facing side of Werkstatt's operations. Our contract essentially gives us full ownership of Randir and everything on it. We could use your help.
Log entry: Vela 22, Vela Rotat 2607, Cycle 28 of the 6th Annual. Dear friend Iria, after 2 annuals, the upgrades on the Radiolab systems are now complete. All of these upgrades have been rolled out to every radio telescope on Vela, from La'ar to CNR. Even Chonar has a newly built, albeit small, system. In the spirit of cooperation, that system has also been upgraded. The new setup runs cleaner and is even more powerful than ever before. For the first time, we have been able to pick up signals from outside of the Eluda von La system. Nothing exciting yet, but we are able to see some nearby star systems and the general makeup of them. Given this new technology, we have begun to look into some high-powered imaging satellites that will be able to give us much more information. I hope I didn't swim beneath my depths by sending that message to Heimavina. The news stunned us all. When I got the message, I was awash between sorrow and anger. Amai and I talked about it, and we decided that the best course of action was to make a plea to the council. A few of them were skeptical at first. You can imagine who those were.
When I explained all of the benefits that you and Jaimavina have brought us, and maybe tossed in a little bit of guilt over Father's passing, it didn't take much to get a unanimous vote to send a high-powered message to all of your planet. I hope my Yothian was in good form. I would hate to have just been throwing snow on the fire. Iria, how are you doing? I can honestly say that I speak for all of Vela when I say that we are concerned about you and worried about the situation there. I hope that you were able to receive this message. Ori has asked me about you every cycle. Have you heard from Auntie Iria yet? No, not yet. We have to finish these upgrades first. I think she doesn't have a great concept of how time works yet. Amai has been trying to occupy her while I work on the upgrades, but I think she lets her loose now and then just to distract me. Usually she will walk in just after Ori and pretend to be mad, saying to let me work, and then explain maybe I should take a break and come and spend time with them. In a way, I'm both sad and happy that your message came in after Father's passing. Sad because I miss him, and I know that you would as well, but happy because I know how he was. If he had learned about what happened, he would have been at the council right beside me regardless of his condition. He really was a paragon of hope, and I miss him every cycle. I see a little bit of him in Ori, and I'm glad that he had the chance to see Amai and Ori and I all together before he went. The ceremony for his passing was lovely. He was set upon a small funeral skiff and set out to sea. These are designed to degrade in the water over time, and the sails were set to take him far to the north before dissolving into the ocean. We gathered on the beach at sunset and watched it sail off while toasting memories of him. In an effort to get back to normal, I'm sure you would want to know more about the progress of the satellite and the lander. We are nearing completion of the reassembly of both devices, and they look amazing. The documentation team was meticulous in cataloging each and every part and where it went. We had a separate team in charge of cleaning all of the pieces and fabricating new ones if something was too damaged. I hardly recognize the artifact that we pulled from the ocean. It looks like a brand new satellite that is preparing for a launch at this point. By my next transmission, it should be fully operational. Speaking of fully operational, our mission to orbit Vela was all smooth sailing. The launch went as planned. The three of us traveled to Trenoir to sit on the observation beach as the rocket lifted off. It was such a sight to see. Ori's eyes lit up, and I don't even think she blinked once until it was so far up that it blended with the rest of the stars. I was so happy to be able to share that with her. I think Amai may have actually dozed off a little during the event, though. She has been pulling some extra duties in Father's lab, or I should say, her lab now. This was a good vacation for her, now if I can just get her to stop checking her hand terminal. When the launch was done, we headed back to La'ar and waited to hear word about the crew and the capsule. They made a total of 3 orbits around the planet, all while sending down images of Vela taken by high-powered imaging devices. Once the mission was done, they splashed down just off the southern coast and everything was retrieved. Now they are preparing for the next few missions. I hear there are some repair and upgrade missions planned for some of our existing satellites using the new technology we have gained from our recovered artifact. There is even talk of building a station that will stay in orbit. It's not my department, so I don't know much about it. Ori just walked in with a picture that she has drawn of Floki. She asked me to send it to you. Kids. I told her about the goodnight ritual that you and your kids have. I wasn't sure if she really heard me until we put her to bed one night, and as Amai and I were leaving her room, we heard her say, "We wish goodnight to Mother and Father who work so very hard. We wish goodnight to Papa Dizun because we miss him. We wish goodnight to Auntie Iria because she needs our help and love." I held Amai and may have teared up a little until I heard this. "We don't wish goodnight to Ekel because they are Seki poop." I walked away at that point laughing and let Amai deal with that one. Please let us know that you are doing well. May the waves guide you home. Gisto.
Log entry, Jaimavina 22, 2287, 87th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. Well, who knew you were such a rabble-rouser? I read your piece when I got out of prison. I really don't know what to say. I know that you enjoy being a private person, and this must have been a huge sacrifice for you and Amai. So thank you.
I was really touched that you put yourself out there for me. While I was away, the Sancoma voted to defund EC and ECAL. I don't know the exact details, and I'm still learning what happened, but the environmentalists made a push and got enough votes for it on both sides. EC and ECAL had to lay off nearly everyone. The remaining funding they have is enough for research, but no more exploring and definitely no more launches. I have no idea what's going to happen on Braddock Station, but for now, ECAL still has ownership of it. While all this was happening, I was supposed to be released that same week. My sources were all out of jobs, so they were all free to speak. Some did. But my release kept getting delayed, and I ended up spending an additional 2 months in prison. I have no idea what was causing them to drag their feet. My advocate thinks that maybe it was your message that had something to do with it because it came in after the vote to defund EC and ECAL. Personally, I don't believe that, and it sounds like I was just forgotten in all the chaos. Who knows? Unfortunately, since I'm not a journalist anymore, I'm not really privy to any of those discussions, and none of my former associates are speaking to me, at least not about this. They're all quick to share sympathy and support for my family, but that's it. I'm tainted ice for a lot of folks these days. Justo, I am so sad to hear about your father. I thought about him often in prison, and I hoped that he was doing better. The ceremony sounded like a beautiful celebration of life. In fact, your funeral traditions are similar to ours, though we set small boats on fire as they drift away. Some believe that the fire's smoke carries the deceased to the afterlife. I'm certain your father is looking down on all of us. I'm pleased to hear how well the orbital mission went. It's just incredible that it was named for your father. I'm sure he would have been honored. I would have loved to see the images of Vela from the capsule. Well, what can I tell you about prison? It wasn't as bad as it could have been. I was held in a minimum security facility, which are facilities intended to house nonviolent criminals. But it's still prison. My fellow inmates weren't all bad people, just people who chose to do dumb things. Kind of like myself, I guess. In order to keep the prison costs down, they keep the inmates busy, and we were assigned tasks around the prison that use our individual skills and experiences. There was a dance instructor in for embezzlement and taught classes to fellow inmates. Because of my gardening and farming skills, they had me work in the greenhouse. It was in pretty bad shape. Apparently the people working there were just put there because they didn't have any other skills. By the time I left, we had a real working farm and fresh food for the kitchens. It helped a lot of people, and it prevented them from becoming depressed. They all seemed to like the hard work, which kept their minds off that they were incarcerated. Visitors were allowed twice a month, so I got to see Lars and the twins, and a few others like my advocate. There was a visitor's room where they could come in, and we could speak at a table, or if it was nice, we could go walk the gardens. I think it was tough for the twins to see me in my prison garb, but they were good, and they would bring me little drawings as gifts. We didn't get much news. I think a lot of the inmates didn't want to be reminded what they were missing. At first, I was dying to know. I would ask everyone for information. But I couldn't do anything to change it, and it would only upset me. So I focused on the greenhouse and just getting through each day. In the wake of ECAL's fall, a lot of private technology and engineering companies have started to poach ECAL's talent. I was offered a new job with a private company called Werkstatt Space, which just essentially won ownership to Randir Station. They're going to be the first privately funded space operation for Heimavina. The owner actually visited me in prison to offer me the position of Chief Communications Officer. I will oversee the public and client-facing side of Werkstatt's entire operation. My advocate's still negotiating the contract, salary, and options. This is an enormous position, and I would be lying to say if I wasn't nervous about taking it. I've never done anything on this level before. I mean, spokesperson, yes. Spinning a story, sure. But an executive-level officer with a seat on the board? This is new and a huge responsibility. I have an interesting fact about the owner, Carl Nordside. He apparently created an Iria and Justo fan club when he was a student at the academy. Isn't that hilarious? He also has no problem with me communicating with Vela. In fact, he encourages it. He loves that your planet is interested in collaborating and sharing technology. We are in different tides now, Justo. In fun news, Lars' latest Segba design won the Yothian Cup. He named the boat Ori. It's currently the fastest and most technologically advanced segbit on Heimavina. It's his way of thanking you for standing up for his wife. Give lots of hugs to Ori. I teared up at her goodnight wishes. Kids will pick up everything. You will be surprised the older she gets. Just so you know, the twins called Ori their other sister. Kids. Area.
Log entry: Vela 23. Vela Rotat 2609. Cycle 4 of the 3rd Annual.
Dear friend Iria, oh no! I had hoped that my message would help raise awareness on your situation, not that it would delay your release. Hopefully there are no other bad reactions to that transmission. I know it may have sounded a little out of the ordinary for me. The idea that you would be accused of such crimes sparked an emotion in me, and I just went into action. Amai said that seeing me yelling at the council to get them to act reminded her of my father. The downstream to all this is that the council is now looking to me to work on some of the interplanetary relation communication. I told him I would only do it part-time, that I still wanted to work on the satellite. How do I get myself into these situations? The news about ECAL came in just before your transmission, and many of us here thought the worst. I probably shouldn't mention the cycles of sleepless nights. I wondered, what have I done? Your message set my mind at ease a little bit. I can only imagine what a big shift in the tides this news is causing for your planet. How is ECAL even going to get to Bradith now? Are there astronauts stranded there? Prison life sounds very different from how we do things here on Vela. It sounds like you were able to keep your mind occupied while there. I couldn't picture being restricted from information like that. When I was sailing to CNR, it was a mix between maddening and soothing, being cut off, and that trip was my choice. Here on Vela, we have small cells for major crimes where inmates are restricted from access to water. This slows them down a little bit and is a very harsh punishment, so it's quite the deterrent. Minor crimes now usually result in banishment or restriction of travel. I don't want to go too much into detail about either of these, since the last time I explained some of our processes, it nearly resulted in an interstellar incident. It feels like I was just congratulating you on a new promotion at the JCN, and now I'm doing it all over again for a new position. You are certainly making a name for yourself there. Executive officer sounds like a big deal. If Verkstad is now in charge of Randir, and you now work for Verkstad, does that mean you get to visit Randir? I know they probably wouldn't send anyone in your position up there, but you have to admit that the explorer in you itches just a little at the idea. Let me get this right. There's a fan club on Heimavina? For us? Remember when I was embarrassed back in class after you said that my transmissions were being read to the whole school? Imagine that feeling multiplied by the depths of the Senathva, which is our deepest ocean. When I read that, my scales nearly turned the color of your hair, especially now that all of our messages have been re-released with the latest events. I guess this is our life now. We try to swim to the surface and they keep pulling us back under. Well, please tell Mr. Nordside that I am pleased that he is a fan and that I look forward to any collaboration that we can do here. I can say things like that now since the council keeps pointing their webs at me for things like this. There's someone here who would like to say something to you.
Hey, Auntie Iria. I am very happy to talk to you. Father has been reading your messages to me since I was very young, and I wanted to tell you and Uncle Lars that I am honored to be on your skiff. I told my friends about it, and they are all very excited and jealous. My best friend Evie even said she wants to race skiffs too. Tell Helgi and Frida that I love my brother and sister. Please give Floki bubbles for me. Okay, bye, Ori.
It's really amazing that here you and I are talking about events that reach beyond our planets, and little Ori, who is 6 rotats old now, sees only her small pool as the whole world. Please tell Lars that Amai and I were really touched that he would name the Sagbat after our little one. Ori didn't know what a segbat was, so we just told her it was like a skiff. Now she wants to go see the racing skiffs here, and every time one wins the race, she says, "That one's okay, but it's not as fast as the Ori on Hymavina." As we say, kids. In other news here, we have finished the rebuild of the satellite, and it's truly a sight. We have been studying it as much as possible, and our next step is a very ambitious one. We have made some additions to the device that will allow it to link up with our systems here, but we just aren't getting the results and analysis that we were hoping for yet. We think that it's because it's here, on the surface of Vela. So we have scheduled a launch to put this satellite back in orbit. This way we can use the modifications that we have made to it and to the lander to figure out where this came from and what it's meant to do. There are some other launches planned right now for upgrade communications, 2 more Velen teams going up, and some interesting imaging systems, so it will be a little while. Between Ori and work and communications, I guess I just won't be sleeping anymore. You know, I don't think I remember seeing Father sleep much either. May the waves guide us. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 23, 2289, 89th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. What can I tell you? Sleep is overrated. The new job is great, very challenging, and again, I would be lying if I said it wasn't intimidating. Well, it was at first. Now, I have a lot of latitude with the division I lead, and I've recruited several very accomplished former coworkers from both JCN and EC. If I'm supposed to shape the message, I may as well get the best, and Werkstock is willing to pay for top talent. When I first started, Werkstock's company board was about as easy to negotiate with as Helgi and Frida are on proper bedtimes. They pushed back on everything that my division proposed, down to the color of the new marketing logo for the company. I'm pretty skilled at getting managers to think that my ideas are their ideas, but I have to give my team a lot of credit. They thought of everything. They had backup plans to back up those plans if I ran into static when presenting our ideas and requests for larger budgets to the board. Our division is the face of the company, and our job is to sell Hymavina on the idea that commercial spaceflight is the future. Well, that's the pitch at least. The company as a whole is doing well. The engineering and spacecraft division has launched to Randir, scouted the facilities, and have even gotten the station to power on for a few hours at a time. One of our engineers designed something, I have no idea how to explain it, but it prevents dust from collecting on the solar array so the team doesn't have to keep cleaning it. When he was at ECAL, he pitched the same idea, but they passed on it. I'm glad he works for us. It's saving a lot of time and energy for the astronauts. We paid him a substantial bonus for that. We recruited former ECAL commander Tara Luz Pierce as our chief flight director. She and I actually graduated from the academy together, but she graduated top of our class. She claims that she was embarrassed when you mentioned her in your message, but between you and me, astronauts love attention, and she is no exception. She runs that control center with sharp nails. She has scrubbed launches for the smallest concerns, but we have yet to have a fatality or any mistakes in any of our missions. I can almost forgive her for making fun of me in calculus our first year. No, I don't. Anyway, when the Samcoma defunded ECAL and EC, the personnel on Braddock Station conducted an orderly shutdown, much like the Ancients did, and the teams that were off-world safely returned. Gisto, the Samcoma may be unreasonable, but they wouldn't abandon anyone on Braddock Station. Well, unless you're me and stuck in prison for an additional time. But I'm not bitter about that. Luckily, after much debate, EC and ECAL's funding was reinstated, and they are both righted and sailing. Although the funding is more restricted, and their budgets have to be approved by a committee. If they had listened to me back then, I'm sure you can hear my nails clicking from Vila. Anyway, Braddock Station is still running, albeit with not as many launches, and with a lot of talent going private. They're decades off their pace now, which is a little sad because it didn't have to be that way. To answer your question about me going to Randir, no, I'm not. We have a lot of work to do before the station is functional and can start letting executives travel up there for photo ops. Also, with my damaged lungs, it's very unlikely I will ever set foot on another world. It's okay. My 15-year-old self is upset, but my 57-year-old me is quite content to stay on Hymavina and watch the launches from my terrace. I assume by the time you get this message, the satellite will have already been launched. What have you guys discovered? Is it sending out a signal? And if so, where? Can you guys triangulate the direction? And can we help, maybe? I have a few people in radio labs who are dying to speak to you. They're in my office practically every day begging me for your encryption codes. They claim they have a new data compression algorithm that might allow us to send larger files, potentially including video. I told them that I would ask you in our next transmission, mostly to get them out of my office. You shouldn't feel obligated to say yes. They're a little eager, but they're good kids. Recent Hopnia University graduates, trying to prove themselves to the chiefs. Were we like that? When did we get old, Justo? Speaking of old, Helgi and Frida are now 8 and will be starting their pre-entrance exams for the academy soon. If, and that's a big if, they pass those, they'll be moved to the advanced classes for the next 4 years before they can actually apply to be first-year students. I swear, Lars and I barely remember we both had to do all of this when we were their age. Thank you for that message from Ori. That sweet little one. Blow bubbles on her belly for me. My kids have performed some sort of dance routine for you. You'll just have to trust me that it was cute. Floki was less thrilled at his participation because it involved ribbons they tied to his ears, which I'm going to have to cut out of his fur, I think. May the waves guide you, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 24. Vela Rotat 2611. Cycle 12 of the 4th Annual. Dear Madam Executive Officer, you sound so official now. It sounds like you're bringing your own Iria splash to your new position and getting things done the way I would expect you to do. It makes me excited for what your company has in store with you in charge, while also feeling bad for them because they are going to have to be swirled into shape. You are a storm to be reckoned with, and they will be doing great things because of you. For our solar panels, we instituted a fairly simple solution, quite literally. Since the weather here brings enough rain, the panels tend to be dust-free. One of the chemists here created a cleaning product that gets dispensed regularly and automatically, that mixes with the rainwater to keep the panels clear. Without dust or freezing temperatures, the only concern that we have is salt buildup, and this cleaner dissolves it and it runs right off. It's rather ingenious, yet so simple. I know it wouldn't help there due to the different conditions, but the scientists here were all very impressed with it. We have been using that system for the last 70 rotats. I think he got a park named after him. The idea of a private company being in charge of something like space travel seems fascinating to us here. It seems that even after all these rotats, your people can still surprise us. You see, we don't tend to privatize large-scale work. Most of Vela doesn't even work on profits. The council tends to put caps on large-scale wealth and funnels the excess back into projects and benefits for all of Vela. The council is made up of people from all over. Cities and townships have their own representatives, and those voices filter up to the primary council. The primary goal is always the same, though. How does this benefit our people? Private companies exist, but their profits go towards making life better here and keeping their employees living comfortably. This doesn't mean that some haven't tried to get around that system. I think greed is a part of any society, but it's a rare occurrence here. Sadly, it also means that there are some that fall below the average income and have trouble treading water. Vela has a number of assistance programs in place to help those who seek it, but we are also a proud people. Because of this structure, our Velan Space Agency, or VSA, is funded primarily through the Council. This goes for all of the launch pads around the planet. There's even a new pad being built in Tomisar, which is just outside of Chonar. I thought I would never see the cycle that Chonar would embrace space. The Council debates the use of funding to companies that construct and run the systems, and they all work together to make it happen. The money is all tracked and documentation maintained by Council accountants. I thought the documentation was meticulous for the satellite. You should see the reports that those accountants produce. I'm glad to hear that no one was left behind on Bradith, but I can imagine that it must have been very scary for those astronauts up there when the news was happening with ECAL. It would be like us exploring the depths in one of the underwater stations, only to find out that the company providing you with fuel, air, and rescue is no longer able to do so.
I am glad that they were able to make it home safely, and that there are plans to continue exploring. Unfortunately, due to past relations and the uncertain nature of ECAL, the Council has decided to slow down all communication and relations with ECAL to a trickle. All our ongoing work will primarily be done with Werkstatt. I think it's safe to say that you have a few friends here with just a little sway. Your company seems easier to work with, and our goals align a little more than they did with ECAL. Cooperation and friendship. Speaking of cooperation, we have been working on some newer encryption protocols, and I have been asked to begin negotiations to bolster our communication with Werkstatt. This would be proprietary code between Werkstatt and the La'ar Radio Lab. We have learned a lot of new information from the satellite and lander, and it seems that by using this updated code, we can use it to send larger forms of data. Once the new protocols are in place, assuming that your scientists and senior leadership agree, we should be able to start with images, as well as large form files. There's a lot of other work to make sure that the system languages work together, but that's all for those new scientists you are hiring to figure out. I will let you know that we are working on some safeguards with this new encryption. Given that ECAL was able to crack the last one, the plan is to work with Werkstatt and create a system that is so difficult to break, if you attempted it, it would erase everything. Yes, ECAL, everything. Just in case you're listening. Sadly, the launch for putting the satellite back into orbit is delayed, pending a few other launches that were deemed more important. The VSA has created a new reusable spacecraft that has the ability to launch using boosters, perform all of its tasks in space, and then land again in the ocean. It's using some of the tech from our submersibles. Upon re-entry, it essentially dives into the ocean and then relies on conventional motors to propel it back to shore. From there, it's cleaned up, refueled, and restocked for the next mission. They have already done 4 successful launches to repair systems we have in orbit. I'm hoping that by our next transmission, we should be up and operational on the satellite, and we can solve this 2,500 Rotat-old mystery. We are preemptively proud of the twins on getting through their exams. I'm sure that they will surprise you when it comes to their classes. I hear they come from a good pool. Ori is also preparing for her classes. She's struggling a little bit with her math, but her speech and communication skills are incredible. She sits with me in my meetings with the council, and I keep expecting her to jump up and hold debates with the members. I have actually started to do most of my communications and transmissions from work now, because I can technically call this work, but also because Ori was always coming in to comment and ask if it was you I was writing to so she could reply too. We are afraid to get her own hand terminal simply because I think she would probably start talking with everyone in the galaxy. I hope Floki's fur grows back. May the waves guide all of us trying parents. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 24, 2291, 91st year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey Gisto. I've had to sit on your transmission for a few days. After a hot cup of tea, I'm struggling to understand the reason behind the Council's decision to limit its cooperation with EC and ECAL. I can understand your frustration with Hymavina these past several years and the choices my government made that affected me, but I think you're standing up for the wrong person. Gisto, I did what they accused me of. Sure, much of what I told you was public knowledge, and I was excited to share interesting pieces of news with a lifelong friend, but I also revealed details I had received from confidential sources who had access to restricted materials. I believed at the time, and I still do, that I was helping uncover corruption within EC and ECAL, and the courts have sided with me on that. I went to prison for obstructing an investigation because I would not reveal the names of my sources, something that I will always be proud of. Even though I have to chuckle, I'm sad that Ori is learning that EC and ECAL are bad. They're not. And the good people who work at EC and ECAL are dedicated to helping Hymavina advance and reach for the stars. Some of them, like me, now work for Werkstatt Space. It's been almost 40 years since the Samcoma severed ties with the Council, but in hindsight, that decision was made in fear and ignorance by an older generation that never had to understand another society. The Samcoma of today is much different. They're younger, more innovative, and open to other arguments. Of course, there are groups that still hold their old positions, but with the environmentalists firmly in the majority, many new and encouraging priorities have surfaced.
This younger, more open Samcoma is responsible for reinstating the funding for EC and ECAL because they want to discover what happened to us over 2,000 years ago. The Samcoma is like your council, whose members represent all various groups of people on Haimavina. They are the voice of our world. If you limit communication or cut them off, you silence the true voice of Haimavina. After EC and ECAL overstepped, the Samcoma decided to outsource portions of our space exploration effort. Werkstatt Space won the largest portion of that contract, including exploration of Randir. Now that EC and ECAL are sailing with the wind, our relationship is symbiotic. Our goals and priorities align, and we're linked claw to claw with them on innovative projects. We even lease their existing communications and launch infrastructure. I've discussed the situation with Carl and the other executives, and we all agreed. While we are flattered that the council would like to work with us almost exclusively, we cannot accept that proposition. Our contract gives us a lot of latitude, but Werkstatt is not an elected body. We don't control the government's budget or set policy. We are the voice on Haimavina, but we are not the voice of Haimavina. What's more, we would be at risk of losing our contract if we even entertain the idea of handling government-to-government relations. And I'm sure there are those in the Samcoma who would happily point their claws at me for something like this. During my hearing, the prosecutors accused me of damaging governmental relationships with Vela. An exclusive relationship between Vela and Werkstatt could easily be interpreted as proof of that very thing. Mana, I'm sure you'll remember, are a very suspicious race, and hard feelings thaw slowly. Gisto, our societies are very different. And I'm not just speaking about biology. I know we laughed about it when we were younger, but there are things that I'm not going to understand about your world, and there will be things that you will understand about mine. But our societies are always evolving, and if we keep punishing each other and ourselves for past mistakes and our own ignorance, our worlds will never be able to move on. Good luck on the launch, and reach for the stars. Iria.
Log entry: Vela 25, Vela Rotat 2613, Cycle 10 of the 5th Annual. Dear Iria, I'm not even sure how to respond to your latest transmission. I am conflicted at so many depths that I also need to take some time to reflect. To start with, ECAL has been the source of so many issues that we have had with the transmissions over all these rotats that it's hard to alter one's point of view on the matter after so much given evidence. I approached the council with what you have explained, and it was met with arguments from all sides. The debates lasted for 2 quarter annuals, and while I believe they have made their decisions, there are those that still squabble. Conversations on both sides of this included all of the good that has come from our collaboration with ECAL, including the new security, shared technology, and collaboration on projects. Opponents who are a bit stuck in the mud of the past brought up the cutting of ties you mentioned from so long ago, as well as the reckless behavior of ECAL when it came to exploration of Bradith, no accountability of their budget, and the accusation and imprisonment of yourself. Their harsh and impulsive decisions are what led the Council's desire to limit communication. With the new knowledge that you actually committed the crimes that they accused you of, it's brought even more arguments to the case, and my voice was beginning to be drowned out. It wasn't until I started to run comparisons on Vela that they started to listen. I know this may be tough to churn, but I had to start comparing ECAL to Chonar. Over all of the rotats, it felt as if Chonar had their own agenda, with their own various attacks and general mistrust of the people of Senoth. Over time, Chonar grew and learned from the rest of Vela to be more involved. They have learned to trade information and grow as a people to better incorporate with life here on Vela. I made the case that if they could change, so could ECAL. The Council decided to move ahead with communications with ECAL, but they insisted that all transmissions with them be out in the open, without encryption to maintain transparency. We can still use our protocols with Werkstatt and any personal communications. Then the Council turned its attention to me,
and my request of the Council to allow me to send that message to Hymavina to defend you. Now that we know the validity of the accusations, they are just a bit upset with me. Many of them still believe what I did was the right move, and there was enough concern that they are adding an extra layer of fact-checking and monitoring to all communications. They are allowing personal communications, but anything brought up within the Council will have some extra vetting. Thankfully, I get to keep my job, but I will have eyes on me going forward. This is my life in politics, a rock in the waves. I guess I have been picking up some of your habits for stirring up trouble. Politics aside, the satellite has been launched. Late last Rotat, we made it into the schedule, and we placed the recovered and refurbished satellite into a high Velen orbit. As we had hoped, it began to communicate with the lander here in the labs. Initially, though, the outbound signals that we were expecting didn't happen. After many diagnostics, it was discovered that the transceiver for those signals was receiving the incorrect power levels from the solar arrays. Thankfully, we didn't plug in the wrong cable. Instead, it looks as if it was merely underpowered. A team has been sent up to perform maintenance on it, and they are working as we speak. It looks like we didn't account for the difference in power standards for the older technology, and since many of the solar arrays had to be rebuilt using Velen standards, it wasn't enough to fully power the system. The team going up will be adding additional arrays as well as adjusting the resistance levels of the existing relays. In case you haven't noticed yet, I have attached an image to this transmission. The new encryption protocols are working great, and we have already sent a steady stream of data to Verkstad. It's been tough to work out a common mode of operation between the two systems, but your new engineers are pretty talented. You were right to find the best and the brightest. If you remember, Ori had come to me a few rotats back with a picture she drew of Floki. She was playing in my office when she drew it, and she wanted me to send it to you back then. Since then, it's been sitting in a frame on my desk, waiting for the day that I could send it. Forgive the notes on the drawing. She used some of the paper on my desk that had some of my scribbles on it. If the image displays correctly, we can start sending some photos of Amai, Ori, and myself. May the snow be at your back and your path run downhill. Sorry, still working on my Yothian. Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 25, 2293, 93rd year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey Gisto. I'm really sorry to put you through all that with the Council. Thank you for standing up for me and for Hymavina. I'm starting to feel like I have to apologize to you every few decades for something my planet or I have done. Debating policy, pointing out arguments, making agreements with another world, your father would be very proud of you that you are truly a diplomat now. Congratulations on the launch. It's somehow comforting to know that you guys are making as many miscalculations with ancient technology as we do. I would hate to have been one of the engineers responsible for the satellite launch when they found out they'd made a mistake. If they didn't feel like they were drowning, I bet they wish they had when the hangovers I'm sure they had hit the next day. Also, I don't know if I should thank you for working with the radio lab teams or not. I get endless project updates, and one of them always finds a way to get on my calendar to give me updates on very important projects. I shouldn't complain. I remember how important I thought it was to impress my managers. I often forget the manager these days is me. Progress on Randir is going better than expected. The exploration teams have managed to rig a temporary generator to power the auxiliary lighting and air recyclers. I'm attaching some photos from inside the station for you. I may have thrown one of me, Lars, and the twins, and Floki, just because. This is pretty cool, by the way. Anyway, ECAL is now using our device that keeps the solar array clean on Bradith, so the researchers can spend their time doing actual work rather than chores. We are also planning to start moon-to-moon flights in the near future. Ground-based launches can only carry enough fuel from one station at a time. The ability to move between moons should help distribute supplies and help in emergencies. Do you hear that, Gisto? The apartment flat is full of the lovely sound of silence. There is no screaming, No door slamming, no calling for me to break up yet another dispute between the twins. The twins are away at school. Floki and I are by the fireplace, enjoying a lovely bottle of Proxia that Lars picked up on the way home. He is currently in the kitchen, making dinner that won't have to be negotiated. I do miss them. I think I cried more than they did when we dropped them off at school. But I have to admit, I am not secretly enjoying the silence. I can even hear Lars humming in the kitchen. Helgi started at the academy this year. Honestly, if he could have started a year earlier, I believe he would have. That kid couldn't wait to chase his dream of walking on Bradith. Frida is another story. On the evening before the entrance exam, she sat us both down and told us that she did not want to go to the academy. We knew something was up that evening because she and Helgi were being very conspiratorial. That's not unusual for them, but we could tell there was something afoot. She had this entire speech prepared. She had decided that if she took the exam and got in, she would always wonder if she was going because we wanted her to go, or if she really wanted to go. But if she never took the exam, she would not know, and know it was her choice. I think she expected both of us to be upset. We weren't. Actually, I feel pretty bad that I put that much pressure on her to do something she obviously didn't want to do. When she told us that she had planned to take the entrance exams to the Art Institute of Braga, she was braced for an avalanche. Again, we surprised her with support and love. We asked her where she got this idea that we would be angry, and she finally confessed that Lars' mother may have mentioned it. Sweet wishes on that woman for trying to protect that child. Frida has always been the more creative one of the two. She's always performing, singing, and drawing. Lars is a designer, so she definitely gets that from him. I can't draw a straight line with a hopdinga, but I am really proud of her for making such a mature decision at her age. There's an old thought here that older generations fought to survive. The next generations farm the lands, and the new generations make the world beautiful. Frida wants to make the world beautiful. I would like to think that the oldest Noofs Parks would appreciate that. We've spent so long trying to catch up to the past that maybe we really need to enjoy the beauty of the world we have. My real concern is how they will do apart from each other. I didn't grow up with a sibling, let alone a twin. The closest thing I have to a sibling is, well, you. But it's not like you are here, sharing electronic games in a bathroom with me. They have been together all their lives, practically joined by the claws. Well, when they aren't using them to scratch each other's eyes out. Lars mentioned that when his father died, his friends were very good to him, but he always wished he had someone that really understood what he was going through. Parents will always be parents, but a sibling will always be that unique person that has been brought up the way you were, the closest family you'll ever have, and a built-in best friend. I hope they know that. And from the data bill I get every month from their handsets, I think they do. Speaking of kids, I just got that image of Ori's drawing downloaded. I probably should have done that at work. Still faster than when the kids are playing on the network. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet. Tell Ori thank you for the drawing. It looks just like Floki. I do have a question about something I'm looking at though. It doesn't look like Ori's work. There's a rough sketch of what looks like a person shooting a bogey in the air. It's making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Gisto, look at the second image from Randir that I attached. There is a clear picture of the seal of the ancient Haimavala Aerospace Exploration Agency. It eerily looks like that sketch. Where did you get this? I haven't had this feeling since Luna and I were trapped in the storm all those years ago on the mountain. Right back soon, Iria.
Log entry: Vela 26, Vela Rotat 2615, Cycle 15 of the 3rd Annual. Hey sis, there's no need for you to apologize for what you have been doing. We both have our faults, and you stood up for your convictions, just as you have always done. That is to be praised and not to be ashamed of. The work on the council has been draining lately, and the confrontation from last week was a lot more taxing than I had anticipated. Every cycle I do this work, it makes me respect that my father went through so much more than I did when I was younger. I do feel that he would be proud of what I'm doing, but I also imagine that he would have advised me to stick to my signals
and avoid politics because of what he had to endure. Don't beat up your Radiolab folks too much. They really have been great to work with, and they have some inspiring ideas that we hadn't thought of. The work they do when it comes to creating smaller integrated circuits and cooling is amazing. Since we don't have as much experience with colder temperatures here, the information on reverse thermal expansion has helped us a lot with some of our growing technical fields. You can phrase that how you like to them if you don't want them to puff up too much. They are fun mana to talk to. Glad to hear you are making great strokes with Randir. I am sure that being able to send transports between the bases would be a huge help. The reusable craft that the VSA created has been a great help in getting materials to and from the surface, so going from Randir to Bradith for people and supplies had to be a relief. How are they handling the fuel situation there? Are there resources on the moons that can be converted? Sorry, the scientist in me is always looking for the in-depth questions to ask. Feel free to ignore that if it's proprietary information. I am sure that the twins are doing exceedingly well in their classes, and they probably miss you just as much as you miss them. The photo of your school is exactly how we imagined you to look. I can even see a hint of the fleta that you described. I'm sending some of Amai and Ori and I, and an old one of Father just before he got sick. We are so proud of Frida for wanting to make her world a more beautiful place. We have a few art institutions here, and we have taken Ori to some of the performances they do, just to broaden her views. Now when we go, I can make sure that she knows that her Mana sister is doing the same sort of work on Haimavina. I know it was probably tough for her to stand up to you and Lars, to do what she wanted to do. I wonder where she got that sort of inspiration. Ori has started her classes as well, but they are close to home, so she has stayed with us while she attends. Thankfully, she is fairly quiet at home, so that isn't as much of a concern. But I'm sure that if she were not here, we would notice. She does visit with her school brothers and sisters from time to time, but as they grow up and become involved with their own lives, they see each other less and less. I have heard that there is talk of tapering down the intern program I was involved in with the radio towers across Seanoth. Much of the work now is automated, and they just don't need the interns as much anymore. Many of the kids involved have turned to programming the systems remotely and working on some of the greater infrastructure. So there is a chance that she may not be traveling for that as I did when I was younger. Times are indeed changing, my friend. She is also very happy that you enjoyed the picture she drew, although she is a little embarrassed about it since she drew it so long ago. Despite that, she has bragged to many of her friends how she is now a galaxy-renowned artist. She asked if you had any of Frida's artwork that you could send. I think she wants to show off at class even more. Oh, Irya, I have been trying to distract myself with other news in this message because the next few bits have been swirling my head for the last rotat. I almost sent you 10 different messages before yours came in because all of us here are awash with excitement and anxiety. The satellite has been repaired. It was fixed shortly after I sent my last message, and as soon as it was operational, it began broadcasting out, away from Vela. It pulled all of the data from the lander and sent it out, straight to Haimavina. This is so confusing. That lander is over 2,500 rotats old. The satellite crashed into Vela over 500 rotats ago. Your modern society only started venturing out into space within the last 50 rotats. I've gone over the math over and over again, and it only leads me to more questions. Could this have been your ancient mana that you have spoken about? Could they have known about Vela? We know that they went to your 2 moons, and that you have a huge library you are investigating. What if they also reached out to us? What would they want? At that time, we were such a young race. And now you send me these images of Randir that have this logo in them. The same logo that was printed on the side of the satellite. The text under the logo and the signs in the photos match up with characters in our older texts from early research on the lander from thousands of rotats ago. Ori drew that picture of Floki on some old scraps of paper on my desk where I had been doodling the logo. It's kind of stuck with me all this time. I'm not sure why. I ended up scribbling it on different scraps, trying to figure it out in the back of my mind. I don't even know what to do. I haven't shown anyone else the photos you have sent yet, and I'm just not sure how anyone here will handle this information. Have you shown the sketch to anyone there? Does anyone have any theories? I know that it won't be long before someone sees them and will piece it together. Thankfully, it was almost 20 rotats since we pulled that satellite out and documented all of the writings, so I'm not sure if it's fresh on anyone's mind. The council has been going crazy over the information about the signals, asking if Haimavina has been lying to us this whole time and if they are spying on us. Some have even started asking if this was some form of an attack. Thankfully, cooler heads have prevailed, and we are assuring them that all of the equipment is scientific. When they see these images, I fear a storm. It's only made worse by the fact that it is going to be 2 rotats before we may even know any of these answers, if there are any. I'm not even sure the waves can guide us on this one, my friend. Your brother, Gisto.
Log entry, Haimavina 26, 2295, 95th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. First off, you Velan are a very handsome race. It is really incredible to see you after all these years. Your expressions, the colors of your world, and your scales are so vibrant. Your father is exactly how I imagined him. Working. You and Amai are just as adorable as can be. And Ori, she is just so beautiful. I agree, she is the most beautiful little girl in your world. Those cheeks, I want to kiss them. Too cute. So as soon as I sent my last message 2 years ago, I called Carl and the rest of the executives, and we all headed back to the office. Poor Lars had made this incredible dinner for us, but when he saw the doodle, he said, "I'll pack this up, go." At the office, we went through everything we had learned from our years of interactions with Vila. We tried to figure out where you might have seen this image. I won't go into all the crazy theories, but while our chief operations officer was speculating wildly, I finally remembered that you said there were markings on the satellite of a person throwing a spear or a lance with a half moon behind it. I started to draw it out myself, and then I realized it looked like a person shooting a bogey into the air. I relayed on what you said from your message, and I drew it out for everyone, and we all sat there in silence, until Carl started to laugh, and then he said, "You know what this means?" We all just stared at him, and then he said, "I was right all along." Carl has this theory, which he delights in boring people with, that the ancient Mana were starfaring. He's probably the smartest of all of us, with the exception of Terelu, but smart, eccentric, and rich doesn't always mean right. I think he went for the Randir contract because he was convinced that there was some secret Mana technology that he could monopolize. Anyway, we all basked in the knowledge that we had it first. Your doodle gave us the biggest discovery since the computer greenhouse, maybe in all of modern history on Haimavina. We all just sat there and looked at each other. Carl looked like a hungry ice lion, and then he said, "Somebody get me Director Sandstrom." The director of EC, Jens Sandstrom, was soon on our video conference screen, looking annoyed that he had been summoned at such a late hour. I don't think he even got a chance to speak. Phone calls with Carl go one of 2 ways. He's either politely asking you for something he's excited for, or he's manically trying to explain to you why he needs it now. He's never rude, but when he starts to spin like this, even I get lost. And I have twins. Most of the reason why I have this job is because I speak Carl. But this was a different Carl. He was confident and almost youthful. He spelled out his old theory as fact to the director, who looked as dazed as anyone I've ever seen. This isn't surprising. I know Director Sandstrom from my hearings, and he's a Fati. He called me a traitor to my face. But the director just sighed and asked for proof. And then Carl said, "Jens, we got this from Gisto. Look familiar? It was on the satellite they found on Vila." The director looked stunned. He looked at me, then back at Carl. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and sat back in his chair. Of course, that was 2 years ago. Gisto, The last 2 years have been an ice storm of cooperation between Werkstatt, EC, and ECAL. We now have ECAL employees supporting us at Randir, and we've been contracted to assist with the data recovery effort at the ancient university. The news hasn't become public because I think Carl wanted to wait to hear from you. We all have agreed that you were the one to discover the connection, and we wanted to honor that. If you hadn't told me what you saw in the satellite and sent your doodle, we would have never known. Maybe we should thank Ori, too. Those in the Samcoma who have been briefed on the discovery are so excited to learn that the ancients were sending crafts to other planets. We're going to be releasing the information to the public this week. Although, it's the Footbolta playoffs, so it may be drowned out. But we will see. I think with Mana already on 2 moons, news like this may just be business as usual. I remember when I was the Twins age, discoveries like this would be breaking news. But now we barely make the broadsheets. Now, we need to talk about the signal. It's heading back to Heimavina? I would love to tell you that we received it, but I checked with the folks in the radio lab, who were very excited about the news, but said that we haven't picked up anything new. I also asked EC and ECAL, and they haven't received anything either. Our fear is that it's broadcasting to something that's dead, hasn't been discovered yet, or worst case, we accidentally damaged it already. You know our wake there. The ancient Mana were way more advanced than any of us could fully understand. Personally, I have no idea why they would send a lander and a satellite all the way out to Vela. But maybe that was the next step, a planet. It makes sense. The wind in the line says that ECAL wants to work towards landing on Vicini. So of course, it would be the natural progression to explore different worlds. I'm happy to hear that some in the council were level-headed enough to know that we, the modern Mana, had nothing to do with this. But honestly, can you blame them for thinking any differently? We haven't always enjoyed open sales in this planetary cooperation. I'm certain if we discovered something similar from Vila, the Samcoma would be in chaos. Or watching the playoffs. It's really a toss-up nowadays. I can't believe Carl was right. Oh. Talk soon, Iria.
Log entry, Vela 27. Vela Rotat 2617. Cycle 12 of the 4th annual.
Iria, I don't have much time. A storm is coming. Things have shifted, and there is so much going on. I can't send much. The news reports here have gone idly. Don't reply until you know for sure. Be careful who you listen to, and... Telak, they're coming. Stay true to your mana nature. PW.
Log entry, Vela 27A. Vela Rotat 2617. Cycle 14 of the 4th annual.
Hey to you, Iria. Thank you for your kind words about the photographs we sent. I did my best to select images that really depicted life here on Vela. I hope that it will convey how lovely it is here and how everything is going so well. We were glad to hear that Werkstatt is working with your wisest at the Samcoma and that you have even brought in ECAL. I am sure that they will have the best working on helping us to decipher this mystery. You know that I have always respected them and their work. We hope to share the information we have about the satellite and its signals with the scientists there as much as we can to help both of our people. Is there any more that you can tell me about Randir? Have you uncovered anything else about the systems in place? It would appear that the signals coming from the satellite are more directed at the moons, and we are all very curious if you happen to find anything there. We are especially curious about the transmitters and receivers there. Did your astronauts ever find the library they were looking for? Would it have any information that would be helpful to Vela? How are things at Werkstatt? I am sure that everyone there must be as excited as we are here. I hope that this hasn't made your job there too difficult. I can only imagine that it's like racing a segbat through choppy water. You never know if the next swell would be clear. I bet you're always concerned about a patch of ice or something else that could steer you off course. Ori is growing up very well, and she speaks very highly of you and your family to her classmates. She said that when she grows up, she would like to get into communications, just like her father's friend Iria. She has quite the talent for it, so naturally, we are encouraging it. Amai has even talked me into getting her a transmitter of her own, like mine, so that she can practice. Seeing her working with it reminds me of myself when I was younger and sending you those messages so many rotats ago. It's strange to see her use it now when our technology has changed so much that she doesn't even need it. All of our messages now go over the central system and are tied to the VSA's main transmitters. We hope to hear back with anything that you may have uncovered in your investigations of the moon bases. Your friend, Gisto.
Log entry, Hymavina 27, 2297, 97th year in the Age of Ascendance. Hey, Gisto. Well, the news about the satellite and the signal went public. As expected, it was drowned out by the playoffs, then the Mira Light Festival started, and then the St. Linnea holiday. The story made the closing segment on just one of the nightly newscasts. In fact, it was my old time slot on JCN, but Eric didn't even do the piece. They passed it to the newest correspondent, who probably isn't much older than Frida. She kept calling me Madame Newspark. People call my grandmother Madame Newspark. I was loaded with a bogey and ready to give them a lot of data, but they practically cut me off to get to the weather forecast. The Samcoma managed to focus on the news of your discovery for about a day. Then they went into recess for the holidays. When they convened, it was time to discuss the yearly budget bill. And that was pretty much it. The committees who work with the EC are still interested, of course, but the Samcoma in general has moved on. Can you imagine it? News coming from Vila has become routine? Messages from aliens are routine? I'm always shocked when I hear a Yothian voice that opinion, because what we're doing has been such a large portion of my world. My life has existed in a kind of space bubble, I guess. What with knowing you, going to the academy, and joining Werkstatt. If you speak to the average Yothian, you'll get a different opinion. Most think it's neat, but invariably say something like, well, we already went up there, so there's really no need to go back. Or, seems like a lot of money that could go towards fixing roads. The news doesn't even show the launches. We video shot a tour of Randier Station, and none of the news networks would carry it. It's amazing to me, Gisto, that technology can make our worlds both bigger and smaller at the same time. The proliferation of handsets, personal desks, and computers, and the networks that support them have resulted in an explosion of new programs, each more pointless than the last. At the same time, we're sharing more, but people are also buried in their handsets. I watched someone almost get hit on the street the other day. When I asked them if they were okay and what they were doing, they said they were hunting ice lions. Apparently, it's a game. Maybe they're right. Maybe it doesn't matter. The population is enjoying their lives and focusing on their small worlds. Would you believe that there are even Mana who claim that EC faked the landings and that our communication with Vila is just a government conspiracy? I'm sure some even think that the world is flat. Maybe I should warn Lars. I can't have him sailing off the edge. Who would make me dinner? Lars puts up with my obsession and is really my reality check when I go down this mountain. He likes the concept of space travel, but if we had never went there, he wouldn't have noticed. He tells me what's important is right here, and then he opens his arms. Maybe small worlds aren't so bad after all. Anyway, back to the signal. It is still not being picked up on any of the moons. Are you sure your team calibrated the antennas correctly? Do you know what frequency it's broadcasting on? You know, my radio lab team would be ready to assist, but they're tied up doing some system upgrade, much like your overhaul a few rotats ago. I'm told we might go offline for a short period of time at some point, but I'm told it won't be very long. It makes me laugh that you think I can answer any of those technical questions, when you know I'm just a sea slug when it comes to stuff like that. And besides, even if I could, it's proprietary. You know that. Oh, this is unexpected. Your biggest fan is literally standing in my office doorway. Hey, Carl. What? I'm sending a message to Gisto. Do you want to come say hey? He's shy. Come over here! Talk to your idol, Eufiska! Gisto, I swear he is dying to talk to you. Did you know that his fan club made shirts? No? Okay. Sorry, Gisto. Apparently he's not in the mood, I guess. Apparently I have to go. I hate breaking this off like this. Send my love to Amai and Ori. Iria.
Log entry Vela 28. Vela Rotat 2619. Cycle 1 of the first Anul. Encrypted transmission addressed to Helgi Nufspark. Encrypted recording of Villain Council broadcast.
This is a convening of the VLAN Council. Please state your names and the factions you represent.
Nilo Se Aiden, representing the La'ar region and the Tumsir sect.
Arak Se Uvin, representing the Seonar region and the La'ar Masur sect.
Esla Se Fuji, representing Chonar region and the La'ar Va sect.
Igni Se Ohas, representing the Reef Guard, VLAN Military Command.
My name is Gisto Sedezun. I'm here to provide any required information from the radio labs in La'ar.
We are here to discuss the following events. The presentation of photographic evidence of Heimovina's equipment on Vela with corresponding evidence as presented from the mana known as Iria Nufspark.
Lies and hearsay. We do not recognize these fabrications as evidence.
The representative will refrain. Upon discovery of this evidence, all information regarding the project was seized and contained pending further investigation. This includes the artifacts recovered from the La'ar radio laboratories.
Equipment that we would like returned, as it pertains to a number of scientific experiments that are ongoing.
That artifact is a religious relic and belongs to the La'ar Va sect. We demand its return to Chonar. It was stolen from us 1,500 rotats ago.
You waited 1,500 rotats to demand for that return? Perhaps we should finish listening to the Alakoso before making demands.
Shortly after this seizure, a broadcast of the aforementioned evidence was made on the wideband. This information was leaked from the Radiolab systems and included many scientific studies deemed sensitive.
Alakoso, please record for the record that it was Ori Segisto that released this false information.
That's hearsay. This has not yet been proven.
She signed it with her name, claiming that the information belongs in the greater pool of knowledge.
She's too young to have done this. How do we know that the La'ar Va sect hasn't infiltrated someone into the labs and planted this information? It wouldn't be the first time.
Gisto Se Dezun. You are reminded that you are here to give testimony and not to interrupt these proceedings.
Apologies.
Very well. Once the broadcast was sent, a number of factions of various beliefs have started to voice their opinions and cause problems in several regions around Vela. Representatives, we have a crisis to deal with. How do we solve it?
We have begun by limiting all transmissions with Heimovina until we know more about this leak and the nature of these artifacts. This information will remain in Reef Guard control.
The seizure was not authorized by this council, and we demand that the equipment and research materials be returned to the lab. The Reef Guard has overstepped.
The Reef Guard was implemented to protect Vela, and this information was deemed harmful to all citizens. If you have any doubts, then I would advise representatives to take a look at the streams of your regions and see what this wideband transmission has caused. Your individual sects are at each other's flaps over this. Heimovin has sent this object here against Velan wishes. That is an invasion, and intervention was required, and Reef Guards took steps to contain it.
Alakoso, La'ar Masur requests the floor.
The Council recognizes the representative of La'ar Masir.
Thank you. Members of the Council, we have seen no evidence through past transmissions or actions that Heimovina means us any ill will. I remind the Council that the aid from Heimovina during the La'ar food shortages helped our people. We have seen through our own systems that the modern-day mana have only just made it to space, barely before our own VSA. While we agree that any contact from outside of Vela is a concern to our citizens, we also know that in the past, Heimovina has been friendly.
Do you call interfering with tradition friendly? Cutting ties over our practices? How about the creation of a defense force just because we practice our own rituals? This doesn't sound friendly to us.
The Council does not recognize the La'ar Va representative at this time.
Our cultures are different. There is no doubt about that. There are many aspects of their lives that we don't agree with. But that is the case here, even on Vila. If all our societies agreed with each other, we wouldn't be here. Heimavina is reckless, impulsive, and more likely to blow themselves back to the ocean age than attack us.
The evidence that we have collected shows that the artifacts in question are well over 2,500 rotats old. This dates back to the ancient mana of Heimavala. We have heard from scientists and individuals from Heimavina that show they don't even have knowledge of this ancient race. There is simply no information presented to imply that there's any sort of attack or invasion. The technology in that satellite was scientific in nature. Given the distance from Heimavina to here, it would have taken generations to arrive here.
La'arva requests the floor.
Granted.
The La'arva does not recognize that the artifacts in question were from the heathen planet of Heimavina. Our relic was sent from above as a sign and a warning to all of Vela. We did not heed this warning, and look what we have wrought. We recommend severing ties with the other world and returning our relic to Chonar so that we can finally heal the wounds that the Tumasir have caused to our planet.
Does the representative really want to bring up wounds made to Vela? That artifact is an important technological discovery that, through scientific research, links our origins back to the ancient mana on Heimavina. Without it, we would not be where we are today. All of our technology and society streams right back to that device. Even your misguided theology comes from a device that is not of Vela. Why are we not addressing the larger issue here? This is at the core of who we are.
The Council is not discounting that discussion. But the matters at web are the seizure of the information and the leak of sensitive documents.
We agree with Alacoso. That discussion is for another cycle. We, however, do not agree with the idea of closing all communication with Heimavina. In order for us to properly gather the evidence required, open communication must be reestablished. The leak of information, while troubling, has shed light on things that all of Vila should be aware of. It's frightening information, to be sure, but we must know more to lessen the worries of our citizens.
We agree with the representative from La Armasir.
The primary issue is the seizure of documents and items by the Reef Guard.
The illegal seizure that was not authorized by us.
Alacoso, we would like the floor.
Granted.
After the incident with the mass broadcast to Heimavina and subsequent information about the lawful incarceration of a Heimavina resident, Reef Guard took an active role in monitoring information coming in from Heimavina and information being presented to the Council. Upon the reveal of documents and photographs brought to the Council by Gisto Se Dezun, Reef Guard realized the ramifications to the security of Velan citizens if this information were released. Under Velan Statute 156 Tax 7, established in 2263, which states that Reef Guard has the authority to protect Velan interests from outside influences that seek to disrupt, we instituted a seizure of this information. Clearly, some of this information was not handed over accordingly. The action was taken quickly to prevent this information from being distributed. The Reef Guard apologizes to the Council and is conducting an investigation into the matter.
Actions that involve Statute 156 Tax 7 must be authorized by the Council. This sort of militant behavior will only cause distrust among our people and cannot be allowed. The artifacts must be returned.
Returned to Chonar.
If we had waited, the information may have been leaked sooner. We had to take action.
The Council agrees with the representative from Tumasir. The Reef Guard should have followed protocol and worked with the constraints of the Council. However, given the nature of this information, we recommend that the artifact does, in fact, remain in Reef Guard custody. We do not yet know what this lander...
Religious relic!
Object may be communicating back to Heimavina. Until such time, it should be remaining in Reef Guard's secure facility. Documents pertaining to the device will be sanitized and released back to the radio lab.
What about the satellite? As far as we know, it's still transmitting to one of Heimavina's moons.
We recommend allowing communication with Heimavina scientists to uncover more information about these signals.
L'Armasur agrees, but with limitations and observation. While we wish to know more about the origin of these signals, we side with L'Arva and the Reef Guard on the security ramifications of this information.
This is acceptable.
Motion carried. Scientific communication will be allowed with restrictions. Let's address this leak of information. The wideband posting directly implicates the radio lab, and as the L'Arva representative pointed out, The information was indeed signed and attributed to Ori Segisto. The question at Webb is how was this information obtained and distributed, and why? The information was only leaked after the Reef Guard seizure. This leads the Council to wonder why proper security measures were not taken with this information.
The documents in question were not deemed to be sensitive at the time of acquisition. This was from personal correspondence and not yet linked to the satellite project.
The Council will note that this was personal correspondence with a known felon.
Seconded.
Regardless, personal interactions were not deemed as sensitive until vetted by Reef Guard and the Council. I brought this information to the Council to check its validity as per instructed.
Who else had access to this information?
The information was shared with a few of the Radiolab scientists to seek consultation and confirmation.
The Council will note that Gisto Sedezun's mate also works in the radio labs. This implicates his school in this investigation.
Noted.
Did Ori Segisto have access to this information?
The Council will note that the allegedly accused Ori Segisto is underage at 16 rotats old.
Noted. Gisto Sedezun, please answer the question.
It is possible that she could have accessed the information. Ori occasionally interns at the Radiolab and has worked out of my office.
So she had access to the information and the platform it was sent from, as well as signing the post containing the information. Why are we having this conversation? She should be remanded to Reef Guard custody for spreading mistruths and causing planet-wide riots.
I gave it to her.
Amai Satoral, please explain.
This is information that we, as Velans, need to know to understand our origins. Ori was passionate about reporting the truth to our people. I gave her the information from Gisto's correspondence.
This is the sort of behavior that Jaimavina has sown among us, encouraging schools to stay together like their families. This would never have happened if we had followed tradition.
Gisto Sedezun, did you know about this?
No.
Reef Guard, will you have Amai Satoral removed from these proceedings? We will handle this new information on another cycle. In light of this new information and taking all represented opinions into account, correspondence with Jaimavina will be allowed to continue under close supervision. Ori Segisto is to be remanded to house custody with restricted access to all technology. Reef Guard, you will release documents and artifacts pertaining to the satellite to the Radiolab, but will keep this lander in custody. Additionally, Reef Guard will now be providing security for the Radiolabs here and in other locations. Representatives, is this acceptable?
Agreed.
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 Abstained.
Very well then. This council is adjourned.
Hey, bro. I think I did something bad.
Log entry, Jaimavina 28, 2298, 98th year in the Age of Ascendance. Encrypted transmission addressed to Ori Segisto. Hey, Ori. Thanks for the update. With what's going on, those Reef Guard Fiska might not let this transmission out. Watch the break. Don't get work, Leetla. Hit me back. Helgi.
The following is a press conference broadcast from Werkstatt Space headquarters in Hopnina. The speaker is Irja Newspark, Chief Communications Officer, Werkstatt Space. Good morning. In collaboration with the government of Jaimavina and the Federal Historical Research Expeditionary Corps and Werkstatt Space, we are here today to announce the historical revelations regarding the Citus Onda. For the last 2,500 years, our society has been recovering and rebuilding a world that has been devastated by a cataclysmic event we all know as the Citus Onda. As our distant ancestors literally gasped for air in the aftermath, the event itself became history and then legend. Fact has long been shrouded in the mist of time. For the better part of 3,000 years, the Citus Onda passed beyond knowledge and became superstition, fueling beliefs and traditions that we cling to even to this day. But then over 100 years ago, ancient technology was discovered during an excavation of a new LES system. We began to understand that the Citus Onda was not a story, but a real event. The Federal Historical Research Expeditionary Corps, also known as EC, was formed to understand the ancient technology with the hope of discovering what happened all those years ago. During the aftermath of the devastating volcanic eruption of Annafiol, what we now know is an ancient university was found under the glacier. We know today that that university was called the Technology and Science University of Izavik. During the excavation, a large auditorium was discovered. While searching for additional information, the control room to the auditorium was found, and with it, researchers came upon a storage facility that contained thousands of data archives. Contained within that data were hundreds of presentations that were recorded in that very auditorium. It took almost a decade of meticulous review, but EC and Werkstatt Space would like to present you with what we believe was the most significant of the presentations from over 2,500 years ago. We believe this will give us some answers of what we've searched for. The event was a technology conference where companies, entrepreneurs, and investors presented their latest innovations and ideas. The presenter in question was a Yothian named Eric Fjalstad. At the time of his presentation, Fjalstad was the owner and chief science officer of Arcus Industries, a large environmental and science technology enterprise. He was a keynote speaker at the conference. If you would please direct your attention to the video feeds.
Our sense of smell is a powerful tool. It has the power to link our perceptions of the world to events in our own past. When I was a child, my grandmother would bake and tell me stories. But it's not the smell of the bread that sticks in my memory. No, it's the smoke. Wood smoke, actually. You see, my grandmother was a bit of a traditionalist. She and my grandfather even built an oven in their yard. So my grandmother would tend the coals, bake, and tell those old stories. I smelled smoke this morning, probably one of the wildfires, and it reminded me of one of these stories. But it's not just her story, so perhaps it'll be familiar. All children on Heimavala know the story of the ship that sailed the stars. We are told that our mother Linnea, adrift on a seemingly endless sea of stars, raised her bogey, fired an arrow, in hopes of finding a safe place to land. We all know that arrow landed here on Heimavala. We're told that Linnea was so amazed with this place that she decided to rest here, weary from her long journey on the endless, starry sea. Today, anyone listening to the broadcast can't escape news of our exploits beyond the stars. This is the birthright of Mana, to sail upon the starry sea and to seize new worlds. We are in fact engaged in this very endeavor even as we speak. Colony ships, loaded with brave souls and precious supplies, are making their way across the inky depths of the sky, heading for worlds we've barely even begun to understand. Like Linnea, they are sailing towards an uncertain future, one that will surely be full of hardship and loss, perhaps even dangers we can't imagine. But they're following in Linnea's wake, which means they won't be lost. But what of Heimavala herself? Our precious little planet, the cradle that gave rise to the Mana, sheltered us during our early history, and that gave of her very body that we might thrive. How do we repay this gift? Well, we pump toxins and chemicals into the air and the water. We dump waste in the ground and bury it, pretending we've solved the problem. We carefully package up the deadly remains of our early atomic dreams and bury them in the mountains. We cut down trees, we strip mine peaks, we destroy habitat, and congratulate ourselves when we carve out a pittance for a rare hunt. We are reavers. And if we do not change our ways, we are certain to reap the charred crop of success that we have so blindly sown. We're killing our mother, and yet we celebrate. Every year, new and unprecedented climate events occur. Ceaseless droughts where once there was green, spiking ocean temperatures, and a dwindling food supply. These events are happening at a pace that baffles even our most pessimistic scientists. The answer, my friends, is simple. We've broken our world. And if you listen to the Samcoma, our solution is to leave, to abandon our home, to give up and run. I disagree, and if you'll permit me, I'd like to prove them wrong. When you look to the stars, what do you see? I'll tell you what I see. I see the Heimavala Empire, stretching out across the starry sea. Our birthright. But what is an empire without a homeworld? Heimavala is that homeworld. Our world. The glittering blue gem in the center of a network of sparkling crystal. Now I admit, that's a distant dream from where we are today. We're lucky, though, to be on the cusp of amazing technologies that even our parents couldn't have dreamed of just a few short years ago. Mana, born today, are virtually guaranteed long lives, free from nearly all diseases that have plagued our bodies for much of our existence. Modern medicine can cure illness and repair damage to tissue, bone, and even our brains. These are truly amazing times. Would you believe me if I told you that I can do the same thing for Heimavala? Yeah, you heard me correctly. Why else do you think I asked you here tonight?
Unfortunately, the rest of the disc containing Fjallstad's speech was corrupted. As access to the ancient university expanded, we were able to gather additional insights into Fjallstad's plans. Events Fjallstad refers to in the presentation actually took place several days later, when, with approval of the Samcoma at the time, Arcus Industries activated a massive, globe-spanning machine designed to clean the planet's environment. While the actual technology is beyond anything we currently possess, EC and Werkstatt scientists and engineers have reviewed the data and concluded that Arcus released microscopic, self-replicating machines intended to catalyze pollutants in the environment and return the planet to her natural splendor. These machines, according to the information we've discovered, were intended to operate for a fixed period of time before going dormant. Fjallstad's technological marvel worked. News reports from the time indicate that within days, smogs began to dissipate and the water began to clear. Arcus was hailed as the savior of the planet. By the time anyone realized something was wrong, it was too late. The nanobots gradually exceeded their protocols and continued working long after they were supposed to go dormant. This was known to the designers, but considered acceptable because the machine was not supposed to run for very long. Once the machine broke protocol, the runaway reaction drew increasingly large amounts of vital elements from the atmosphere as pollutants were scrubbed from the air, water, and land. Arcus succeeded in cleaning up Heimavala's pollution problem. The cost was an atmosphere stripped of the elemental gases that we mana require to survive. The problem was first noticed at high altitudes, but it steadily spread to lower elevations, leaving mana struggling to breathe in its wake. Today, we know this effect as hypoxia, and it limits our ability to live and work at a certain altitude. The devastation wrought among the ancient mana is hard to comprehend.
Records become increasingly sporadic in the years following the release of the machines, but we know that approximately 99.8% of the population died. Think about that. 2 people in every 1,000 survived. According to archives and the reports, Fjallstad and his company worked non-stop to shut down the machine, but were unsuccessful. Fjallstad himself survived the cataclysm and spent the rest of his life trying to reverse the mistakes he and Arcus had made. As the atmosphere thinned, the planet's average temperature dropped, and the already significant glaciers expanded to cover the once thriving mountain cities. Flora, fauna, and mana, already adapted to high altitudes, survived, but at lower altitudes than before. People slowly congregated at sea level, but everything had changed. Existence became survival, knowledge was lost, and fact became myth. The planet became a harsh but vibrant world. With pollution gone and the population reduced to almost nothing, the seas flourished and the natural world reclaimed what it had lost. Haimavina rose from the ashes of Haimavala Prime. The nanobots are still working. What we attributed to the upper atmospheric winds during the Anafjall volcano was the nanobots cleaning the air. EC is working on the location of the machine in hopes of shutting it down. Now, I will take your questions.
You have been listening to an episode of Binary Saga. The part of Gisto has been read by Steve Petrocelli. Iria is read by Vanessa Shannon Anderson. Haimavina Official Statement read by Paul Anderson. The parts of Jan and Eric were read by Paul Anderson. The part of Dizun was read by Caleb Graham.
Lars Gardenson is read by Paul Anderson. Isabel Solkin is read by Mary Carnahan. Elias Farrell is read by Rob Carnahan. Frida Newspark is read by Heather Felton. Carl Nordside is read by Kurt Medlin.
Ori is read by L.V. Eric Fjallstad is read by Jason Benson. The part of Helgi is read by Paul Anderson. Amai and Ori are read by Sarah Boyle. The Alacoso is read by Cricket Z. The La'ar Va representative is read by Sherilyn Lambeth. The Tumasur representative is read by Lori Fry. The La'ar Masur representative is read by Natalie Kershevsky. The Reef Guard representative is read by Abe F. Music by Eric Matthias and soundimage.org. Binary Saga can be found on all podcast platforms. We can also be found on Twitter with the handle @TheBinarySaga. For more information, visit binarysaga.com.